All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome. I now declare open this meeting of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. The Senate, as you'd be aware, has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2025-26 and other related documents for the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade portfolios. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has set the 11th of December this year as the deadline for senators to submit written questions on notice, and the 29th of January 2026 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate that into the Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement claiming that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to articulate the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and the position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphone. And a timely reminder, everyone, please make sure your phones are switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that microphones remain live unless I instruct otherwise. For witnesses participating via video conference, please mute your mic when you are not talking and unmute when you are speaking. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat all witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect, as well as your colleagues. I ask members of the media to follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the committee secretariat. As set out in the guidelines, senators and witnesses' laptops, mobile phones and other devices and personal papers are not to be filmed or photographed. I remind everyone in the gallery that they are not permitted to speak or interfere with the proceedings or with witnesses at any point during the hearing. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents during the hearing are requested to provide an electronic copy, if you can, to the Secretariat so we can easily circulate them to members of the committee and to the witnesses. Please liaise with the Secretariat if you need any assistance. Now, with those formalities out of the way, I'd like to commence today's hearing with the Department of Veterans Affairs, and good morning to Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, who is representing the Minister for Veterans Affairs. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
And Miss Alison Frame, Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs. Good morning, Secretary.
Good morning, Chair.
And to all your officers. Now, do either of you have an opening statement that you'd like to make?
I don't, Chair, but I think Ms Frame may.
I do, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you. This week marks 1 year since the government's response to the final report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. As Minister Keogh said at his National Press Club address yesterday, by the end of the year, 32 recommendations will have been implemented, with a further 89 recommendations in progress or under consideration. As a department, DVA continues to take meaningful steps in strengthening how we support the veteran community while responding to the Royal Commission's recommendations. As the Minister announced yesterday, the government is providing $78 million over 4 years to establish an agency focused on veteran wellbeing within DVA, in response to recommendation 87 of the Royal Commission. Significant work is underway within DVA to stand up the agency by 1 July next year. The Wellbeing Agency is just one example of our renewed emphasis on wellbeing and upfront prevention and treatment, which means that veterans are able to benefit from early intervention and having their conditions treated before they become chronic. I am pleased to update the committee that we are leveraging AI to enable us to better support veterans and families, while at the same time having appropriate governance arrangements in place to support its ethical, safe and secure use. DVA recently launched an enhanced departmental website tool, which includes AI-powered search tool, and we have been piloting an AI tool internally to make it faster and easier for our claims staff to find relevant policy content on DVA's consolidated library of information and knowledge system when they are processing claims. Neither of these tools access claims data or personal records. As the department informed the recent hearings of the Senate inquiry into advocacy services relating to veteran compensation and income support, we are proactively taking steps to ensure veterans and families can access safe, ethical and reliable support. Over the last 6 months, DVA has put in place a range of measures to deter, investigate and respond to any fraudulent or irregular claiming behaviour. This includes encouraging public tip-offs, updating our guidelines for providers and carrying out audits of service delivery and payments. Where necessary, we refer matters to regulators or law enforcement and stop paying providers who do not meet expected standards. We're also providing education and guidance to providers, veterans and families, including through a current public information campaign, which encourages the use of online lodgement or free advocacy support options for making a claim. Further, we're taking all available steps to ensure veterans are impacted as little as possible by compliance actions. This involves working with veterans directly, including assistance with finding a new advocate and/or facilitating medical appointments where necessary and rescreening for vulnerability, as we do when claims are initially lodged. As outlined by the Minister yesterday, the government has announced it will provide funding to the new Institute for Veterans Advocacy to act as the professional association for veteran advocates to ensure more advocates are appropriately trained, qualified and required to comply with ethics and conduct rules. The government is also more than doubling funding to the Building Excellence in Support and Training Grants program to enable more advocates to deliver services that will be free to veterans and give organisations greater funding certainty. These safeguards reflect our commitment to ensuring veterans and families receive the support they deserve, and we thank the many advocates and service providers who support veterans and families of veterans with professionalism and care. DVA's results in the 2025 APS Census and Trust in Australian Public Services report reflect a clear and positive shift across all indices. This momentum positions us strongly to maintain and accelerate this trajectory into 2026. As senators would be aware, veterans and family members of veterans travelled with DVA delivery support teams to deliver Anzac Day services in Turkey, France, Malaysia and Papua New Guinea this year. This was a resounding success, and as a result, we are increasing the number of veterans and veteran family members in the delivery teams next year. I am pleased to advise that we received more than 850 applications from the veteran community expressing interest in joining these delivery teams. Thank you, Chair. I look forward to questions.
Thank you very much, and I'm assuming you'll be happy to table that and provide us a copy to someone from your team. Will probably do that with the Secretariat.
Certainly.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, now to kick off today, I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Chair, Senator Henderson. You have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you all. I just want to start by asking you to walk through the rationale behind the decision to change the way DVA calculates and reports on the timeliness of initial liability claims, Ms Frame.
Thank you, Senator. I would just say immediately that we didn't change the way we calculated, we added an additional measure. So nothing changed in terms of the measures that were consistently provided and continue to be provided. We added another measure into another calculation into the information provided on the website, which only considers time with DVA. It's just another way of increasing accountability on DVA for the time that a claim is with us and needing to be progressed, and ensures that we are focusing efforts on claims that are ready for us to keep moving, and separates those claims that are waiting on medical assessment or further information.
Okay, you say that's an addition. I would still maintain, Ms Frame, that that's a change to the way initial liability claims are
A change in terms
calculated.
of an additional field.
Thank
Senator.
you. So when was the decision to implement this change made, and what internal or external advice informed that decision?
I will check on the exact timing, Senator. It was probably about 6 months ago. It was something that was discussed by the commissions, the Repatriation Commission, Medical and Compensation Commission, as assisting DVA, and as I said, in providing additional focus and accountability for claims that were with the department and should have the attention of a delegate, and separating those claims that were waiting on information to be provided. So I can't think of any external information. I'll ask Mr Kefford if there's anything more he'd like to provide in that regard.
Thanks, Secretary. Andrew Kefford, Deputy Secretary, Policy and Programs. Senator, this was a measure that we introduced in March of this year, as the Secretary's mentioned. The way we calculate time taken to process is unchanged, which is from the date we first receive it until we make the decision. But recognising the statutory targets that's set in the Veterans Recognition Act of 90 days for us to make our decisions, the intent of this time taken to DVA measure, which, as the Secretary's outlined, is a subset within the total time taken to process, is to really draw attention to how well we are going against that particular target.
And Ms Frame or Mr Kefford, was the Minister for Veterans Affairs consulted, or was there any approval by the Minister's office in relation to this change or addition?
The decision,
in terms of the methodology?
the decision was taken by the Commission, Senator, but the Minister would have been advised of the decision taken by the Commission.
So when you say he was advised, there was no consultation or discussion?
We would have... I can't recall if there was discussion beforehand, Senator. It's something that would be routinely discussed about the monthly updates that are provided on the website. So it may have been there were conversations with officers about what the Commission was considering. But certainly the Minister and his office would have been advised about the change that of the additional field that the Commission had decided to take.
Look, I just want to table an article in the Canberra Times, and I'll just... and ask you about that. I'll just distribute that through the Secretariat. Sorry, I think is it? Sorry, I'm just looking for the front page of the article. I think the front page is missing. And so this is an article called Fudging the Numbers. Department quietly changes reporting on wait times, published on the 23rd of September 2025. In your response to this article, you stated that the new reporting approach was in line with how other Commonwealth service delivery agencies measure timeliness. Which specific agencies were you referring to? And I say, noting that Services Australia, arguably the most directly comparable agency, explicitly contradicted that claim in their statement to the same journalist.
Thank you, Senator.
I mean, we're also making just copies of
Senator,
the article in case you
Yeah,
want to
that would be
have a look.
helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we're just distributing
We'll just
it
wait
at
a
the
moment.
moment.
We'll just get a copy for the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary. Just wait a moment.
Thank you. Mr Kefford's going to provide some more detail, Senator. Obviously, we don't concur with the contention that it's fudging the numbers because, as I've made very clear, it only involves an additional field being provided and nothing has been changed in terms of consistent reporting that has been provided for many years now.
So just to put a bit more context, and I'll just read out the first couple of paragraphs of this article. The Department of Veterans Affairs has quietly changed how it records wait times for veterans' compensation claims to exclude time waiting for additional medical records, leading key veterans advocates and the opposition to accuse the agency of artificially making processing times look shorter. Details contained in a redacted incoming ministerial brief obtained under Freedom of Information show the department began pausing the clock whenever it requested more information from a veteran on the 1st of April. So I guess the concern is that whenever you pause the clock, you effectively reduce the wait time, or it looks like you're reducing the wait time on paper, when in fact the wait time for veterans is not being reduced at all, and there's quite a bit of fudging that's going on, I would put to you, Ms Frame.
Well, if I may, Senator Henderson, I think Ms Frame has been clear to you that the department does not accept that characterisation. I note that you are reading an article into the Hansard which cites opposition claims, an organisation you are part of. So we don't accept that contention. As Ms Frame has explained to senators already this morning, existing sources of information, existing metrics remain in place. This merely adds an additional piece of information, and the purpose is to ensure that those aspects of the processing time period that are directly within the organisational control of the department can remain in focus.
So, Minister,
and that is consistent with the government's approach, which is that we want the department to be using its resources efficiently and effectively to provide the resources to veterans that they require. I will make the other final point that this stands in very stark contrast to the approach that was taken by your government when you were last in power, which saw waiting times for veterans at unacceptable levels, and saw the then minister threaten to resign if that government didn't provide the resources necessary. It also saw a situation where the previous secretary told this committee that the backlog would never be cleared based on the previous resourcing.
So Minister, what I would ask you then, why is the clock being stopped? The point of what I've just read out, and it's not just the opposition raising these concerns, it's also key veterans advocates. Why is the clock being stopped to exclude time waiting for additional medical records, which artificially makes processing time look shorter? So that's the point. Why are you stopping the clock, Minister?
Senator, I think it's been explained to you that the existing metrics, which offer information about the entire time for processing, remain in place and are visible to people who wish to access them, including organisations externally, but also including the opposition, and you may certainly ask questions about that in this session.
Thanks, Minister. So I'm just wondering, Ms Frame, are you currently collecting and maintaining both the old and new data sets for initial liability claims? So specifically in Table 3 of your website's claims processing times, do the June and August 2025 figures reflect the post-April 25 reporting change, or are they comparable with the methodology used in 2022? And can I also just ask, if you are no longer collecting and publishing both data sets, how can the government credibly claim it is processing claims faster than the previous government, given the metrics are fundamentally different?
Senator, as we've explained, the metrics have not changed. They continue to be reported. A new field has been added, but I'm going to ask Mr Kefford to provide some more information.
Well, let's not play semantics, Ms Frame. That is a change. So, Mr Kefford, can you address that particular substantive question?
Senator, as I as I mentioned earlier, the way in which we count and publish the total time taken to process has not changed. That figure runs from the day on which we receive the claim until the day on which we determine that claim.
Can I ask you to address my question, Mr Kefford,
I am,
in relation
Senator.
to the collection and publication of both data sets to which I referred?
Well, Senator, I don't have the table in front of me. I'm happy to go to my folder in a moment. But the starting point, the first premise in that, the opening paragraph of the article you read is simply not correct. We publish significant detail on the timeliness of our decision-making, and the fundamental measure, which is the total time, so the point at which the veteran makes a claim up until the point we make the decision, that has not changed. Given the level of scrutiny on our activity, the Commission's made a decision, as I said before, recognising the 90-day timeline that is set out in the Veterans Recognition Act, to, within that total period, and without diminishing that being the way in which we report the effectiveness of our decision-making, to publish a subset of that which provides even greater transparency on how long within that total period the claims are with us, as distinct from sitting with other parts of the process.
Right. Well, I'm just going to draw your attention to what happens at Services Australia, which perhaps is the most comparable agency. So Services Australia has confirmed its official wait times for payments such as job seeker and the age pension do include time spent waiting for information from third parties. So wouldn't it be more transparent and consistent for DBA to adopt the same approach? I mean, Mr Kefford, you are stopping the clock.
Senator,
but the clock does not stop for veterans waiting for claims to be processed and finalised. And
Senator,
that's my concern.
Senator, can I intervene here to say that we have repeatedly made clear that we are not stopping the clock and that we are adding an additional measure, and I have just spoken to all the existing information that has remained consistent and continue to be provided with no methodology changes. I would also add that I have been updated that we haven't, in fact, added the additional measure on the website yet. So everything you are seeing on the website is still the same consistent data sets, the same consistent methodology that has been provided for the past few years while we have been reporting assiduously on claims processing information.
Thank you for that clarification, because I did ask about whether there'd been any changes in the data sets uploaded onto the website. Can I ask, what other changes have you made to claims reporting that I would put to you are hiding from the veterans community?
Senator Henderson.
The government, so not you
Senator
personally, Ms Frame. The government is hiding
You have now
from
asked question after question that is inconsistent with the advice that's being provided to you from officials. Officials have repeatedly told you this morning that there has been no reduction in information available to the public, no change in the collection of data about the metrics of time to process, but instead additional information being provided. It is not reasonable to then ask a further question which then falsely accuses people of hiding things.
The government. I corrected myself to say the government, Minister.
Well, it doesn't really matter whether it is directed towards me or to the officials. It is a false way of characterising the evidence that's been put before you already this morning.
So can I ask Ms Frame or Mr Kefford, what other changes have been made to claims reporting, if you could provide us with that information?
I'm not aware of any, Senator, and as I've just updated, we haven't changed what's provided on the website. We have made clear that we will be adding an additional field. I'm not aware of any other changes at all, but I will take on notice if there is something I am not aware of, Senator.
But Senator, just to come back to what you were saying before about Services Australia, our total time taken to process number, which has been published consistently, is the same as what you've just described with services. The entire time the claim is live from when the veteran lodges it until we make our decision.
And I understand that members of the Liberal Party will be very sensitive about this, given the appalling record of the last government when it came to
Minister,
claims
we're
processing.
here.
And
Sorry,
I understand the reasons why you may wish to undermine
Minister,
the progress that
we're
has
here
been
to
made
scrutinise
in
your
relation to supporting
government's
veterans.
performance.
Thank you,
So
Deputy
if we
Chair.
could just keep
But I
it
think
directly
that's a little
relevant.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. No, Senator, I think the Minister's still... You concluded, Minister?
I have concluded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, so
2 more minutes.
maybe we can
2
just
more minutes.
focus on the job that we have before us.
Let's just focus
not
back on
pot
questions,
shots.
please, Senator. I don't think you need to assist the Chair in how we manage today.
Thank you,
Let's
Chair.
just get back to it, please. 2 minutes to go.
Just wondering, does your current reporting reflect claims from current serving members?
Yes.
So no question about that?
None at all, Senator.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Chair, I would like to just hand over to Senator Smith to continue.
We've got 1 minute left. Look, why don't we move things
All
along?
right, okay.
Yeah.
No problem.
And it's obviously, I'm sure Senator Smith will like more than 1 minute.
Yeah.
But now, Senator Whittaker, and then I'll go to Senator Shoebridge, and then Senator Pocock, just so people know the rotation that we're going through this morning. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Secretary, I have some questions for you. During the Minister's address to the National Press Club yesterday, he said that when he took on the portfolios of Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence personnel, many veterans told him that they thought the approach by DVA, they described the approach by DVA as delay, deny, die. Which is an extremely concerning way for them to have described the approach. I'm wondering if you can explain to us, in your assessment, what was it that led to that negative view of DVA within the veterans community, and what has changed since that time?
Thank you, Senator. I believe the Minister would have been referring to complaints from veterans and serious impacts on families, some of the most tragic impacts of all, of having to wait for very long periods of time to have their claims determined. And that was a function of high claims inputs and a resourcing claims staff in the department that were inadequate to respond to the number of claims coming into the department. So that obviously caused backlogs and long delays. And for some veterans, those delays were very long. And the government responded to the interim report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, which made very specific recommendations about what was needed in DVA to address that issue and to ensure that veterans were not waiting excessively long periods for claims to be determined. And that's where the department received additional resourcing, 500 additional claims staff, and there were other investments in the department in the demand-driven funding model, and changes that resulted in a resourcing for the department that we have then also to which we have added productivity improvements and other enhancements associated with being able to move a lot of the workforce from labour hire and contractors into permanent ASL. Because the Royal Commission were specific that they needed to be permanent staffing members, and what that meant was we were able to invest in training and people became more and more skilled as they had that security and stability about being permanent members of the DVA claims workforce. Another factor that contributed to the increased productivity associated with the increased number of claims delegates was also work that was undertaken about streamlining the legislative framework as well. That's where the government accepted the recommendation about integrating the 3 acts into one act that would provide a far simpler framework for our claims delegates going forward. That one we have yet to realise the benefits of that on our claims workforce, but it enabled us to focus new delegates who came into the department on learning the new act and not having to learn the other 2 acts because those acts would not be operating after 1 July next year. So that just enabled us to streamline the training provided to new delegates and again to improve the quality and timeliness of processing of claims received under that MERCA Act, which is the act that will continue to be the act. And as the Minister explained yesterday, the time taken to process for that largest group of claims coming in, which is the MERCA-IL claims, for claims received in the last 12 months. That average time taken to process is now approximately 110 days.
Thank you for that answer. Could you, I'm sorry if you mentioned this, but I might have missed it. What was the total number of backlog of claims?
I'll get the exact number. It was 41,799, Senator. They were claims that were unallocated. That meant they had not been allocated to any delegate in the department to even have a cursory look at.
So that wasn't even claims that were in process. That was simply claims that had never been looked at.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. You talked a little bit in your answer about some of the changes to staffing, increasing staffing levels, bringing on permanent staff, stopping the use of labour hire. Could you tell me a bit more about the work that's been done to support the staff at DVA to assist them in their very important role of helping veterans and their families?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. As you can imagine, having a rapidly increasing workforce and of greater size, that meant we were able to scale up, improve the quality and quantity of the training provided to those new delegates. We introduced a new role of claims support officers who were able to do a lot of that pre-work and ensure that the highly trained delegates were able to receive claims that were incorporated all the relevant medical information so that they were ready for a determination. And so that internal change that was facilitated by having additional resourcing in the department also had a significant increase in the productivity of our delegates and their decision-making, Senator, and the decision-making, the number of decisions made by the department is at record levels and continues to increase.
That's great. I'm very pleased to hear that. The government has, of course, been responded, and the Minister talked to this yesterday in his address about the work that's being done to implement the Royal Commission, the findings of the Royal Commission and the recommendations. Can you tell me about the actions that DVA is taking specifically in relation to the report of the Royal Commission?
Certainly, Senator, there is a lot of work underway in the department on many of the recommendations. I will talk about some of them specifically. One the Minister spoke in some detail about yesterday was Recommendation 87, which was to establish a new agency within the Department of Veterans Affairs focused on veteran wellbeing, and that would also incorporate oversight of transition from the ADF, so would work alongside Defence very closely to ensure that that transition process and that separation from the ADF was handled in an integrated way, and that assistance to veterans could be calibrated as required. As the Minister explained yesterday, many veterans, most veterans in fact, do not require much support and go on to have very successful civilian lives. But we want to design an agency that actually has the ability to scale up and provide wraparound support to the smaller number of veterans that need more intensive support, and that is at the ready, and that there would be indicators that would ensure that support is provided at a much earlier point than it has been to date. Although I would point out, Senator, that the transition process and the way it is supported has been steadily improving for the last few years, and is the result of incredibly close cooperation between Defence and DVA.
Mm-hmm. And can you go into a little bit more detail about that new veteran and family wellbeing agency, and talk to some of the benefits, the specific benefits that it will bring to veterans and their families?
Certainly, Senator. I might get Ms McLaren or Mr Brewer. Mr Brewer is a former brigadier who is leading this work in DVA. He's our Deputy President of the Commission and has been obviously working very closely with the veteran community and integrating the aspects that they stipulate are most critical to them in the design of the new agency.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Mark Brewer, the Wellbeing Agency Task Force. So the benefits really, just building on what the Secretary mentioned, getting into early education and prevention. We have for some time worked with Defence in getting access to people as they join the ADF, but it's building the understanding of the veteran support system that exists alongside their service that can support families. That's working with both Defence Member and Family Services, which is a defence agency, but it's really about building an understanding of what's out there, improving not just access to information, but the quality of information available so that people can find it when they need it. And if they need assistance with connection, improving that process. So there's an early education and prevention focus, a focus on connecting and navigating people to the support that they require. And that also extends out into veterans and families hubs, because it might be that community-based services are best placed to deliver what veterans and families need, whether that's in service or out. But also the focus on transition is important because it's not just understanding those people at risk and providing really individualised support for them, which the Royal Commission spoke about being, that was a real need to improve on. But it's ensuring that it's tailored to give people choices as they go through the process, and that might include actually allowing people to serve on because we can increase the range of supports available. So there should be a benefit for Defence as well. And then as we move on, building community connection, not just through veterans and families hubs, but closer connection to ex-service organisations and other community-based services. They're really the benefits that we see through the agency. The Royal Commission was very clear that what wasn't needed was additional services. So it's not about providing more and more programs, it's about better integrating what's available, both upstream and downstream, improving navigation and referral, and really taking a system view so that we can uplift capability across the board. So it's quite a big remit for the agency, but it's quite an exciting opportunity.
A big task, but very important. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's it from me, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator. Now, Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks all for coming. Could I ask first about the inquiry into sexual violence that was announced yesterday? Is that your agency that's having the carriage of any of that?
No, Senator.
That's Defence?
No, Senator. I don't think the Minister indicated that it was exactly determined, but that he made statements that the new commission, the Defence Veteran Services Commission, would be a key part of overseeing that inquiry. It will not be overseen by Defence or DVA, Senator.
So at the moment there's no, Minister, is this right? At the moment there's no actual agency attached to that inquiry. At the moment the activity in relation to that is in the Australian Human Rights Commission and the consultation on terms of reference. Is that?
It is correct that the Australian Human Rights Commission has been engaged in consultation on the terms of reference. As I understand it, and officials may assist me with this, the broad implementation arrangements for the Royal Commission are being led by PM&C, and you may correct me if this is incorrect.
That's correct, Minister. That's correct, Minister. So as I said, Senator, the Minister has made clear that the Human Rights Commission are consulting on the terms of reference, and Minister Keogh has indicated that one of the options is to use the new Defence Veteran Services Commission, which exists now, Senator, as an agency to conduct that inquiry, but that's not yet finally determined as I understand it.
So do we know which minister is going to be responsible for progressing and supporting the inquiry?
It's not with the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Minister?
I think that these questions are better asked in the defence portfolio proper when they appear later this morning. As Ms Frame indicates, it's essentially a defence personnel question rather than a Veterans Affairs question. However, to date, the coordination of the response to the Royal Commission overall, which requires action across government, has been led by PM&C, and as you've already indicated, the Human Rights Commission has been consulting on their terms of reference. I imagine at the point in time where the inquiry concludes, the findings will be of interest to a range of ministers within government.
But to be clear, at the moment, it's not Minister Keogh who is progressing it. Is that your understanding?
Minister Miles and Minister Keogh are leads for work on the Royal Commission, for obvious reasons, because it crosses, the references cross.
But it's not this department, Department of Veterans Affairs.
It's not the Department of Veterans Affairs.
So which department, do you know which department is assisting Minister Keogh?
You should ask these questions when the Defence appear later this morning.
All right. Can I ask about the Veteran Services Commission? Is that been set up in collaboration with Veteran Affairs, or has it been set up in collaboration with Defence? Perhaps Ms. Frame?
Senator, as the Minister made clear, the work on the Commission and the work on that specific Commission, the Defence Services Commission, and on many of the recommendations of the Royal Commission is being led from a task force in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Okay. All right. Could we go to the backlog? I note that in the Minister's statement yesterday, or his speech to the press club, that he said that the backlog had been abolished in February. Do you remember him saying that?
I do, Senator.
I've got the data on the backlog in front of me. Can you tell me what the backlog is currently? What is the backlog currently?
Just to be clear, Senator, the Minister was very specific yesterday that the backlog he was referring to was the Royal Commission identified backlog of 41,799 claims that were unallocated at the time of the Royal Commission's interim report, and the Royal Commission stipulated specifically a time frame and a deadline of March 2024 for DVA to have finalised that backlog allocated that backlog, I should say, Senator. That deadline was met a month ahead of schedule, and I can also update the committee today that all of those claims have been determined, every single one have been determined, but you might be referring to current statistics, Senator, but the Minister yesterday was referring to the Royal Commission backlog.
Well, I'll just read you what the Minister said, and you'll tell me where he says Royal Commission backlog. As recommended in the interim report and promised to the 2022 election, we delivered 500 additional staff to process claims in the Department of Veterans Affairs, and that meant support is reaching veterans who need it. We cleared the claims backlog in February of last year, so now when someone submits an initial liability claim to DVA, it is looked at within a fortnight rather than gathering dust for months or years on end. So just stopping there. When he was referencing the backlog, he's referencing also claims that are happening now in the same sentence. I'll just repeat it. We cleared the claims backlog in February of last year, so now when someone submits an initial liability claim to DVA, it is looked at within a fortnight rather than gathering dust for months or years on end. Ms Frame, there's many ways of characterising that, but you cannot characterise that one sentence of referencing the backlog that was apparent to the Royal Commission.
Sorry, Senator Shoebridge, I perhaps hear this quite differently. I mean, Minister Keogh commences with a discussion about the interim recommendations from the Royal Commission. the government's decision to provide the resources to address and respond to those recommendations, and the outcome that was obtained by doing that, which was to clear the backlog that was made reference to in those recommendations. It's a pretty clear line of logic in the material that Minister Keogh presented to the Press Club. I should say that it is also consistent with the approach that has been taken in this committee over quite a number of years, and the discussions you've been part of, where we've talked about that particular backlog that was so clearly called out in those interim recommendations.
Minister, my concern has always been about the number of matters that are sitting unallocated, not allocated to a decision maker, sitting there waiting to commence. So, and indeed, the context of the announcement that the Minister made in February of 2024 was in the context of claims that are yet allocated to a delegate. So perhaps we might advance this discussion by actually looking at the data that's on the department's own website. So as I understand it, Ms Frame, it was true that as at 31 January, that number had fallen to 3,697. The 30th of June 2024, by the 30th of June 2024, it was at 4,986. And then the most recent data on the website, October 25, has it at 22,820. Now, am I misreading that data?
No, Senator, I can provide more information.
Yep.
Would you like me to, Senator?
Well, can you explain to me how a backlog of 22,820 is in any way consistent with what the Minister told the Press Club yesterday?
I can, Senator, certainly. It is consistent, and the Minister's statement was a true statement about initial liability. And the breakdown of the number that you just mentioned, Senator, and Mr Kefford will have exact numbers, but the breakdown is that the vast majority of that number, well over 20,000, maybe 21,000, are permanent impairment claims. So the Minister's statement about initial liability is true and accurate, and a very small number of that backlog number you're referring to relate to initial liability. And what that means is that there are veterans waiting for permanent impairment claims to be determined, but there is a very small number waiting for initial liability claims to be determined. And what that most practically and importantly means is that they have all healthcare services available to them pursuant or germane to their claims, because their initial liability has been determined, and they would be receiving services from the Department of Veterans Affairs and are waiting for their permanent impairment to be determined, which pertains to financial compensation.
Ms Frame, I have been consistent in this committee of recognising when achievements have been made. And there is, although there's been a significant jump in the most recent data of unallocated initial determination matters, which we'll come to in a sec, perhaps you've got more current figures, that's broadly a positive picture. But when the Minister stands up and says that the backlog has been eliminated and there are 22,820 claims that are not allocated, the Minister is not telling the whole truth. There's a fine story to tell, but that fine story is not assisted when the Minister makes claims that are just not supported by the evidence, and particularly when the unallocated claims have surged in relation to permanent impairment from about $5,000 in October 2024 to over 21,000. Like, your case is not helped by the Minister making those generalised and, I would say, inaccurate assertions.
Well, I don't accept, Senator, that the statements are inaccurate, and I think that the government has been very clear about the way, about what's required. We came to government understanding that there was a problem with the resourcing in the department, and it was insufficiently resourced to deal with the scale of the challenge.
Pushing against an open door.
And that had real consequences for veterans, and that we were determined to deal with it. We have made real progress, and Minister Keogh, in his remarks, frankly, in the entire time he's been in the portfolio, have appropriately reflected on that progress. we also are very clear that there is a great deal more to do. And Ms Frame has already stepped through this morning some of the steps that have been taken so far to implement the findings of the Royal Commission, and they do require institutional reform, and we're making the necessary investments to stand those arrangements up as well.
Why don't we actually get some detail about what's happening to why have the number of total of permanent impairment claims that are sitting there in the backlog escalated so substantially? And, you know, the data, it's even worse if you go back to 30th of June 2024. There were 3,600 unallocated in the middle of 2024. There's now 21,156. Can you explain where that comes from?
I can, Senator. Thank you. And thank you for the question. As I have explained earlier, that backlog number pertains the vast majority to permanent impairment, a very small number, in fact, to initial liability.
I was only asking you about permanent impairment.
It goes to the answer, Senator, that in fact, because we have been processing initial liability claims so quickly, and as the Minister explained yesterday, within the timeframes that he set out at the Press Club, what that means is that those claims translate into permanent impairment claims. It is a sequence, Senator, that commences obviously with initial liability. Permanent impairment claims cannot be lodged until initial liability has been determined. So the rate of processing claims of initial liability, which it enables veterans to access services, has converted into a higher rate of permanent impairment claims.
I understand the progress through the system. But the problem is there needs to be a system. And obviously, once you make initial liability claims, you're going to get, you know, as a result of that, the inevitable permanent impairment claims. What is the delay now from lodgement to determination of permanent impairment claims, and how does that compare to 2 years ago?
Senator, I might get Mr Kefford to provide some more information, but I would just start by saying, as I've said, the issue is, or causing this dilemma or problem, is the rate of processing of initial liability claims.
But that was always going to be the case.
Can I just add, Senator, please?
Just like moving the traffic down to the next traffic jam.
While
I'm
the
asking
traffic,
about the next traffic jam.
If I could finish my answer, Senator, and that the claim numbers coming in at the same time continue to grow. So DVA on average is receiving 5,000 claims a fortnight. Those claim rates are continuing to increase. We are doing everything we can within our resources to prioritise initial liability to make sure that veterans have earliest access possible to the healthcare services that they need, and then we are putting resources onto permanent impairment.
Can I have an answer to my question, though, which was about time? I really would just like an answer to the question about time.
Sorry, what was this?
What's the delay now from the time of lodgement to determination of permanent impairment claims compared to what it was 2 years ago?
The time taken to process?
Yes.
Senator, we will get you that. We will get you that information. But I am explaining, Senator, the dynamics and what is happening here with these claims.
I understand how a claim works its way through the system. I'm not asking you to provide me with a lecture on how the claims work their way through the system. I just want to know what's happened to the determination times for permanent impairment claims. And I ask you this because, for the reasons we discussed only 2 minutes ago, this was an inevitable result of processing initial liability claims. You were always going to get this, and we'll come back to what the planning was and what the staffing was to resolve this new backlog. But can we start with the times?
If I may, I think that, notwithstanding your assertion that you understand how all this works, this is a forum where the officials are able to explain to senators, but also, of course, to anyone else who seeks to take an interest in the administration of this department, how things work. And so if it were possible to allow Ms Frame to answer your questions
there are plenty of opportunities for Dorothy Dix's from the government.
I think that would be a helpful way to proceed. And she is providing relevant information to the questions you're bringing.
Well, Chair, this system, this has helped. Questions are asked and they're answered.
Yep,
If the
and I was
government
just-
wants additional context, they can by all means ask it. I
Thanks,
would just
Senator.
like answers.
Now, I understand the Senator has asked a question. Have we got an answer? I'm mindful I've also got to move the call around. So if you could please provide an answer to Senator Shoebridge.
Senator, we are sourcing those numbers now. We don't have them at the table
Okay.
with us.
And you'll come back after this round? Yep.
Yes, we will. Thank you,
All right.
Chair.
Okay, now, Senator Pocock, you have the call.
This morning. Secretary, I continue to be contacted by veterans here in the ACT who are finding it difficult to find a doctor who will accept their white and gold cards. And if it's all right, I just wanted to read you a few lines from an email I've received from a veteran. I'm writing today as I've spent a very frustrating morning on hold, spending over half an hour each phone call with numerous GP clinics looking for GPs that will see DVA clients in Canberra. When bringing up the issue with DVA, I was told rudely on the phone to just find a new doctor who bulk bills or use my Medicare card. When checking the DVA website to find a GP, the site sent me to a GP directory for my area. After calling the closest clinics, I could not find one single GP that would see DVA clients. I hear politicians saying it's becoming easier for DVA clients to find a doctor in Canberra. The reality is that I now have to travel further from my area just to be seen as a DVA patient, then once again fill out reimbursement forms to get doctors' fees and transport. I've had another Canberran write to me saying that he's noticing that veterans with gold cards are having to find new GPs and specialists. And I know we've spoken about this previously, but I was hoping to understand whether, following the tripling of the bulk billing incentives, you're seeing improvements in veterans' bulk billing here in Canberra.
I have Ms Kavanagh, Senator, who can assist with those questions specifically. I just wanted to say at the outset, it's really disappointing to hear of the information that veteran was provided from the department. So I'm happy to look into that because that is incorrect information. We do try to assist, or we seek to try and assist veterans to find a GP who does take a gold card, white card. It is a specific issue in Canberra that is more problematic in Canberra because of a more general issue with GPs as well. But I would like to see what I could do to see about that information that was provided. Thank you. Ms Kavanagh.
Tara Kavanagh, First Assistant Secretary, Program Delivery Division. Senator, Australia-wide, DVA is aware of 36,000 GPs who accept veteran card arrangements. For the ACT specifically, in 24-25, there were 14,852 eligible clients in that ACT. 4,575 of whom were bulk billed under DVA card arrangements.
So is that, what's that, 30%, 33%? Pretty low.
Yeah. I don't have the exact percentage,
sure.
Senator. I say that number because the number of veterans eligible in the ACT has gone down slightly since the 23-24 year. So in 23-24, there were 15,368 veterans eligible in the ACT. The other number I'll give you is that in the last 6 months, we are aware of 520 GPs who accepted veteran gold card arrangements in the ACT. And 580 within the ACT and Canberra region.
Thank you. I'll come to that in a bit. Is that number increasing or decreasing in terms of the percentage of
It's increasing, Senator. So that compares to the period 1 May to 31 October 2024. There were 528 GPs.
No,
that
sorry,
has
not
gone
the
up to
GPs.
580.
No, I'll come to the GP numbers because I've got some concerns around them in a bit, but the percentage of gold and white card holders who are bulk billed, is that going up or down?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. I think if you look at the number of veterans having gone down, the overall percentage should have gone up. But I'd just like to take that away and do the sums.
Okay, please do. And I mean, if it's just because the number eligible have gone down, that would also be concerning. Can you talk me through why veterans have to pay the full amount for the GP and then fill out reimbursement forms and send them to DVA. What's the point of having a card if you're having to get reimbursed?
So, Senator, veterans don't have to seek reimbursement for the majority of health services they access.
What about
Where a
seeing a
doctor
GP?
where a doctor accepts a gold or a white card arrangement, that service is paid for directly by DVA. There is no out-of-pocket expense for the veteran.
Sure.
If the doctor has a clinical need to charge more, the doctor can apply to get prior approval from DVA for a higher fee. Additionally, if for any reason a veteran needs to see a doctor and can't access card arrangements at the time, DVA will also provide reimbursement, but that is not the majority of veterans who are accessing health services.
Okay, well, I'm hearing from a lot of veterans who are saying that they have to sort of process the reimbursement. I want to come to you say there's 520 GPs in the ACT that bulk bill veterans, but we only have around 400 GPs in the ACT. So I'm wondering how you get that number. I understand GPs come and go, but if I read that number, it would mean that basically every permanent GP in Canberra bulk bills if you have a gold or white card. That clearly is not the case.
So, Senator, 580 GPs are in the ACT and Canberra region. So that would include all GPs within 20 kilometres of postcode 2600.
What about in the ACT? Or should...
So the number for the ACT only is 520, 580 for the ACT.
Sure. Who's that according to?
That's according to DVA data on GPs who are receiving payments through white and gold card arrangements.
Okay. I mean, maybe I'll notice if you go back and work out how many of them are actually permanent GPs that are actually in the ACT, because I think that goes against sort of official statistics here in the ACT from the government and from, AMA and others. And maybe I'll notice too how many GP clinics are routinely accepting white cards and gold cards in the ACT. Also wanted to ask about physiotherapy.
Mm-hmm.
This is another really common complaint I get from physiotherapists across the ACT and even more broadly about the rates that DVA pay for a physiotherapy session. And I know last time we spoke, you said DVA was contributing to whole of government work in this area, and a lot of work has happened in the NDIS. But could I just check, are you seeing a decrease in the number of physiotherapists accepting DVA rates? And can you provide a state and territory breakdown on that?
Certainly, Senator.
2 more questions.
We're actually seeing an increase overall in the number of physiotherapists who are accepting DVA rates. Overall expenditure for 24-25 was 93.27 million, up from 82.56 million. The number of providers overall for the ACT 2023-24 was 330. 24-25, 354.
Thank you. Just two final questions. If DVA says that all of these things are going up and there's 520 GPs in the ACT who bulk bill, why am I hearing from veterans, like I read out, where they can't find a GP who will bulk bill them, and then when they ring DVA, if there were 520, you just point them to the nearest GP, surely, because that's more GPs than we have.
Senator, I think my advice to those veterans would be that DVA is here to help them to find a GP or a physiotherapist who will accept DVA white and gold card arrangements.
But you shouldn't have to if there's 520 GPs who bulk bill in the ACT, then like literally every single GP bulk bills if you've got a card, but that clearly isn't the case. So why is there such a discrepancy? I come to estimates and it sounds like more than every GP in the ACT bulk bills, you talk to any veteran and that's not the case.
Senator, if I could just add, we will bring you more information on notice, but my estimation is that the number we're providing, which is an accurate number from DVA's perspective or from our records, of where a GP or a physiotherapist has accepted a DVA white or gold card for a service, it could be that was one service provided.
Yeah.
So that we will come back with a full clarification on that, Senator.
That'd be great,
that's
because
my anticipation.
there's a big difference between a
constitutes.
GP who's got an existing relationship with a veteran who bulk bills that person because they know that they need it, versus someone who actually just bulk bills everyone. Just finally on a different, I'm running up against time. I was really pleased to see in the Minister's speech yesterday that veterans, and to quote Minister Keogh, can now get access to the most up-to-date treatments and rehab options, whether that is through world-leading PTSD treatments through MDMA, using MDMA and psilocybin for treatment-resistant depression, or psychiatric assistance dogs. And I wanted to ask about the use of MDMA and psilocybin and how available that will be to veterans, and what the pathway to actually accessing that potentially life-changing treatment is. If there's a veteran in the ACT who has treatment-resistant depression, how do they access this treatment, and what will it cost?
Certainly, thanks, Senator. We have provided some information on that to veterans, and we have put in place clinical guidelines to ensure that veterans are properly supported in accessing those services. So at the moment it's a level 4 service, which means that different treatments would need to have demonstrated to have failed for those treatments to be accepted and supported by DVA. We're obviously very keen to support them where they are clinically indicated, and we have a process that is overseen by our chief psychiatrist and a support team he has around him to look at the requests that come in and ensure that there's proper clinical supervision and support for veterans undertaking that treatment. But we're happy to give you more information on that, but they are the processes that we've put in place. It's all very new, Senator, so there's not numbers there at the moment to report on, but we can certainly provide you information about the process we've put in place.
So, Senator, we held an industry briefing with the Chief Psychiatrist and Chief Medical Officer at the end of October, and so this service has been provided from the 3rd of November this year, and so as the Secretary said, we're just starting to see those applications come through. Very deliberately, because of the nature of the treatment, this is one where the guidelines that have been set down by the Repatriation Commission are very specific in terms of the clinical circumstances in which it's supported, and the role of the Chief Psychiatrist in actually approving treatment ahead of it taking place. So I think we've had, when I last spoke to the Chief Psychiatrist, we'd received one formal application since that date to provide this treatment, and it's something that is genuinely at the leading edge of this particular response.
Thank you. I mean, I understand the caution, but it is TGA approved. We're seeing it used in other countries, and so is there a budget to allow more veterans to access this? Will it be?
Budget constraints.
There's no budget constraint. Okay, so if people meet the criteria, they will get
That's correct,
get
Senator.
treatment they need. Will there be a co-payment?
No.
No.
No, so
fully covered.
It's funded under our normal
That's
special
brilliant.
appropriation arrangements.
Okay.
So the test is simply the clinical one for previous treatments that haven't worked, and then the endorsement through the guidelines that are published on our website.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate your work on this. That's great news. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, that's all right. Thank you very much, Senator. Now, Senator Dean Smith, you have the call.
Chair, and good morning to you, and thank you for the work you do for Australia's veterans community. I'm the son of a veteran, so we're most appreciative. Just turning to the claims processing data that you provide on your website, I've been able to access the material for July and August of this year. Is information available for September, October, November?
The data from October would have been published by now, Senator, yes?
Would have been published as well?
Yes.
Okay, can you table that? So could you table that?
Happy to. It's on the website, Senator. I don't have a physical copy of it, but certainly we can arrange to do so.
No, I didn't see it on the website, but you're confirming that it's on the website for September and October? It is, yeah, I can see people nodding. Thanks very much. So just to confirm, you mentioned that the department receives about 5,000 applications fortnightly. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct, Senator.
So that would be 2,500 a week on average?
On average, yes.
And how many of those claims are allocated to delegates each week?
Senator, as the Secretary's outlined, the screening process that we go through sees consistently over 98% of initial liability claims allocated for within that 2-week period. So, for example, at the end of October, we had 1,513 IL claims unallocated. So that's less than a week's worth.
Thank you.
And as the Secretary previously outlined, that's very deliberately part of screening to ensure that veterans are, particularly if they're in circumstances of vulnerability, are provided with speedy access to support and incapacity payments and other things that flow from that.
How many delegates are there?
Just bear with me for a moment, Senator.
We might need to take that on notice, Senator. I believe there's about 1,070 staff in the Client Benefits Division, which is our claims processing division, but we could take on notice a more specific number,
It's a very big file you've got in front of you there. I'm sure the number of delegates is included in that.
I don't think I have the numbers
Perhaps
of the breakdown of the composition.
Perhaps an official behind you can bring that information to the table as I'm going through this inquiry. It's important to me. So, having reviewed the data that I did see on the website, my sort of broad assessment is that you're consistently receiving around 10,000 claims per month.
That's correct, Senator. That's approximate, but that is an average amount.
Yeah, and in most months you're finalising approximately 9,000 claims.
I will just confirm with my colleagues here, Senator, but it is correct that claims are coming in at the moment, or for the last few years, at a very high rate, and that means that the claims on hand is continuing to increase slightly.
So, Senator, if I might add, you're referring to data from the middle of the year. So for 24-25, we received 101,157 claims. That was up 13% on the year before.
No, what I'm doing is I've been able to look at the most recent data on what that's available on the website, and I'm just making some thematic.
I was getting to your point about the speed at which we process, Senator, because in that same period for the year we made 102,957 determinations.
So, but I don't think that is my line of inquiry. Excuse me. My line of inquiry in this, having looked at the data that is on the website, and you've agreed that you're consistently receiving around 10,000 claims per month, and in most months you've been finalising approximately 9,000 claims, leaving a shortfall approximately of 1,000 claims per month, or a rising shortfall?
I need to look at the exact numbers, Senator, but what I said in my earlier response is that is the case, that I don't know specific numbers, but that the total claims on hand number, which reflects the whole stock of claims with the department, is increasing.
Yeah. And so what is the strategy that's to be engaged for dealing with that backlog?
There are a number of strategies, Senator.
So this is a new backlog. So this is the non-Royal Commission backlog.
I would not characterise it as a backlog, Senator, because many of them are still within the KPI timeframes. We might have a breakdown of those numbers. I'll find out if we have a breakdown. But of that total claims on hand...
How do we define a backlog?
A backlog is... Well, there's many definitions, but one thing that would certainly constitute a backlog and a priority claim for us is a claim that was outside of the statutory timeframes in the Veteran Recognition Act, which stipulates KPIs for initial liability and permanent impairment claims. So that is obviously one way in which we would consider that was a claim that was outside of that framework and would be a priority for us. Is there anything else you want to add?
Well, Senator, you're asking about strategies. We continue to invest in training for our staff. We continue to invest in our systems. The Secretary alluded previously to work that we're doing on examining the scope for artificial intelligence to assist us in dealing with the volume of claims. The other observation I'd make is that the age of the cases on hand is significantly lower and is trending down. So there's more than...
and complexity is rising.
Well, and yes. In addition to the number of claims growing in double digits, the number of conditions continues to grow. So the number of conditions last year was up over 20% on the year before.
That's right. Yep. So just in regards to that piece of evidence, AI is being explored but not yet deployed.
That's correct, Senator. It is being deployed on non-veteran data, as I explained in my opening statement. We are deploying AI, but not with veteran data.
Do you have the number of delegates available?
Not at the moment, Senator, because I need to confirm with the team about the claim support officers and the breakdown of the different work roles. So we'll come back to you on that, Senator.
What proportion of delegates work from home on a regular basis?
I might hand to Mr Philp, Senator, but I don't believe we have that specific information. We don't have that information, Senator. So we don't record staff members who work from home unless they are staff. Well, there is an expectation that people are in the office as much as possible, and people are in the office on average 3 days a week, Senator. Where people are seeking more leave from home arrangements, that has to be the subject of a specific request to the Human Resources area, and they are centrally considered. So we only have numbers, Senator, on those staff that work 4 days or more a week from home.
And what is that number?
I'm just trying to find, excuse me, Senator, Brenton Philp, the Chief Operating Officer. I'm just trying to find that number. I'll come back to you in a moment.
We have provided it in a very recent quant, but I...
Right.
My recollection, it's like 120 staff that are in that 4 to 5 day category.
Thank you. Do you measure the productivity of delegates?
We do, Senator. I'll get Mr Kefford to tell you more about that.
Yeah, we do, Senator, and we've just completed a benchmarking process to assist us in managing the workload with right across the Client Benefits Division. So there are expectations for delegates and for claim support officers in terms of the numbers of decisions that they will make, but also taking account of the complexity of those claims. So while it's good practice to focus on claims because that solidifies around the individual veteran, one claim is not the same as the next, and some of them can be more complex, and so we manage workload across conditions as well as claims.
I mean, that's not uncommon. A similar experience happens across the National Regional Scheme. That's right. So just explain to me this benchmarking exercise that you've undertaken. So through the course of this year, recognising A, because it hadn't been done for some time, and B, because the nature of the business is different now than it was a few years ago. We went through a process in consultation with staff in the CPSU to look at existing benchmarks, whether they were remained current or remained appropriate. We're also seeking, as part of your question before about strategy, is we're seeking to remove variations between offices, between our state offices about how claims are processed in the interest of national consistency. And then the particular measures that we took into account in this process were, as I say, the continuing increases in complexity, but also the impact of work that we are seeing taking time for the delegates, which is on claims often lodged by commissions-based advocates, where we have to go through the process of assessment and partway through the decision-making process, but then what we see is those claims being withdrawn at the point we indicate that we're not likely to accept them as being service-related. That's a relatively new aspect of a broader discussion to which the Minister referred yesterday, but is a real impact on the colleagues in the work that they're doing, because they have to do the same work on those claims even if they do end up being withdrawn, and previously that effort had not been counted. When was the last time an exercise was undertaken to review the productivity of delegates?
I don't know at the moment, Senator. I'll see if the colleagues can help me while we're at the table.
Sounds like it was some time ago in your evidence.
It's certainly not in the time that I've been here. That's 2.5 years, Senator, so it's a while.
It is a while. Can veterans be confident that there is consistency in the decision-making on their claim compared to other veterans with similar experiences or conditions?
Well, yes, Senator. As I said, we have processes and training to ensure that's the case, and then there's also the appeal rights that exist beyond that. And despite the doubling of throughput through the decision-making processes, the rates of appeal and the rates of decisions being changed have remained stable.
But it's necessary for it to be an element of this most recent benchmarking process you're going through.
Senator, I mentioned it in the context of looking to continue to improve our decision-making processes, and part of that is ensuring, rather than imposing, ensuring that we're taking a consistent approach to similar sorts of decisions, recognising that each of them have to turn on their merits and the medical evidence that's presented.
The Australian National Audit Office released a report just in the last week in regards to the operation of the National Redress Scheme, which was quite revealing in terms of what it had to say about the consistency of decisions between applicants. So just to reiterate, you're very, very confident there's a high level of consistency between like claims?
Well, Senator, I haven't reviewed that particular report to which you're referring, but a question of consistency, I don't think is borne out in what we're seeing going through the Veterans Review Board or other processes.
The Australian Public Service Commission census data from 2025 identified, I think, that about 50% of staff said that they didn't have the necessary resources or tools to do their job. Have I understood that correctly?
Senator, if I could respond to that one. And it goes to something that I wanted to add too about our ongoing efforts to improve productivity. What that response in large part is reflecting in staff is a dim view of the ICT systems that they have to support them doing their job. And we are constantly looking to improve those systems. They are subject to constant enhancements, and that's also enhancements that drive the productivity improvements because they are informed by staff advice on where there are processes and manual workarounds that result in stretching out, in effect, obviously affect their productivity. So that we have explored that further with staff, that statistic that you raise there, and it goes to what we are aware of, which is that we need to continue to prioritise ICT investment and improve the systems on which our staff are operating.
What is the quantum of IT investment that has taken place over the last 3 years?
It's quite significant, Senator. We will see if we can get that number for you.
So just to recap, and so not to lose our place. So on notice, if you could provide me detail of the training that's being deployed, that was mentioned in your previous response, those various system upgrades that are being systems upgraded to support productivity, and sort of what type of AI work is currently in scope. You mentioned some in your opening statement, that is true, but I'm just looking for a little bit more granularity. And if you can provide me with some more detail about this benchmarking exercise. So who is doing the benchmarking exercise?
Senator, that was an internal process done in consultation with staff and the CPSU.
An internal process. And does it have a management committee, a project committee?
It was done as part of the ongoing leadership and management of the client, the client benefits division. There wasn't a separate steering committee per se.
So it's been completed?
It's finished, yes.
Can you provide a copy of that report?
Happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Sorry?
I'm happy to take that on notice.
So was there a report done?
Yes.
Yep. So, and what's the report called?
I don't actually recall, Senator, I'm sorry.
If you could provide a copy of the report on notice. So the benchmarking process that was undertaken and the report that was completed, did that arise out of commentary from the CPSU National President Brooke Muscat's comments?
I'm sorry, I don't know the comments to which you're referring to.
CPSU letterhead addressed to this secretary, this committee, so it's a public document. I'm assuming you would have seen it, where the CPSU talks about the the continued increasing rate of claims means there is a new backlog of unallocated claims, now over 16 claims and increasing. This has now resulted in unsustainable workloads, not only for workers processing claims, but for workers in roles that arrange healthcare, education and other support services. So this benchmark exercise, was it done in response to this, or was it done prior to the CPSU's submission to this committee?
What was the date of the submission, Senator?
It's a good question. I actually don't have it. Oh, sorry, the 5th of September this year. The 5th of September this year.
The benchmarking was earlier than that, Senator.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it might just assist everyone. I mean, I'd like to know what we're referring to as well.
While that's occurring, I can indicate that just in relation to your earlier question on notice, Senator Smith, about investments in ICT, I think the Minister indicated yesterday that there has been $700 million invested in ICT and AI since we came to government.
Great, thank you very much. So do we have the number of delegates?
No, Senator. I'm going to need to take that on notice because I need to get the breakdown of team roles and ensure I get you an accurate number.
You talked about the Claim Benefits Division.
Client Benefits Division.
Client Benefit Division. If you could just provide us with a snapshot of that particular working group and the number of staff at various levels in addition to that delegate information, that would be helpful.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, well, that's good, and we'll get a copy of that letter, Dean. We'll circulate that. Now, I think your time is, we've got 2 minutes left in your block if you wanted.
Yep. I'll start. I'll just...
Yeah?
Yep.
2 minutes? All right.
2 minutes.
Off you go.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Kefford, I wanted to ask about the Senate inquiry into issues relating to advocacy services for veterans seeking compensation and the work that the department is doing. When did you first become aware of the increase in for-profit advocacy services?
Well, Senator, I think it is a feature of the business that's emerged since the speed at which we're processing claims increased after the investments that we've referred to earlier in the evidence this morning. And the growth has been most significant over the last 18 months, and so it's developed, but it's developed quickly.
So to cut to the chase, we've seen a dramatic increase in for-profit advocacy providers who in some cases are blatantly ripping off veterans, who are acting like cowboys, and we had very extensive evidence about that. And just going back to your submission, Mr Kefford, you do say that the increase in DVA's processing capacity, and this is from your submission, has to some extent encouraged the development of advocacy business models and behaviours of concerns, and these include the lodging of excessive claims, the charging of very significant commission-based fees, and we had a lot of evidence about that, aggressive behaviour towards DVA staff, some pretty improper conduct across the board. We talked about your recommendations to government and the need, and we've obviously made recommendations for urgent legislation to regulate what is currently an unregulated area. Could you update this committee on where things are at in terms of progressing any response, including legislation?
Thank you, Senator. As the Minister remarked yesterday, the government has accepted those components of the committee's report that related to the need for regulation both around the commissions-based fees and the practices of some in providing services from that are offshore. He also said yesterday that he's asked us to conduct a consultation with the sector to ensure that the level of regulation does not unduly burden the volunteer and ESO advocates, but sufficiently addresses the concerns to which you've referred from our submission in relation particularly to the commissions-based advocacy firms and all the things that go with them that we heard in the committee hearings and break fees and so on. The Minister's remarks yesterday were that he's keen for us to get on with it. I think he said he's keen for it all to be done yesterday. So we're preparing a process. We'll conduct that discussion, including with the institute, the Veterans Advocacy Institute, to which he also announced provision of funding yesterday.
Mr Kevitt, I'll continue my questions. I need to share the call. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks a lot, everyone. Now, Senator Ghosh, I'll come to you, and then Senator Shoebridge. So, Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing here today. I'm going to pick up on that Veterans Advocacy Services issue as well. Can I go back to where you started, Mr Kefford, around when this behaviour began? And are you able to elaborate on sort of the origins and that timing a little bit more?
Well, Senator, the Minister remarked on this yesterday too. The practice of ex-service organisations providing support to their veteran colleagues to engage with DVA is not a new feature. And indeed, during that time, it hasn't been uncommon for law firms and other entities on occasion to provide that similar sort of advice to people who choose to go down a path of paying for that support to engage with us. The funding of the ex-service organisations to deliver that support through the BEST scheme, for which the announced funding or the announcement yesterday was a doubling of funding, or more than doubling of funding, has supported that free to the veteran service through the ex-service organisations for some time. I think what we've seen over the last 18 months particularly is the emergence of a business practice where there has been both a business model that's founded on commissions-based fees, either a commission on the statutory entitlement amount or indeed a variation based on the number of impairment points that are determined by the department. And very often these entities have relationships, in some cases formally through common ownership, in others less formally, with other commercial entities which provide medical reports and that sort of thing as part of the claims process. So essentially we went from single digits in the 3-4 year to about 20% of the business in the course of the last financial year in terms of the number of claims lodged through the majority of, or the largest of these commercial-based entities.
Can I just break down the types or categories of advocate that you've referred to in your evidence so far? You've referred to volunteer advocates, and I think within that, at least from the evidence we heard at the committee, would include the ex-service organisations. You've referred to fee-for-service advocates, and then falling probably broadly within that category, a separate category of commission-based advocates. Are you able to identify or provide some commentary on the types of behaviour that you're identifying by those advocates in their interaction with the department, and perhaps by reference to those three categories?
So probably the easiest way to characterise it, Senator, is to draw the distinction between advocacy services that are provided free to the veteran and those for which a fee is paid. Within the free to the veteran services, there will be a mix of genuinely volunteer advocates, all of whom are still trained under the ATDP, but a number of some of the larger ex-service organisations in particular do employ advocates utilising the BEST funding and other sources of funding, but the service is still free to the veterans. So that's kind of one category. The others are where there is a fee charged, and as I say, that tends to be people who seek legal firm to help with that process. And then this other category of the commissions-based advocacy entities. We mentioned in our submission to the Senate's inquiry that one of the disturbing aspects of that, beyond the impact on the veteran and the families of veterans from the financial cost, is the way in which some of the staff of some of these entities engage with our staff. They adopt a particularly aggressive style, in some cases straight up and down abusive, but in others harassment, so repeated emails, repeated calls. We had cause to write to advocates earlier in the year, and I think we provided this on notice to the inquiry, drawing attention to our mutually respectful behaviours policy, and that does include advocates, as well as the importance of not, or how we would respond where allegations are made that if certain action's not taken, then we're either causing significant distress or indeed in some cases causing veterans to consider taking their own life. And so that correspondence pointed out that at any point the department, not just in the claims business, receives that sort of information, the first thing we're going to do is refer it to the appropriate emergency authorities to be dealt with. So it has been an unsavoury element of this business practice, not solely limited to them, to be clear, but it was sufficiently common that we saw cause to raise it with the committee as part of our submission.
And in addition to obviously writing to certain problematic organisations or individuals that have interacted with the department, are you able to outline for us what is the action that your department is taking to address these types of behaviours from veteran advocates organisations at a systemic or widespread level?
Well, there's a range of measures, Senator, and the Institute is a key part of that, because the Institute and membership of the Institute will involve both it's not written this way, but a fit and proper person test, but also a code of conduct and consequences for breaching that code of conduct. But more broadly, I've referenced our mutually respectful behaviour policy, so that incorporates both individuals who are dealing with the department, but also individuals who are like third parties engaging with us. And there are a range of measures that are available under that, based on formal advice and formal decision making, but ranging from a polite request to behave appropriately respectfully to our staff, and unfortunately we're not alone in needing to say that, but ranges then through to limiting contact to perhaps written-only communications in relation to clients. That can extend to a single point of contact inside the department, because even where we are dealing with a veteran where we needed to have this conversation, we still have to engage with them, we still have an obligation to support them, we just need to do it in a way that's appropriate and reflects the obligations we have towards, for our staff as well as to the veteran. There have been cases where with an advocate we don't have to deal with them, and so there have been cases, and the final sanction that we have used in the last, certainly in the last year, is making complaints to the AFP about the behaviour towards us, and particularly the misuse of the carriage service offence to harass and threaten staff. And at that point, we also, and there was a case in relation to an advocate where we then arranged for their clients to be attached to or connected to a different advocate, because, as I say, while we have to continue to deal with veterans, we don't have to deal with advocates who are behaving at that most extreme end.
Now, can I ask you about the Institute, which is the Institute for Veterans Advocates? What's the relationship between the government or the department and that institute? Are you able to tell us a little bit about what they do?
Certainly, Senator. While there is a close working relationship, the Institute is entirely independent. It's a company limited by guarantee. It was developed out of a working group established by our ex-service organisations round table, and then there followed a period of public consultation, including with the Law Society, but it was a genuinely public process October or so last year. The Institute, as I say, is entirely separate from us. It's been established to be the professional body for veteran advocates. It will, under its rules, admit fee-for-service advocates, provided that they agree to be bound by the Code of Conduct and provided that they don't charge commissions-based fees. So if they have a published fee schedule, so for example, a reputable law firm would be able to be a member, and I think one of the benefits of that is up until now the formal ATDP training that the department holds for advocacy has only been available to the ESO advocates and not to commercial providers. The Minister announced yesterday funding to be provided to the Institute to support its operations, but as I say, they are entirely independent of the Commonwealth.
And final question, and thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair. How will acting Chair? How will the government support advocacy services that are free to veterans?
So the Minister's announcement in his speech yesterday was that the government's agreed to more than double the funding provided through the BEST grants. So this year it was just short of, it was 4.8 million. And this, of course, is in line with recommendation 99 in the Royal Commission's report about funding for advocacy services. The other component of that discussion, which is also about, not just about numbers, but also providing a greater degree of certainty, and the Minister referred to this yesterday too, for the ESO advocates that do choose to employ advocates, but also for those people themselves, is an extension. At the moment, BEST is an annual grants process, which obviously has a high degree of transaction cost, but also means that a good advocate who's employed by an ESO doesn't have a degree of certainty. So in both expanding the quantum but also the duration of the grants, it's hoped that that will encourage more sustainable employment of advocates.
And are you able to just give us the numbers in terms of that funding you were referring to the Institute of Veterans Advocates, and then also the funding of the BEST grants? I think you said it was doubled.
What the Minister said yesterday was that the government's agreed to more than double. This year's grants were 4.8 million, but the formal announcement of those figures and the grants for the Institute is a matter for the budget documents.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Acting Chair.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Senator. Now, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Do we have those numbers?
Yes, we do, Senator.
Cool. So, Senator, so for Mercer permanent impairment, 23-24, this is total time taken to process, so beginning to end. 23-24 was 198. 24-25 was 205. For the year to date, it's 198. For DERCA PI, 23-24 was 293. 24-25 it was 317. The year to date, 385.
Yeah. So currently it's taking a year and 3 months to process a DERCA claim. Is that right? A DERCA permanent impairment claim? Bit more.
Yeah, those numbers, so total time taken process is the mathematical average age of the cases we did that month. So,
yeah.
so they're not all that old, is what I'm trying to say. So, but on average,
but on average,
that's right.
On average, it's taking longer now to assess a DERCA permanent impairment claim than it was 2 years ago.
That's right, Senator.
About 100 days more. About 100 days more.
Yes, based on what I just gave you as evidence. Part of that, Senator, will be driven by the fact that we have been making concerted effort to deal with our very oldest cases, and many of those very oldest cases are caught up in that DERCA PI mix because they're TRIACT cases. And so, for example, we did 6,500 cases over 800 days old last year, and we're continuing to focus on those, and they will, by definition, drag that number up.
Well, so if you get rid of ones that have the greatest delay in them, the average delay will increase? I don't understand that maths.
The total time taken to process is simply the age of all the cases that we decided in a month.
I know how to work out an average.
Yeah. So if we're dealing with those oldest cases, it will drag that number higher, yes.
So this is the time. This is the age of the cases that were dealt with in that month.
In that month, correct.
It doesn't tell you the average age of the cases in the backlog. It's only the ones that were dealt with in that month.
That's based on the average age of the decisions we made in those periods that I gave you.
Well, perhaps you could take on notice to provide data if you can, and I think it would be useful to go back to before this government. So if we could go back to 21, 22 to get a sense of actually what's happening. The average age of the cases sitting in the backlog.
Yeah, well,
so not the ones that are decided in a given month, but the whole pool, what the average age is.
I'm happy to take it on notice, Senator. I can give you just a sense of that
right,
now. So,
useful.
for example, June of 22 is the earliest number I have. 1.47% of our total cases at that point were older than 800 days. As of October, that was 0.27.
Yep. I'm not finding that particular number overly helpful, Mr. Kefford, but I understand why you're putting it forward. If we could just know what the average age
I don't have the average
of the matters in the pool were, and these numbers might be good for you. I'm not trying to trick you. They might be good for you, but they would actually show. I think they would be useful indicators.
It's certainly the case, Senator, that the total cases on hand, they are younger than they were at that time, but I don't have that breakdown that you're asking for specifically.
Yes, but but in any event, the metrics you have show that the cases you're deciding now for DIRCA permanent impairment claims have been, on average, sitting in the system for 100 days longer than the ones who were deciding 2 years ago. That's what the data shows.
That's what I said just now, yes.
Although, Senator Shoebridge, it is, as Mr Kefford explained to you, a consequence of getting on to the matters which had been left unattended for extended periods of time because, and you've made the point that you understand how an average works, it's that the particular tranche of cases that are now being determined were previously in that longer backlog, and it's a consequence of getting on to matters.
Secretary, it's not Secretary, is it President?
The Secretary.
President sounds better. Ms Frame, this backlog, having grown from 3,625 to, from the middle of 2024 to 21,158 now, do you have a plan? Do you have the resources to get rid of it?
The permanent impairment backlog, Senator, I'll just clarify, but yes, we are working on a range of methods to try and expedite that backlog. It is a concern for us, and it is something that we are actively, we have plans in place and are implementing things now to try and move that backlog. One of the things that we mentioned to Senator Smith earlier is about an AI tool that we have built. We have actually built that. We have just not used veteran data on that yet, but it is operating and we have tested it with dummy data and synthetic data in a secure environment, and we are in a good position to contemplate applying that tool to those claims, and that would be based on veteran consent and us continuing to work through all the considerations, the relevant considerations. But I mention it today, Senator, because it's something that's quite close. It's not a vague prospect.
Could I make this helpful suggestion that before you roll out an AI tool to determine veterans' claims, you have full disclosure with the veterans community, you tell them what the data security provisions are, you make it clear who the AI provider is, you make it clear what checks you've done to ensure that they won't be a robo-debt machine determined result, and you bring the veterans community along with you before you press go.
That is a given, Senator, for anything
So who
we
is
do.
the AI provider?
The AI provider, at the moment, Senator, we are testing the tool, as I said, with no veteran data in Gov.ai.
But who's the AI provider you're working with?
We built the tool in-house, Senator.
Okay, and are you using a large language model?
As I understand it, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure you didn't build the large language model, so which large language model are you using?
I will need to take that on notice, Senator.
And who's providing that large language model to you?
I'll need to take that on notice,
What are
Senator.
the data security provisions you're going to put in place? Is any of this going to be uploaded to the cloud?
So this will, Senator, this will all be within Gov.ai using an Azure tenancy or using Gov.ai with an Azure tenancy. It'll be at a protected level. When or if we roll this out, it'll be with the consent of the veterans involved. And the key point we would make is that no decisions will be made by the AI. The decisions will still be made by our delegates. The AI will be an enabling tool.
Will you be consulting with the veterans community about your decision-making tree that makes it very clear the role of AI and the role of humans and the quality control of humans? Will you be consulting with the veterans community about that decision-making tree?
So we will. We already have a transparency statement for AI on our website that goes through the tools that we currently use, which goes through some of these issues that you contemplate.
That doesn't. I've seen the transparency statements from government agencies. They don't make it clear what specific services AI is being put on.
Senator.
Well, does it say which platforms you're using, which AI platforms you're using?
It talks about, well, it goes through the AI tools that we're using currently within DVA to...
Which platforms are you using?
So we're using the Azure tenancy and we're using it through Gov.ai.
Well, when you say an Azure tenancy...
Should we give you a moment to locate the website so that we can have a specific conversation about the concrete matters rather than an abstract one about your experience
I'm
with
bringing
other
to the table
websites?
our AI responsible
just hang on a second, hang on, because Handside's going to struggle.
I'm happy to structure my own questions without help from the Minister.
Now, Minister, had you concluded your response?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we're very happy to provide specific information about what Veterans Affairs is doing. We can't provide general commentary about Senator Shoebridge's experience with other websites.
I wasn't, and to be clear, I don't require the Minister's help. I'd just really like to be able to ask questions and get answers, Chair.
Look, you know what, I think it's going to be a long day, so let's just keep with that theme. But I think the Secretary was also trying to say something that I didn't quite understand. But
Thank
now
you,
that...
Chair.
So can I just get the Secretary to conclude her response and then we'll come back to you, Senator Shoebridge. 2 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. The Senator has very specific questions, and so in order to assist him, I have asked our AI lead to come to the table.
AI lead.
I think that's super helpful. Of course, I asked about what AI platform is being used, not where it's been housed, although I did also want to know about data security. So it's been housed on an Australian server using what's called an Azure tenancy, which is like that they actually provide the physical server space in Australia. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Alex Caroli, First Assistant Secretary, Technology, Digital and Data Division. We're using the Gov.ai, Department of Finance's Gov.ai environment, and within that environment, we're using an Azure tenancy. Sorry.
But I asked which AI platform is being used.
So we're not using it for the specific tool that the Secretary mentioned. We're using a visual language model, so it's not a large language model. It's like a character recognition model to read different forms, handwritten forms, typed forms, a range of different forms, to understand if that type of model can be used effectively to speed up the processing of and readability of those claims.
I mean, you're the AI expert, but is this some kind of OCR, like optical character recognition? Is that what you're doing?
It's a form of optical character recognition, but it's a little bit more sophisticated than a general optical character recognition.
Look at potentially handwriting and different fonts and things.
That's correct.
All right. So it's able to see what information is there.
Yeah.
The Secretary indicated that AI was going to be used to help with decision making. Now, that's I'm sure veterans who are watching this, alarm bells are going off, they're thinking about robo-debt, they're thinking about automated decision-making. You're now telling me that actually you're not intending, you don't, as you understand it, don't intend to have AI decision-making?
Can I clarify, please, Senator? We have not suggested that AI would be used for decision-making. Indeed, Mr Kefford made it very clear, and we can say unequivocally that AI, if it is used, will be used to support decisions by delegates and by humans in the department.
I didn't start this AI chat, Secretary, you did, and the Hansard will speak for itself about what was said. So I'm now trying to work out what role you're intending to use AI for in determining or helping to determine veterans' claims. And perhaps I'll just give you an open opportunity, Ms Carrolley, to explain that to us.
I can talk about the specific tool that the Secretary mentioned, and maybe I'll frame it in how it would work. A large document comes in, say it's 100 pages. It takes one of our claims support officers quite a long time to find the relevant information. They tab it, they categorise it. We're looking at a tool that would help speed up that. So if, for example, a document at 100 pages took 30 seconds, a minute for a claim support officer to review a document, using a visual language model tool would help speed that up to actually find that relevant information.
You've got bloody efficient agents and it takes 30 seconds to do an 800-page document, but I get the sense. Yep. It's using it to pull out perhaps key phrases, relevant documents to draw the attention to the whoever's assessing it to key points. Is that what that is intended to do?
That's correct.
Right.
And we have put a lot of information in our transparency statement on our website, which outlines at a high level what we're looking at doing.
And which visual language model, which platform are you using for that?
I'll have to take that one on notice.
Right. Are there any other AI platforms that you're working with?
Yes, as noted in our transparency statement, we've got a tool that's supported called ClickChat, which looks at a chatbot type arrangement that looks at publicly facing DVA documents to support our claim support officers, our delegates, to find relevant information within our documentation.
That's something you might find on a insurance company's website for external customers, putting into a chatbot, finding information, but it's an internal one. Is that right?
That's correct. Using publicly available information. So it's a tool that supports staff, rather than using a Control F or a search function, supports staff to find information more quickly.
Okay, I understand. This AI discussion distracted me from what I was intending to ask, and thanks very much, Ms. Carrolley, very useful. Which I was going to ask questions about the Rosemary Centre audit. I've had a lot of veterans, and I'll just perhaps set the scene. A lot of veterans deeply concerned that they had matters assessments with the Rosemary Centre. They've been told that all of those assessments are put on hold and they've been directed to just a single provider to progress their claims and progress their assessments. What is happening with the Rosemary Centre, and why are veterans being sent to only one provider?
Senator, I will get Mr Kefford to provide you more detail on that specific provider. But you will recall that in my opening statement, I talked about the efforts of the department to minimise the impacts of any compliance action on veterans specifically. And the one provider I think you're referring to is the contracted provider that the department has had in place for some time, which is Milcoa. And we actively assist veterans in connecting with that service when they need to, and the wait times for that service are low. Senator, I understand they're under 1 month. And we do everything we can to facilitate the access to that medical provider. But I will ask Mr Kefford to provide you any more detail.
We'll need to be breaking up, so you'll need to hold on to that. And I know the Minister has something she's wanted.
Yes, just before Senator Shoebridge wraps up. Senator Shoebridge, we spoke earlier about responsibility for Royal Commission implementation and indicated to you that questions are not really to be directed to Veterans Affairs. For you and other senators, I thought it would be helpful to lay out where particular matters sit so that you can organise your questioning. So
I've indicated that Prime Minister and Cabinet are leading on the implementation of recommendations from the Royal Commission. They provide support to Minister Keogh and Minister Miles on issues regarding the inquiry rather than Veterans Affairs or Defence. So I wanted to confirm that that is accurate, and also add that the draft terms of reference that were circulated by the Australian Human Rights Commission for the inquiry indicate the government's intention that the Defence and Veterans Service Commission will undertake the inquiry.
All right, thank you, Minister. Thanks, everyone. We'll now break for morning tea and be back here in 10 minutes. Now, Senator Henderson,
Thank you very much.
I'll give the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Kefford, I just wanted to continue my questions on the dire issues that we uncovered in our Senate inquiry into advocacy services for veterans. And again, thank you for your frankness with the evidence that you gave, identifying how things have gone, I would say, pretty pear-shaped in the last 18 months. But what is now at issue and incredibly important is the government's response. So can I ask you to provide us with information about the advice that you gave government in relation to legislative response? And I did ask you that before. You suggested that that wasn't appropriate, but in Senate estimates, the advice to government, the mere fact that information consists of advice to government is not a ground for refusing to disclose it. This is a critical issue. We have recommended urgent legislation. We haven't heard anything from the Minister yesterday in relation to the urgency. I mean, I know he's concerned, but this has been going on for many months and, in fact, more than 12 months. And so what advice did you give government in relation to urgent legislative reform?
I think, Senator, we'll take that on notice and see what can be provided to the committee. Minister Keogh obviously did make a number of statements yesterday about the government's approach to the issue generally, but you're asking for specific advice to be provided here by Mr Kefford, and we'll take it on notice and see how we can assist.
Thanks, Minister, but I was actually directing that to Mr Kefford.
I think you know how the standing orders work, Senator Henderson. Well, he hasn't even had a chance. To the question. I'm responding to your question. We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Well, are you aware of the advice, Minister, that was given? Because, I mean, please allow Mr Kefford to answer the question.
Senator, or Chair perhaps may have a view, but I've taken your question on notice.
Mr Kefford, I did ask for this information in our Senate hearing. It hasn't been brought forward. Are you in a position to bring forward this advice?
I've just taken the same question.
This is a different question, Minister.
Okay, perhaps you can set it out more clearly. I thought you were asking for the same thing.
No. Are you in a position to respond to the earlier questions I asked, Mr Kefford?
What question are you referring to, Senator?
That's right.
We don't understand what you're asking.
Well, maybe just if you can pay close attention, Minister, to what I am asking. I'm asking Mr Kefford, we're seeking information about the advice provided to government in relation to the need for urgent legislative reform or action, because this is currently an unregulated area. The Minister has taken on notice that specific question, but are you in a position to provide any further information about the advice given to government?
I really can't understand, Senator, how you can assert that that is different to the question you just asked, which is effectively what advice do you provide to government on legislative options, and I've taken that on notice.
Mr Kefford, have you, could you just, I understand that there was some drafting of legislation underway in relation to this matter. Can you update the committee on where that's at?
Well, Senator, what I would say is to draw your attention to the comments that Minister Keogh made on the ABC yesterday afternoon, where he'd mentioned in the speech engaging with the sector to, I think as I mentioned before, to ensure that the regulations that are, so having accepted the recommendation, that the approach is not unduly burdensome on volunteer advocates, but achieves the desired outcome in relation to the fee-for-service entities. He's described the need for there to, or the decision for there to be a consultation process, and he outlined what he described as a starting position yesterday to engage with the sector to ensure that we get that regulation right. And when he was pressed on timing, his observation was that it needed to be done, quickly.
But he hasn't committed to the legislation.
Senator, the Minister yesterday in his speech indicated that the government agreed with the recommendations as they related to the regulation, and I would have to check whether the government response has progressed all the way through the tabling process yet, but that was certainly underway.
And just could you give us a status update on the drafting of proposed legislation?
Well, Senator, again, I just refer to the process that the Minister outlined yesterday, which is we will consult with the sector on options to address, appropriately regulate the behaviour of particularly commissions-based advocacy entities, as well as the storage and use of data offshore, as the department outlined in its submission to the Senate inquiry.
Minister, when is the government going to act on this matter and progress legislation to urgently deal with some of these cowboy tactics and unscrupulous practices by for-profit advocates?
Thank you very much, Senator. And so the Minister was very clear yesterday, and he indicated clearly that the government agrees to the committee's regulations relating to better regulation of the advocacy system. He then indicated that the next step is to consult with the sector on constraints to better protect veterans from unscrupulous advocates while not over-regulating a largely volunteer service. I think that's very clear, and I don't have a great deal to add to what the Minister has so recently said so publicly.
Do you have a timeline at all when we might expect to see legislation? Would it be in the beginning of the next parliamentary year?
I'm sure the Minister will provide an update when he's able to do so.
Can you give us a status on whether legislation has been drafted?
I think the next steps have been set out in the approach that the Minister outlined yesterday at the press club, which is to engage in consultation.
But what I'm asking specifically, Minister, has legislation been drafted and is it in draft form?
Senator, I don't have anything to add to the update that Minister Keogh provided yesterday, but I think I do wish to acknowledge the work of the committee in highlighting these issues. These practices, of course, began to emerge as people originally started offering falsely the opportunity for veterans to progress their claims more quickly in the period where there was a very large backlog. But as Mr Kefford explained earlier to the committee, they have accelerated in recent months. We recognise the need to deal with that, and the Minister indicated very clearly yesterday that the government intends to do so.
Minister, the department raised its concerns more than 12 months ago. This is an urgent matter. There have been commissions charged of up to 29%. Veterans are losing thousands and thousands of dollars out of their proper entitlements for compensation. So
I think Minister Keogh indicated that he too is outraged about this, Senator Henderson. No one should accept this. We do not wish to see veterans the victim of sharp practice. And Minister Keogh indicated yesterday a number of the steps that he intends to take in regard to this. The committee made its recommendations on the 4th of November. We responded to those recommendations yesterday, and as I've already indicated, we accepted the recommendation for regulation.
Thanks, Minister. Look, I just want to briefly turn to the department's work in relation to fraud. Ms Fraymore, Mr Kefford, how much is being lost, do you estimate, per year by reason of fraudulent practices?
Senator, that's a difficult question to answer and put a figure on. We've raised we're aware of there are some particular entities about which we've had concerns. The average across the Commonwealth is somewhere between 3 and 6% as an indicator of possible fraud, but we're continuing to deal with the issues as we encounter them.
And what does that equate in dollar terms?
I won't try and do that at the table, Senator. I'm sorry. I don't have the figure in my head for our portfolio. And the other issue with us that we need to be careful of in that context is, given we have a known service population, it's likely that we would be at the lower end of that, in that, by definition, to engage with us, there needs to be service, and it's relatively straightforward to identify someone who's claiming support from us who's not in fact served.
So it's been suggested that fraud is running, in terms of the cost of fraud, is running in excess of $50 million a year.
Sorry, by whom, Senator?
Various sources.
I mean, it's difficult for an official to respond to a sort of rather general proposition. I think it would help to understand the provenance of
Mr.
it.
Kefford's very capable of either agreeing or not agreeing with my proposition.
Senator, I'm not aware of that particular figure having been used, but there are, given the scale of our programs, there are a total in the tens of millions as a total would not be out of the realms of possibility.
Okay. And what action are you taking to combat this fraud, Mr. Kefford?
Senator, there's a range of measures that we take, and I think we need to also be precise. There's different paths with different responses, and so what I mean by that is where we have concerns about the integrity of medical reports we're being provided, for an example, then there's the ability for us to refer for independent medical examination. Where we're concerned that it's the behaviour is perhaps more down the path of claiming for, or unmeritorious claiming, if I might politely phrase it that way, recognising that we are under a legal obligation to investigate claims when they arrive with us. One of the measures that we've instituted this year is where we receive a complex claim, particularly if that claim is not from a veteran's regular treating doctor, and or where it's coming from a doctor's who may be associated with some of those corporate entities that we were describing before, then similarly we'll refer them for independent examination. That's both about avoiding unnecessary expense to the Commonwealth, but also, frankly, to protect veterans from unnecessary diagnostic testing, which is, of itself not without some risk in some cases. And the point of that too is to enforce what are regulations under the prudential regulation arrangements for medical providers about ensuring independence of medical advice when people are referred. At the very worst end of that, of course, we do engage as part of the Fraud Fusion Task Force with other Commonwealth service delivery agencies, particularly along with the law enforcement colleagues, and there are a number of matters that are under active investigation with the Australian Federal Police relating to our business at the moment. The other category that I would highlight is not so much in the claims part of the business, but in the downstream service provision. And so we've had a process running this year where we have identified through our normal program management activities a number of providers whose claiming behaviour is unusual, and so what we've done in that context is the usual regulatory response. So it starts with education and pointing out what the rules should be. It can progress through to the kind of processes, ultimately to referral for police prosecution. But the step we're at with many of those providers at the moment is there's about 20 of them at the moment that we've placed on manual payment processes. So in effect, that's an audit of every service that's being claimed from us. So rather than the normal practice of simply paying the bills when they arrive, we actually examine them, we speak to the providers, we ask to see the medical notes, or indeed we speak to the veterans and say, have you actually received this service for which you're being billed?
So this is through your invoice compliance team?
No, that's separate invoice compliance. I'll come back to. This is a separate dedicated team dealing with the downstream service provision. Same process, but in effect what that does is allow us to contest and then refuse to pay. And so in some of those providers we've been having failure rates of close to 75% of allegedly fraudulent billing. Where we reach that point, that becomes then a discussion with the police and other agencies as is appropriate, but also where we have referred those providers to the relevant professional bodies for professional discipline. The invoice compliance team to which you refer is back on the claims side of the business. In effect, their role is focused on what we would describe as excessive billing. And so where, again, if through the normal course of business, where we identify a claiming pattern that is out of keeping with the rest, it's a matter of seeking to engaging with those providers and asking them to justify why we should be paying quite so much. And the Minister in his speech yesterday, to conclude that part, referred to updating a fee schedule, which will happen shortly.
And so you're obviously dealing with many vulnerable veterans.
Yep.
How do you ensure that legitimate providers and veterans needing immediate support are not caught up in these sorts of additional scrutiny practices which may unreasonably delay processing and the like?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you asking that question. The starting point before we get to any of those activities that I was just describing is at our initial screening point. The first screening is for vulnerability. So if we receive a claim from a veteran who is in particular need, regardless of where we've come from, where that's come from, regardless of their providers, we will deal with that and deal with the vulnerability that presents. And that's part of that initial screening process that we were talking about in earlier parts.
So particular attention and care is taken
Indeed. For
veterans who've been identified as
that's
particularly
right.
vulnerable.
And that's our normal process, and then any regulatory matters that flow happen after that. The next part of that response is where we are, where we do have these integrity concerns about the medical reports and are referring for independent examinations. There's obviously engagement with the veteran directly about, first of all, this isn't go back and kind of retell your whole story. This is about providing a sufficient evidence for the delegates to make their decisions. The referrals to Milcoa, who are they are entirely independent of us in their medical opinions, funded by DVA, of course, but entirely independent medical judgment. They're averaging, as the Secretary alluded to before, just over a month from the point we request a report to us receiving that report, which is pretty good going, and we appreciate their assistance in helping us deal with that. So again, that's about not having veterans having to wait for extended periods of time to receive that advice. But throughout that whole process, the considerations of integrity and compliance activity against the providers, and it is about the providers, it's not about the veterans, because often we find that veterans feel like they've somehow done something wrong by getting caught up in this space, and so there's a process of reassurance. Our role is to support you. If there are issues, we will deal with them separately. The other thing we try and do, as I mentioned before, is refer them back to their normal treating doctors. So rather than commercial entities that are set up to deal with the claims business, actually refer them to a doctor who's going to be involved in their treatment.
Thanks, Mr Kevitt. And before I hand it back to the Chair, and Senator Smith has some questions, I just want to thank you also for all the work that you do on behalf of Australian veterans.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Senator Smith, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Just to wrap up from my perspective, Senator Lambie would be interested in knowing on notice what project teams, task forces, interdepartmental committees might currently exist across your group, and what are the remits of those particular groups or project teams, if any exist. I just wanted to get an update on the pensioner access to medical treatment program. I understand that that's a terminating measure.
Provisional access?
That's right, yeah, provisional access to medical treatment. I understand that's a terminating program.
The current funding for that, you're correct, Senator, does end on 30 June, but for treatment for the course of this calendar year, to the 26th calendar year. There are recommendations in the Royal Commission and elsewhere that are subject for other decision making that are not yet determined. What I would say about PAMP though is it was instituted in part as a response to the delays in processing, because in effect what PAMP does is for the top 20 conditions we will pay for the medical treatment before we've reached the liability decision. So one of the features of the fact, as the Minister said yesterday, with Merca IL, which is our most common, most significant claim type, lodged in the last 12 months, we're making those decisions in 110 days on average, and so the need for PAMP reduces the more efficiently our system is operating. But as I say, the way in which you've described the current funding profile is correct.
So the need reduces, but it's not completely eradicated, though, is it?
Well, it would depend on the condition, Senator, which is also why that the program was extended. I think I'm right in the last budget because it had expired or was due to expire, and the approach has been that while it's fulfilling a useful process, the government has agreed to extend it and did so for 26. Over time, if we get closer and closer to that 90-day schedule, then you would hope that that's not an unreasonable time to wait for treatment.
So a way to approach the extension of the program might be, rather than a budget allocation over 4 years, you might simply extend the program year on year, reflecting, you'd hope, positive changes in the processing.
You're asking a hypothetical, Senator, but yes, that would be one approach.
That's an option. So I'm just conscious of the public commentary around out-of-pocket expenses for healthcare.
Yep.
And has any modelling been done on what are those out-of-pocket expenses that a veteran may incur if the program wasn't in existence?
Well, Senator, two things on that. First of all, if the effect of PAMPT is one of time rather than access. So if PAMPT were not there and they had to wait for the decision to be made, the treatment, if it was an accepted condition, would still be fully funded by us. So it's not so much a cost as a time-based consideration in that particular scenario.
This is my final question. Do you model or do you use actuarial services to try to model and anticipate the increases in claims that are being experienced?
We certainly have, as part of the budget process, a modelling. A model and a process we go through with the Department of Finance.
Right.
So yes, that takes account of demand and our capacity and caseload and all the things that you would expect to be in a model of that nature.
And as part of that process, you forecast expected demand?
As part of preparing the forward estimates, yes, Senator.
So you would be able to provide to the committee on notice what you expect the future demand of the future sort of future demand in terms of numbers of claims over the next year, 2 years, 3 years?
Well, that would be inherent in the forward estimates that would be in the next budget update, Senator.
Right. So what is that number?
Well, that will be made evident in the budget update, Senator. We're not going to answer that question this morning. The process is still underway.
The expected number of claimants over each year in the forward estimates.
Well, the MIFO document will be published when the government publishes it, Senator.
And so my question is, will that include, because I don't think it will, this is what I'm getting to, will that include what is the total number of expected claimants for each year over the forward estimates? Because if it's not in that document, can you provide that to the committee on notice? It's clearly information that's available to the department because you've just said it informs the budgeting process.
Senator Smith, perhaps we can take that on notice. You'll appreciate...
If you could take it on notice, that would be great. Yeah.
Yes, you're butting up against the officials' understandable unwillingness to answer questions about what's going to be in my EFO, but we'll take your question on notice and see what we can provide.
That's right, yeah.
If I could, Senator, I just wanted to add I had taken something on notice earlier that I was going to get back to you about. I've been informed in the break that the delegate count is on the website, in fact.
Thank you.
But I also undertook to give you a breakdown, a more comprehensive breakdown of the Client Benefits Division, which I will bring back to you.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Chair, can I just clarify? There was a number I was asked for earlier about working from home.
So we expect our staff to be in the office 2 days a week. They can have up to 3 days a week work from home on agreement with their manager. The number that work 5 days per week from home is 123. I said about 120, and 63 that are 4 days per week. There was also another number about the ICT investment over the last 3 years, and that's about $700 million.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Now, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. You're asked some questions about fraud, and in a large statutory scheme where you have competing priorities about providing as rapid medical support and mental health support and financial support as you possibly can to injured veterans, and obviously wanting to maintain the integrity of a public scheme and minimise fraud, there are inevitably competing priorities here, because you could eliminate almost all fraud by making the claims process impossibly difficult, certified documents, you could put in place a whole series of hurdles and barriers to making claims to minimise fraud to a minuscule amount. But of course, if you did that, you would also see a whole bunch of veterans not getting ready access to medical support, not getting the income support when they need it, not having their claims determined. These are, it's a public policy decision. And, I would hope that you're going through a process of, yes, trying to minimise fraud, and I think you probably are, but also ensuring that the great bulk of veterans who are making legitimate claims are getting their claims processed as rapidly as possible.
Is that a question, Senator?
Well, you're asked questions about fraud, and there might be 10 million of fraud or there might be 20 million of fraud, but I'm asking you to respond to the obvious competing public interests we have here, and in the case of Veterans Affairs, an overriding public interest to make sure veterans are getting timely support.
Senator, I believe that's why I made clear in my opening statement that we go to additional lengths to minimise any impacts of our compliance efforts on veterans very directly. And I know I've commented in the past at previous estimates hearings about the benevolent way that we attempt to implement at all times all the veteran legislation for which we're responsible. That is certainly our overarching objective.
I just want to put on the record that, I could run through a whole series of scandal questions and find that maybe there is $10 million going in fraud. Maybe it's $15 million. And you could run a scandal headline about that. But if you run that scandal headline and you want to completely remove all possible basis for fraud, you should realise it's going to come at an enormous cost to thousands and thousands and thousands of veterans who absolutely need timely assistance. And this is a problem that all statutory schemes have when you're trying to balance those two competing points.
Yeah, Senator, I think if your general question is, does the government seek to optimise its compliance activities so as to ensure that we are treating the most significant risks in a way that optimises the impact on other elements of the scheme administration, that is not an unreasonable way of characterising the public policy challenge?
Yes. All right, thank you. Can I go back to the Rosemary Centre and the audit on the Rosemary Centre? I just want to make it clear, a whole bunch of veterans are very, very concerned that their claims processing has been paused. They don't know what's going on. They don't know what the cause of the audit is. And can you please explain it to them?
Senator, thank you for the opportunity, and we're happy to answer questions. My only hesitation in doing so will be to not compromise investigations or regulatory activity. So I might answer a little more abstractly. So I alluded before where we have integrity concerns about the evidence that's been submitted in support of claims. We do need to take activity, but I think, again, to your point before, first of all, in addition to the matters you raised, we are obliged to take a beneficial view, and second of all, we're clear in this that this is very much a provider issue rather than a veterans issue. We have, not just with the entity that you mentioned, but formed a view that the supporting material is insufficiently reliable for us to do what we need to do. And so as a consequence, and there's several thousand veterans affected by this process, we have established a dedicated team in the office in Perth that's handling just this work and rework, and that of itself is having an impact on wider decision-making capacity. But having said that, the process is, as I was outlining in my answers to Senator Henderson's questions before, Where we are not able to rely on the evidence that's in front of us, we have a mechanism to seek independent medical advice using doctors provided through the Milcoa contract, but again, entirely independent in their medical judgment. We have, in the particular case to which you refer, resisted offers from other commercial entities to step into that space to provide that evidence. We've chosen to rely on our independent contractual arrangement, including, as I mentioned before, because the timeline in which they're able to respond allows us to keep things moving. And as the Secretary's mentioned, and as I think I mentioned before, all of this is done starting from vulnerability first and integrity second.
All right. So what are you saying to veterans whose claims have just been paused and they're being told that they can't even access the information that was held by the Rosemary Centre? How are you explaining this to veterans?
When the conversations happen, Senator, and there's both discussions with the delegates and correspondence where, and this is an ongoing process, we are seeking to explain why we're asking them to go for further examination, to emphasise that this is about the information we've been provided and not about them, and explain to them the process, deal with, and this is a general observation, there are cases where we are aware of deliberate responses from entities where we are taking this sort of regulatory action to invite veterans to write to ministers and members of Parliament with an explanation that is not correct. And so we're seeking to correct that misinformation when we encounter it.
Well, I suppose veterans should be told, A, it's nothing to do with them. B, the concerns are, if they are, with the Rosemary Centre, the timeline that you think the audit will be completed, and why you're sending them to another provider. Is that being sent to them in the simple, clear language?
Would it be, Senator Shoebridge, I think the official in starting to answer your questions on this issue indicated his reluctance to talk very directly about the specific case. Would you allow him to answer in the general about this? Because otherwise he may have to take some of these questions on notice.
What I was hoping to get out of this session was, on the public record, sufficient information so that I don't know how many veterans, perhaps that's my next question, how many veterans are having their claims paused, how many people does this apply to, so that they actually can have some information about what's happening to their claim. So how many veterans are we talking about?
Senator, it's about 3,000.
Yeah.
To answer your question, the short answer to your question you just posed, or a series of questions, is yes, that's what they are and should be being told. We are aware that at the start of this process, when we were getting a handle on how big it was and what we were actually dealing with, that the correspondence, we were not able to be as clear as we are now. So I think I would answer that by saying, first of all, this is all about providers. So this is the communication with veterans. This is about providers. This is not about veterans. There's no assertion in that regard. Secondly, the concern turns on the evidence on which we are being asked to make a decision. We're setting up an independent process that takes a month to get a doctor to look at the report that we have and either confirm or not, and then it's being processed in the ordinary timelines. So
Most veterans who have been given this information, they can expect it won't take the audit that's happening at the Rosemary Centre is expected only to add a month to a standard process claim. Because that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing much longer delays than that.
The timeline for the medical referrals is averaging a month. We are doing everything we can to not delay the claims decision making by the work we're needing to do in terms of other investigations.
Could I urge you to do this? To put clearly on the website somewhere a very easily accessible, clear explanation about what's happening here, what veterans can expect and where they can go for some further information, and to make it fundamentally clear that none of this is about the veterans.
Yep.
That would be helpful for me and my team to be able to direct people to, and I'm sure it would be helpful for the 3,000 veterans who are caught up in this mess.
We will do that, Senator.
All right, thank you. Can I ask about repetitive blast injury? I asked in February this year if DVA was conducting primary research on the link between dementia pugilistica and repetitive blast injury. At the time you said you're not. Are you now?
No, Senator, we're not.
Has the Repatriation Medical Authority requested primary research?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Are you sure about that?
I have First Assistant Secretary Luke Brown on the line. He will be able to answer your question, Senator.
As Secretary says, First Assistant Secretary Policy and Research Division Luke Brown here. We did receive correspondence from the RMA requesting the department to consider doing procuring research into the connection between repetitive low-level blast and dementia pugilistica. I'm trying to remember the time frame for that correspondence. I think it was probably in 2024.
All right. Ms. Frame, that seems contrary to what you just said.
I don't think
so
it's
can we
contrary,
explain, well, I mean, I've just heard the two answers, so can someone explain to me, what the difference
this is important. I heard the evidence provided by Ms. Frame.
I'm asking for an explanation.
And she qualified it and said
just one
that
at a
it was
time.
not her understanding, but others may correct her, and another official added to the evidence. I don't think that it is reasonable to say that her answer was wrong. She sought to assist you and sought assistance from her officials.
Minister, when I hear the Secretary say that it's her understanding that that hasn't happened, and then I hear another officer say, well, actually it has happened, those two answers don't sit well together, and it's not unreasonable for me to ask Ms. Frame to explain that. And that's what I'm doing now.
Okay. Senator, as I said, it is my understanding that indicates that I was not fully aware, I was not prepared to make an unequivocal statement because I didn't know, and I threw to my officer who provided you the additional information, and I was not aware of that from 2024, and I'm glad he was able to provide you with that information.
So if the Repatriation Medical Authority made that request, why hasn't it happened?
Senator, the difficulty that we have, we've acted on advice from our former Chief Health Officer that research in an Australian veteran context would be very difficult because of the population sizes that we would be dealing with. And we wrote back to the Repatriation Medical Authority indicating there were some large-scale US studies that we would track to see if that would be of more assistance rather than us initiating bespoke research. But the issue is one that we are raising with our expert advisory panel, which has been formed between Defence and DVA, looking at the issue of brain injury more broadly.
All right. Well, I'm going to ask you to provide to this committee the correspondence from the Repatriation Medical Authority, your responses or response to the Repatriation Medical Authority, that any of the opinion or the evidence of the opinion of the officer you referred to, the DVA's medical officer you referred to, and any responses you've got from the Repatriation Medical Authority. Could I ask you to provide those to the committee?
Yes, Senator, I can agree to that.
And I'll be quite clear, Ms. Frame. The question of dementia pugilistica, CTE, or repetitive blast injury, is of incredible concern to the veteran community, and I think they would be deeply troubled by the fact that the Repatriation Medical Authority has asked the Department of Veteran Affairs to do research on this, and you've decided not to. It's my understanding you have a statutory obligation to comply with requests that come from the Repatriation Medical Authority. Do you have a statutory obligation to comply with those requests?
That's not correct, Senator. We don't have any statutory obligations to comply with those requests. Usually, the Repatriation Medical Authority gathers its own sound medical scientific evidence from a range of sources. It's very unusual for it to actually write to the department and ask the department to instigate that kind of research.
All right. Well, we might take that in, address that in another space. In response to question on notice 3742, I was told that, and I think this might have been from Defence, or I think it was from DVA, that I was told that Defence will identify what additional funding is required for investigating repetitive blast injury once the North Atlantic Treaty Organisation study on low-level blast exposure is released in late Q1 2025. Has that been released?
I'll ask Mr Brown if he's aware of that, Senator. Otherwise, we might take that on notice.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that, Senator.
All right. In July this year, the Australian Veterans Brain Bank has found evidence of blast wave damage from service. Has DVA looked at that body of evidence provided by Veterans Brain Bank, and do you have an opinion on it? Or do you have an assessment of it?
Senator, can I just say that the Chief of Army and me as Secretary of Veterans Affairs jointly convene an expert advisory group on mild traumatic brain injury and directly considering recommendation 61 of the Royal Commission about a program. And so the experts on that group, we had a meeting only a month ago, less than a month ago. The experts on that group are considering a wide range of literature and most current information that is available to them in their roles that are dedicated to this area. So I would expect that group would have had deliberations about this research. They're actually now convening working groups where they are looking at a whole range of research. So I just cannot comment definitively on the specific piece that you're referencing there, but wanted to make the point that all research is being considered by the expert advisory group, which is continuing to meet.
If DVA is in possession of the North Atlantic Treaty Organisation study on low-level blast exposure, will you provide a copy to the committee?
Yes, Senator, as I said, I'll take that on notice and find out.
Have you provided to that task force, which you sit on, with Defence on repetitive blast injury, have you provided them the exchanges that you've had, including the request for primary research from the Repatriation Medical Authority?
Senator, I haven't provided them with the correspondence, but I have raised the issue of the link between low-level repetitive blast injury and chronic traumatic encephalopathy or dementia pugilistica. I have raised that issue with the committee to consider. So I'm not sure that the actual correspondence would be of that much assistance, but certainly the issue itself has been raised with the committee.
Sorry. Have you squarely and clearly raised with this task force the fact that the Repatriation Medical Authority has requested primary research on dementia pugilistica or repetitive blast injury? Have you raised that with this task force, whose job it is to consider the response to repetitive blast injury?
We'll take that on notice.
Can I say this? The Repatriation Medical Authority is not some kind of extreme advocacy group. They are an incredibly conservative but thorough and highly respected medical authority in the space. The fact that they have requested primary research on repetitive blast injury and DVA has not done it, the fact that you don't seem to have given that request to the task force that you sit on, the fact that I'm getting minimal accurate answers to questions about something so important, I find really, really disturbing. Minister, can you explain why your government has been requested to do primary research on this issue and you haven't even raised that with the task force considering repetitive blast injury? Can you explain that?
Well, Senator, I think that this has been explained to you by the official already. There was an exchange, as the evidence was provided to you earlier, between the agency and the RMA in relation to their request. And as indicated to you in the evidence this morning, there was a discussion about the relative value of work underway in larger jurisdictions with larger populations and work that could be undertaken in Australia with a small population size. I can't add to the evidence provided to you by the official, but what I can say more generally is, of course, we take this seriously. And Ms Frame has spoken to you about the work that is underway to respond to the recommendations from the Royal Commission. The panel is significant. It is a collaboration between Defence and DVA. It has a range of work underway, and Ms Frame can speak to you more about the specifics of that. But of course we take this seriously, and the panel is able to draw on the widest possible range of literature when considering their work.
Senator.
Now, I understand, Senator, that might be the end of your questioning. Sorry, Ms Frame.
I just wanted to add, Chair, that we do take the work incredibly seriously, as the Minister said, and all of the research is being considered by the Expert Advisory Committee. I co-chair a group with the Chief of Army specifically on this subject because of its importance. And I would also point out to the Senator that the commissions have in fact made a referral to the Specialist Medical Review Council to undertake a review of the RMA's decision about a specific SOP into blast-induced mild traumatic brain injury. So there are many examples of actions on foot in the department that demonstrate how seriously we take this action and what work is underway in this respect.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary. Now, Senator Smith, you wanted to add something on the record?
Just very briefly, Mr Phillip, you were able to tell me that there were 123 delegates working 5 days a week from home.
No, that's staff.
Staff?
That's all our staff.
All staff?
That's right.
Staff, and then 63 staff working 4 days from home?
That's right.
And what was the number for staff working 3 days from home?
And so we don't have that number, Senator, because that's a delegation without... It is
3 days, yes.
That's right.
And Secretary, you've beaten me. I cannot find the number of delegates on the website. So what is that number?
Okay, thank you, Senator. I'll just get that number.
It's eluding me.
I was just advised
so
in the break
makes me
that
suspicious.
it is on the website.
There's a lot of data on the website, which I'm grateful for.
Okay.
But I just cannot find this figure.
I'm just going to get the number from
the website.
Someone will bring up the website and find that number for you, Senator.
Well,
they've been scrolling everywhere. I hope it's not in a footnote.
We're just
Who's got a
bringing up the
computer?
website. Thank you. The workforce, Senator, it says on October 25, the claims processing workforce 912.4 FTE and a net increase of 368.1 FTE. Oh, that's October 25. The table I'm looking at is from June 22 to October 25.
And so when we use the word delegate,
this is the claims processing workforce FTE, Senator. This is where I undertook to get you more information about the different roles of delegates and claims support officers.
My question is, how many delegates are there?
I will need to take that on notice, Senator, to make sure I'm getting you the exact number.
So it's not on the website?
No, so the numbers that are on the website, Senator, are the numbers that I've just shared with you about the claims
We know that now.
workforce.
My question was the number of delegates.
I will need to take that one on notice,
Great,
Senator.
so it wasn't on the website. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Senators. Well, on that note, Ms Frame and the department, thank you very much for your time this morning. We'll now just suspend very briefly and get ready with the Australian War Memorial. we're ready to rock and roll. Excellent. Welcome back, everyone. Now, I'd like to welcome the Australian War Memorial before us today. Matt Anderson, the Director of the War Memorial. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Chair.
Now, do you have an opening statement that you'd like?
We do, Senator, but I think in the interest of time, I'm happy for that to take it as read, but what I would do is just very quickly pick the eyes out of it.
Sure, and you're happy to table and we'll get it circulated to the committee? Yes. Excellent. All right. Anything highlight from it?
Well, the highlights, I think, are
executive
the fact
summary.
That, well, since we last appeared before you almost a year ago, in fact, it was a year ago, we've opened the southern entrance. The Prime Minister opened the southern entrance in February. The Minister for Veterans Affairs opened the Bean Research Centre in June. And very proudly, we achieved practical completion for Anzac Hall and the atrium on Friday. So I'm hopeful that by Christmas, the atrium and the exhibitions within the atrium will be open to the public. So that's exciting. We're back to pre-COVID numbers in terms of visitation, 1.1 million visitors a year, 100,000 school children. We just got rated best of the best on TripAdvisor, which puts us in the top 1% of all destinations in the world. And we've been able to do all of that whilst engaging in a very ambitious construction project. So just to say it's a tribute to my staff. It's a tribute to their professionalism, their ability to work around and to focus on our visitors and our veterans.
Excellent. Yes, I had ability, as you know, last Wednesday night to get there just very briefly for an event with Senator Collins, and tell you what, I'm certainly looking forward to visiting later on once we're not in session. So encourage anyone who's watching to head down to the War Memorial. Now, I'm going to hand the call over. You ready to go? Okay, the Deputy Chair, and then I'll come to Senator Shoebridge. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Anderson, good afternoon now. Running a bit behind schedule. That's terrific to hear about the progress you've made with the redevelopment of the Australian War Memorial. Certainly the Coalition is very proud of its $498 million commitment to the redevelopment. So just confirming that you are on track to open to the public by 2028?
We are on track, Senator. And if I could just correct the record, we did receive in 2022 an additional $50 million.
I was about to get to that. Yes, I'm aware of the additional $50 million. And so what are the other major parts of the redevelopment that are yet to be rolled out?
Well, I think, frankly, it's having achieved practical completion for Anzac Hall, apart from the fact that in my sort of whistle-stop tour of the success of the memorial, it's been the fact that we've also installed the largest collection of large technology objects, the big things, safely into the middle of a construction site. We're in the process now of installing about 4,000 small objects into those 15 galleries that we're creating simultaneously. So that's a major milestone. And certainly by the middle of next year, those 15 galleries, everything from Afghanistan, Iraq to 69 peacekeeping missions through to, G for George coming back, Sydney under attack coming back, all those sorts of things by the middle of next year. Anzac Hall upper and lower should be open to the public. So that's the next major milestone.
And what's been the public and stakeholder response to the parts that have been open to date?
Well, they're overwhelmingly positive. We've been honoured as recently as last Friday. We received the Master Builders Association's National Award for Heritage for the southern entrance by Kane Construction. We have received the National Architecture Awards for the best work on a heritage building in the country again. So both the public and the professional response to the development to this stage has been extremely positive. I'm just delighted that what it means is it's opening up the memorial to more people, to a new generation. But as I mentioned at the start, 100,000 school children are the ones who are coming through and engaging with it.
And what about visitor numbers? Are they back on track?
Back to pre-COVID, so 1.1 million visitors a year. So we're back to pre-COVID numbers, which is stunning. And when you consider that we still haven't opened Anzac Hall and the atrium, we expect, I think our forecast, as we went through this project, we forecast by the end of it to have 1.3 million visitors a year.
By 2028?
Yes, certainly.
And of the $50 million, that's been put to good use?
Well and truly, it's allowed us to basically...
That was a bit of a Dorothy Dixer, wasn't it?
Well, I would invite you, Senator, to come along and in fact, I invite all of the committee to come and have a look because
I can't wait.
It is money that has been well spent and it is money that's being extremely well utilised by the visiting public and our veterans. The feedback I get from veterans is overwhelmingly supportive.
And has there been any other requests for funds that are pending or haven't been granted?
How much more? Well, Senator, we put on record in this committee that when we get to the operating of the building, we're going to need more money. We're going from, we were 9,500 square metres, we're currently 6,000 square metres. When we get to the end of this, we'll be 15,000 square metres of gallery space, and we've said that we will need more operating funds to achieve that, but that's obviously a matter for government.
And just for the record, and to get an update, what further funds are you seeking for your operational needs?
Well, that's a conversation with government, Senator.
Have you made an assessment though?
Well, I think it's a matter for government. Of course, we make.
No, I realise it's a matter for government, but what are you seeking?
Well, we need more money. We need more people, obviously, to occupy more space. My ambition for the memorial, Senator, is that not only will we open these wonderful spaces, but we'll continue to be able to take the collection online because, of the 1 million visitors we have, there are 27 million Australians. Not everyone can travel. So we want to do more by way of digitisation of the collection. We want to have travelling exhibitions. We want to do more in the education space. These are all the things, but this is a matter for discussion with government.
No, I understand that. But in terms of you assessing your needs, how many more people will you need to staff the War Memorial, and what additional cost do you think that will involve?
In terms of ASL, I think from memory it's about 30 people. We'll need an additional 30 people, but I'm looking down the line here. 24 is the answer. We'll need an additional 24.
And what does that equate to per year in terms of additional budgetary needs? I could do rough maths, but are we talking...
I think the costs around any additional resourcing would be worked through in the context of the budget cycle.
Of course, Minister, I well understand that, but I'm certainly seeking from...
I think you're seeking a preview of such working through ahead of Mr Anderson's engagement.
No,
with
this is
his
Senate
minister in the
estimates,
budget cycle.
and this is Senate estimates, and this is a question that I would ask be responded to. So, I mean, I'm not holding you to anything, Mr Anderson. I'm sure the government's very keen to support your additional needs, but are we talking about $2 or $3 or $4 million extra a year in operating costs, or more than that?
Senator, it's a conversation with government. I mean, really, it's not for me to talk about conversations that I'm having with government. We're working through the processes out to 2028, and it's part of the normal budget process, Senator.
I'll ask you to just put on notice any request for funding that you've made to the government about your additional needs going forward, if you could, please.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr Anderson.
Of course.
And as part of your invitation to members of Parliament to visit the upgraded and the new parts of the memorial, I'm sure that all of us as members of Parliament are very much looking forward to having a look at all the great work that you've done.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks.
I think you'll be pleased with what you see. In fact, I'm very confident you'll be pleased with what you see.
Thanks, Mr Anderson. Thanks Chair, now for the questions.
Okay. Now, Senator Shoebridge.
Now all the tough questions have been asked. We'll move on. Has the War Memorial received any further funds from weapons manufacturers since we last spoke?
We have entered into an agreement, Senator, with Boeing as the principal partner supporting the theatre for the Australian War Memorial. I'll pass to Mr Woods to talk you through that if you like, Senator, but in a quantum, which I'm sure you're interested in, it is a $150,000 US per year over 3 years.
And they get branding rights, do they?
They
so
do,
they get to put up the weapons manufacturer's name in the War Memorial?
Boeing gets to have its name up, Senator, yes.
We've actually got two agreements, new agreements, one with Leidos and one with Boeing.
Sorry, could you just state your name and position for record
Elliot
for
Woods.
Hansard, please?
Sorry, Elliot Woods, Assistant Director, Public Programs, Australian War Memorial.
Sorry, keep going with your answer.
Why don't we deal with the Boeing one first of all? 150,000 US. They get naming rights, do they? And what do they get?
No, it's not a naming rights agreement. It's actually is the presenting partner of the theatre. So they get signage primarily.
So they get branding and signage in the theatre.
Correct.
Yep.
There are some other benefits that they receive, but those were the...
What are the other benefits that
Would
this
you like me
weapons
just to read the
manufacturer
list?
gets? If you've got a list, read the list.
So they get a designation to start with as the presenting partner of the Australian War Memorial, the presenting partner of the theatre. They get sponsor exclusivity within the aerospace defence manufacturing industry. They get approved use of the memorial's IP, imagery and logo for agreed promotion of the partnership. They're an exclusive partner of the memorial's theatre to be acknowledged as the theatre presented by Boeing. The branding benefits include memorial exclusive fixed signage for the theatre. It's above the entry door, Senator, and then internal entry. There's a couple of signage spaces in there, including the lectern. It's in memorial non-fixed signage that's on the lectern, and then in memorial digital signage that's throughout the memorial's museum and also on the door out the front. Brand and logo positioning, it's on the website panel, and then there's integration for up to 4 EDMs, which is our mail out, for content and method agreed to be with the memorial ongoing. They get 1 memorial sponsorship short form video content opportunity, 4 co-branded or tagged social posts, and they get a full page in our WM magazine. They get access to function, events and membership spaces. There's an opportunity to host 6 functions at the memorial, access to exclusive function space once per annum, and then exclusive invitations to our memorial partner events.
So a weapons manufacturer gives the War Memorial $150 US a year, and they get all of that in return. That's the deal, is it? Good deal for Boeing, huh?
It's a good deal for any partner that comes on and is a presenting partner, Senator.
Yeah. Did you consider the ethical questions of the manufacturer of weapons that kills people, kills soldiers? Did you consider the ethical ramifications of celebrating, signing, platforming an organisation that profits from making weapons to kill soldiers in a memorial about soldiers who have served and died? Did you consider the ethical questions?
New sponsors are assessed against our partnership policy, Senator.
Does that include that ethical question about this is a company that makes profits from war being sponsors of a war memorial?
We seek out partners that help us support our mission to lead remembrance and understanding of the Australian wartime experience. Boeing is a new this is a new agreement, but they're not a new partner. We've actually had Boeing on board for 10 years.
You've taken money from Boeing for ages, I know. Apart from that weapons manufacturer, what's the other weapons manufacturer that you've entered into an agreement with?
Leidos.
Leidos? Okay. What's the arrangement with Leidos?
Sorry. So Leidos is a 3-year deal worth $125,000. That's Australian dollars a year. And the funding goes towards the development of the memorial's podcast platform and helps with our subscription communications.
All right. And what does Leidos get for their $125K a year?
They get branding and logo placement on the WM portals. That's an online communications tool we have. There's acknowledgement of Leidos as partner of the memorial at intervals during our podcast series, so that is to be launched next year. There's a 1-page advertisement in all new WM magazines, acknowledgement of Leidos as partner on the memorial's main entrance partner panels, invitations to all major events, ceremonies and launches, an opportunity to explore shared content potential on the podcast platform, and an opportunity for Leidos to share podcast material with staff ahead of public release. They also get access to memorial corporate hospitality spaces, and we had their graduate program in there in September.
All right. Did the council approve these 2 sponsorships?
The council approved Boeing. The council was not part of the approval for Leidos.
So who approved Leidos?
The executive.
Mr. Anderson, did you approve Leidos?
Yes, I did, Senator.
Okay. Did you consider the ethical implications of having a company that profits from war having its logo, its branding, placed advertisements in your podcasts, in a memorial to soldiers and others who served, many of whom tragically lost their life in war. Did you consider the ethical issues around that?
Of course we do, Senator. But we also, if I may, Senator, just to further that, is at the Australian War Memorial, where we are charged with, amongst other things, to tell the Australian experience of war, as lived by the Australian Defence Force, the men and women who currently serve. We also consider the partnership with those companies within defence industry who currently provide the very systems that defend our freedoms, defend our democracies, patrol our borders. That's an important part of the consideration, Senator, is these are lawfully and legally constituted companies in Australia who seek to support the Australian War Memorial in the telling of the Australian experience of war, and that's the process we go through.
And you would want to tell that experience honestly without editing out the hard realities of war, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. So moving on from your sponsorship by weapons manufacturers to the question of a recent exhibit under the name of Hall of Valour, did you edit out some of the more appalling, horrific aspects of war when you put up an exhibit of Robert Smith in that Hall of Valour exhibition? Did you consciously edit?
We added to the exhibition, Senator, rather than anything out. What we've done, I would argue, for the first time in the memorial's history, is acknowledge in the Hall of Valour.
Well, I'll show you a document that was produced under FOI. You've already got a copy, Chair?
Yeah, we've got copies. You want us to circulate those?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. We'll circulate them all, but
we'll just get the documents.
There's a couple of documents, but the one I'm taking you to, first of all, is a very disturbing photo. It's on a 2-page.
Just to be warning, there's a dead body. Just
indeed.
Yep. Just so people are aware.
It's,
with a soldier.
It was produced by the AWM under an FOI. You see that image of, I think, Ben Robert Smith. There's looks like another Australian soldier in the background, and then there's a dead body in the front.
Got it.
Yep. You familiar with this image?
I'm familiar with the image, Senator.
Do you want to explain to the committee how it is that this image appeared on Ben Robert Smith's Hall of Valour exhibition?
It is an image of Corporal Ben Robert Smith, VCMG, as I understand, the action for which he was awarded the Victoria Cross in TSAC, and predates me, Senator, but I would imagine the process that went through in the display of that image related to the fact that we were seeking an image of him, a contemporaneous image of him. That was the image that provided. And conscious, Senator, too, that when we also have images on public display and we have children passing through, one of the considerations for the display of images, in my understanding, is it needs to be sort of PG rated. And so I imagine that is why that was edited. There's no sense in the accompanying narrative around what he was awarded the Victoria Cross for, the citation, about how horrific that event was for all who were there, Senator. But I think that's probably why it's been...
Ben Robert Smith is infamous for a number of reasons, one of which is a court finding that he engaged in war crimes and unlawfully killed people while wearing the Australian uniform. That's one of the things that he's infamous for, isn't it?
Completely unrelated to that image, Senator.
Well, and part of the concerns about Ben Robert Smith was that he liked to have a body count, and he was notorious for wanting to have his kill count, I think it was called. That's one of the concerns about his history, his fixation with a kill count. You aware of that?
Senator, I'm aware of media reporting about it.
And this image, you edited out the dead body that he's posing in front of. Ben Robert Smith is posing for a staged photo in front of the dead body of an Afghan. Maybe it's somebody he was fighting, maybe it's not. It's a staged photo of him standing in front of a dead Afghan. And you chose that photo, a staged photo taken in front of a dead Afghan, to put up in the Hall of Valour. How on earth did that get through any ethical decision making? A staged photo of a bloke who's famous for wanting his kill count in front of a dead Afghan.
Senator, we are there to tell the causes, the conduct and the consequences of
and
war.
the truth of it.
And the truth of it.
And you edited out the fact that this was a staged photo of a bloke who's been found to be a war criminal in front of a dead Afghan.
Senator,
and you put it in the Hall of Valour.
Thank you, Senator. That is an action for which Ben Robert-Smith was awarded the Victoria Cross for valour. That is a contemporaneous issue, photograph of that day. Again, I didn't take the decision, but I stand by the decision, which is to provide a photo of him taken on that day in the Hall of Valour, and then to ensure that when we place photographs, as I say, when children move through the galleries uncurated or unescorted, our driving sort of rationale is to ensure that it's almost not quite age appropriate, but certainly that's PG. And I suspect that was, I don't know the decision that was taken, but that is a photo of Ben Robert-Smith taken on the day of his action, at the place of his action, for which he was awarded the Victoria Cross.
It goes nowhere near telling the truth, because the truth of this photo is that we have somebody who's been found by a civil court to be a war criminal having a staged photo in front of the body of a killed Afghan. That's the truth of the photo, and you edited out the truth by editing out the image of the dead Afghan body that he was posing in front of. It is a gross misrepresentation. A gross misrepresentation. Don't you agree?
No, I don't, Senator. It is a photograph.
You stand by it?
I stand by the taking of a photo and the displaying of a photo of Ben Robert-Smith in TSAC on the day in which he was awarded the Victoria Cross for valour. And that's what that photo does in an age-appropriate way.
And in the Hall of Valour exhibition, did you include in that the findings of the court that Ben Robert-Smith was a war criminal?
We updated, yes, Senator, we updated the narrative, the panel, not to a war criminal, that a judge in a federal court had found substantial truth to the allegations that were made. He was complicit in unlawful executions. That's the language that's in the galleries. For the first time in the memorial's history, Senator, I'd argue...
Was it in the Hall of Valour exhibition?
Yes, it is, Senator.
Was it in there from the outset?
No, as soon as
it was raised with you that you had a grossly unrepresentative...
Not at all, Senator. As soon as there was a finding in the federal court, that the day after the federal court decision was handed down with regard to the defamation trial, council met and council updated the text to reflect the outcomes of the federal court decision, and we have updated the panel at every stage since.
Is that edited photo still on display?
I believe it is, Senator.
All right.
Now, I know Senator Pocock has some questions. I'm happy to come back to senators. I'll just keep moving the call along. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time here this afternoon. Minister, could I start by asking some questions about the new appointments to the board of the Australian War Memorial? I understand 3 people were recently appointed to the board: Mr. Peter Tinley, Ms. Leslie Allway, and Major General Wade Stottart. Yesterday we saw the government release its new framework for board appointments. Can you confirm whether the framework was followed for these most recent appointments?
Senator, these members have been appointed. They have very diverse experience as senior leaders. They have a deep understanding of military history, military service and commemoration of military service, and they were appointed in the appropriate way. I understand that the appropriate way for the Minister to make appointments is to make recommendations about appointments through Cabinet, and those are then made to the Governor-General.
Sure. Thank you. But yesterday you released a new framework which the government has been working on for 2 years, and I'm interested if this framework was followed for these appointments, and if you could tell the Senate if the open competitive, the closed competitive or the direct pathway was utilised, and which pathway applied to each person.
I'll take that on notice, Senator, because the framework, as you have observed in your question, was released yesterday. In relation to the other questions you ask, I'll need to seek advice.
Thank you, Minister. It was only released yesterday because the Senate forced the government to release this, so clearly
that's incorrect, Senator
needed.
Pocock. Senator Gallagher has been very clear with the Senate and with you on many occasions about the approach she was taking to working through the recommendations in this report. But this is not the forum to prosecute that line of argument.
Well, sure, but I'm asking about board appointments, and that report was into board appointments, so I think it's directly relevant, and there were a number of orders of the Senate to release that, and so I'm interested if there was an open process for these appointments. Were there expressions of interest?
I'll take it on notice, Senator. If I have any advice I can give you in the meantime, I shall.
Okay. If you could also take on notice whether there were assessment panels, suitability reports, or whether it was a direct approach. Were these appointments made from a shortlist? And were all the appointees on those shortlists?
Yes, the appointments were managed by Departments of Veterans Affairs, who are the portfolio agency for the board, but I will take that on notice and we can ask DVA to provide advice to the committee.
Sure, thank you. Mr Anderson, may I ask some questions about the Sandakan Memorial?
Of course.
Have any concerns been raised with you about the Sandakan soldiers' sculpture at the memorial?
Not to me personally, Senator. I attend the annual Sandakan commemoration every year, and with the families, including of some of the fallen, and no concerns been raised with me.
Okay, thank you. More generally, when concerns are raised about the accuracy of sculptures, displays or exhibits at the war memorial, how they dealt with, could you maybe just talk us through the process? If a family member says, hey, the inscription on that sculpture or memorial doesn't quite reflect what I think it should say. Like, is there a process that you can go through to make sure that they're heard, and you kind of dig into that issue?
There's absolutely a process, Senator. I mean, typically they write to me, or they. And what's often the case, Senator, is as people see sculptures, statues, even artwork or photographs, they come to us to say, your caption, I've got some more information for you. So they're providing additional context or information that might relate to a caption in a gallery or a sculpture. Now, sometimes, in fact most times, it's very difficult to update if there's a bronze plaque that's on the ground, but with every object in our collection, there's not only the physical label that's there, the physical bronze plaque, for example, with the sculpture, there's also the background information that when you search it up online goes into much greater detail about the sculpture, about the process, about the committee that's involved. So that would be, if we get new information or there's a challenge to it, we'd pass it through my military history team, my national collections team. They would consider it, the validity of it, and if it's accurate and if it's worth updating, of course we would, because it's it's a memorial. It's not a static institution, Senator. We need to keep these things updated and, most importantly, accurate.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll get in touch about an issue that was raised with the Sandakan soldier sculpture outside of this forum. I was hoping to get an update on how the memorial represent the frontier wars in its exhibitions. It's been a while since we've sort of connected over this, and I've had a number of people who are really interested in ensuring that this is done properly, sort of continue to be in touch, and just hoping to understand what progress has been made.
Well, the progress, Senator, is, my testimony to this committee previously has been that once we conclude the galleries in Anzac Hall, we're currently 15 galleries simultaneously. Once those staff are released from those duties, which we hope will be by the end of February, then we're in a position to turn their minds to the standing up of the gallery teams that will work on these, the frontier wars, the pre-1914 galleries, as they're also called, because they will also include the Boer War, the Boxer Rebellion, Sudan, New Zealand, included in those galleries. But that'll start in earnest from February when we stand these teams up. Should let you know that we're holding the first of the major history conferences that we're hosting at the War Memorial in the middle of next year, called Imperialism and Resistance, where we're actually trying to make sure that we get the best sort of intellectual rigour around the framing of these galleries and the input into these galleries. And then we'll do the normal things that we do with of course we'll have an Aboriginal and Torres Strait advisory body providing advice to the gallery design team. We'll have a Veterans Advisory Committee. We'll have Inclusivity and Disability Advisory Committees. We'll engage in national consultations around this. So that'll all start in earnest. But the point I would make, Senator, is these are for galleries that will open in 2028. But that's the process that we're working towards to achieve that end date and that outcome.
Thank you. And for the procurement process for the displays and galleries that are sort of underway, who ran that procurement process? Is that done by the War Memorial or?
It's done by the Memorial Centre.
I've had some concerns raised that a number of the bigger contracts have gone to overseas companies when there's a lot of Australian companies that are very sort of specialised, and as you'd appreciate, it's not a huge market here in Australia for that sort of specialised work. And just looking through, I guess, the contracts that have been finalised, there are a number that have gone to big companies that are clearly offshore, and just wondering how you've weighed in the procurement rules the retained economic benefit.
Certainly, Senator. I think one of the ones that was discussed most recently, I think, involved sort of stage one or phase one of the gallery design, which was a very technically sophisticated. I'm looking at Wayne about the the modelling, the 3D modelling, almost the computer animated design that informed what was going to follow, and that was certainly went to an overseas company. But all of the subsequent work has gone to Australian companies, is my understanding, to actually to do the gallery work and the gallery, sort of the detailed design and the implementation has certainly been Australian companies, Australian-based companies.
But what does it mean for us as a country and as a war memorial, given you're telling Australian stories, to have a foreign company essentially helping design and model that? It just doesn't seem to sit right with me, and I think a lot of people I've spoken to, and so I'm interested, how do you weigh that? In the procurement rules there's clear guidelines around retained economic benefit. Yep. One of these companies I've looked at, very unclear tax paid, where the money's flowing. We know there's some very creative accounting. I'm just interested how you weighed that up, and how you weigh up having foreign companies who potentially have a external workforce where they are using consultants, wherever it might be, telling such delicate intimate Australian stories that really, I think, need to be so well done.
Well, thanks, Senator. I think it'd be important to reassure the committee that the content is being driven by the Australian War Memorial. You start with the gallery, then you pick a theme, and then you determine how it is we're going to use and which objects are we going to use from the National Collection to tell those stories. So it is heavily both memorial-centric and Australian-centric. I think certainly at the start there, Senator, with regard to the companies that were engaged at that time, and it was about making sure that not only are we engaging as much as we possibly can Australian companies, we also want the best these things can possibly be in the way that we tell the stories, the most contemporary they can possibly be. And sometimes you follow the thought leaders and where they're based. But my assurance to you, Senator, is wherever possible, we are determined, that we have Australian eyes and ears and hands telling Australian stories that throughout this process. And I think that's what you'll see. It's not a foreign telling of an Australian experience of war, it's the Australian experience of war as told by, conceived by, curated by Australians.
Okay, I guess I've also had concerns raised with me by Australian companies in this space. When they miss out on these sorts of contracts to foreign companies, that they essentially have to shed staff because there isn't that much work going around, which just seems like a huge shame given it is the Australian War Memorial. But there's no question there. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Sorry,
Wayne Lynch is here, Executive Project Director at the Australian War Memorial, and look after the redevelopment. I would say that the vast majority of our companies are Australian companies. If we looked at percentage-wise, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but there would be more than 90% of the sale prices go to Australian companies. And even with the company I think you're referring to, the Australian curators, our curators, direct what that company was doing, but its design work was found to be sort of best in class at the time.
Sure. I take your point, but if you look at the dollar figures, like some pretty big contracts going to those foreign companies. Thank you.
Okay, now Senator Shoebridge, did you have more questions?
I do, thanks.
You can take us to the lunch break.
Oh, hopefully before.
Okay,
we'll
cool.
see how we go. Mr Anderson, the Les Carlson Award for Literary Award was a debacle this year, wasn't it?
Wasn't handled well, Senator.
Yeah. Well, I say debacle, you say wasn't handled well. You had 2 independent judges, is that right?
Yes, Senator.
Who are they?
They are Denise Carline and Ashley Eakins.
Sorry?
Denise Carline and Ashley Eakins.
Yep. And they both, they unanimously decided on who should win the prize, didn't they, after they had gone through the shortlist?
They did, Senator.
And what work and by who did they decide should win the prize?
I beg your pardon?
What work and by which author did they unanimously agree should win the prize?
Flawed Hero by Chris Masters was the book that they recommended, but I'm happy to go back a step if you like.
We'll step this through with questions. And they made that recommendation. They sent their recommendations through, I think, on the 19th of May this year, and then the other one came through on the 23rd of May this year. That's right?
That's correct, Senator.
And they'd assessed them against all the criteria that was available, and they unanimously agreed that Chris Masters' Flawed Hero should win the prize. Is that right?
No, Senator, that's not right. They didn't assess it against all the criteria that was available. The criteria, the most important criteria, was that the Les Carlin Writing Prize is for an emerging author for their first major work or publication. And they did not assess it against that criteria, which was the purpose for which the prize was established.
They assessed it against the criteria that was published, widely published, when entrants were sought. They assessed it against that, didn't they?
Senator, when we sent out the social media calls for submissions, some of that social media content that went out did not include, as you rightly state, that requirement for the emerging author for their first major work or publication. However, when the link that took them to, the memorial's landing page for the Les Carlin Writing Prize, which spoke about how you submit your entries, how many entries you need to provide, what format you need to provide them, all of the other things they followed, it stated clearly that the Les Carlin Writing Prize was for emerging authors for their first major work or publication.
Yeah. To be clear, the full title of the book that Chris Masters wrote, which was recommended by both of the independent judges to win the prize, was Flawed Hero, Truth, Lies and War Crimes. That's the full title, isn't it?
That's fine, Senator, yep.
Yep. And who was the flawed hero who Chris Masters wrote about and who Chris Masters said had committed war crimes? Who was it?
It was clearly Ben Robert Smith, VCMG.
Okay. And that's the same Ben Robert Smith that you had in the Hall of Valour with the edited photo, is that right?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. Now, when did you find out that Flawed Hero, Truth, Lies and War Crimes by Chris Masters was being unanimously recommended to win the prize?
Well, no, the emails on that date, Senator.
Sorry?
Those emails on that date was the recommendations of the judges to me.
Yeah. And you went, well, hang on, can't have something about Ben Robert Smith win the prize. Better go and reverse engineer a solution. That's what you did, isn't it?
No, that's not what I did, Senator, and I actually reject the accusation. You're talking about a book, Senator, just for the committee's reference, that is for sale in the Australian War Memorial Bookshop. You're talking about a book, Senator, that was promoted in the Australian War Memorial's Wartime magazine. It just doesn't make sense that I would reverse engineer, and I reject it. What I did do, Senator, since you asked, is I went back to first principles. I went back to the council decision, and as you'd appreciate, council are responsible for the control and conduct of the affairs of the memorial and all of its policies. It was council in 2019 who set up the Les Carlin Writing Prize, established for emerging authors for their first major work or publication, and that was unchanged. And to this day remains the qualifications of the criteria for the award.
Has to be their first book?
Well, that's an interesting question, Senator, because that level of detail wasn't defined. It was defined as an emerging author for their first major work or publication. First major work or publication.
Sorry, emerging author, first major work or publication?
Yes.
Is that what you say is now the criteria?
Well, that was the criteria then, Senator.
Wasn't the criteria that was advertised, though, was it?
It was the criteria. No, that's correct, Senator. That was the breakdown in communication, was that the social media advertising that was pushed out, which included a link to the process to go through. The landing page clearly set out, uppercase in bold in the middle of the page, that the Les Carlin Writing Prize was for an author's first major work or publication.
When did you say? Well, was it you who made the decision to say no? We're not going to give it to Chris Masters?
No, Senator. There's no decision to award the prize because they weren't eligible. He's not an emerging author. It's not his first major work or publication.
The minister. It eventually became apparent through media reporting that Chris Masters had been unanimously recommended for the prize but was not being awarded the prize. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Do you remember when that media reporting was?
I couldn't tell you precisely, Senator. I'm sure you can.
Oh, no. It was about 3.5 months after when it became apparent. Now, the minister emailed you with his disquiet, didn't he, about the debacle?
I don't recall any email from the minister on this topic, Senator.
All right. Sorry, Andrew Lee, right. Member of Parliament,
yes, he did.
Wrote to you with his disquiet. I think you've got that there with you. It's the document that has a large number of... There's a table at the front of it, just to assist. Looks like that.
I don't have it, Senator.
It was handed on, wasn't
No,
it?
it should have been circulated. There were a couple...
There's a table on the front.
There were 3 lots.
Sorry.
And then there's
thank you,
the email from Andrew Lee. He says, he sends it at 9:53 at night on the 14th of September. Dear Matt, just wanted to express my disquiet at the War Memorial's handling of the Les Carlin Literary Award. I understand there's considerable pressure on both sides of the issue, but I do think that following the Ben Roberts defamation trial and the dismissal of his appeal, the Chris Masters book is an important aspect of the truth-telling process. Do you say that?
I do, Senator.
Yeah. And then you responded back to him. Okay. He said that at like 9:53 p.m. and you responded back to him at 10:51 p.m. You see that?
I do, Senator. I remember it.
Yeah. Now, in the meantime, the council had received a minute and some a draft recommendation to re-establish the criteria clearly from 2020. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah. And you say that in this email you sent to Mr. Lee, when this error was brought to Council's attention in June, without reference to the long or short list, they restated unanimously their intention that the award was and remained an award for emerging writers. Do you see that?
Yes, Senator.
Are you saying that in the discussion of the council, where you discussed what was an emerging public debacle about the judging panel unanimously recommending Chris Masters' work, are you saying the fact that Chris Masters' work in relation to Ben Roberts-Smith in a work that identified him as a war criminal, you're saying that fact was not brought to the council's attention?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
How could you not bring that fact to the council's attention if they're going to make an informed decision on what ended up being a public disaster for the War Memorial? Why did you not tell the council, well, actually, the recommended book is about a war criminal and we've got a picture of the war criminal, an exhibition of the war criminal in the War Memorial, and that's going to be a bit awkward for us? Why didn't you have that conversation with them?
Because the conversation, Senator, was around, in the first instance, around the process. The process had fallen over in that a judging panel had made a recommendation to officers within the memorial that perhaps the book prize should be expanded to beyond emerging authors for their first major work or publication. That was then taken as fact by the judging committee and by some within the memorial, and they went off and they so-called operationalised it. When it was brought to my attention that what we had done was we had amended a decision of council, which was the establishment of a Les Carline Writing Prize for an emerging author for their first major work or publication. When that had been brought to my attention, Senator, that we'd changed the decision of council without reference to the council, I said, pause, let me take this to council to see if they're okay with the recommendation that's arising from, without reference to any book, because when they established the prize, Senator, they didn't have reference to any book.
And so you chose not to give the council the full history, not to tell the council that actually the criteria had been used, the published criteria had been used. They'd chosen the Chris Masters work about Ben Roberts-Smith and identifying him as a war criminal. You chose not to give that information to the council when they made their decision. That was your choice, wasn't it?
That was my choice, Senator, to ask the council.
How could you have an obligation to fully inform the council, not to give them your edited version, not to not put before them what no doubt for you was a deeply embarrassing failure by your own organisation. You have an obligation to fully inform the council, don't you? And you didn't.
Senator,
on your version of events, anyhow, you didn't.
Well, Senator, I informed council of the breakdown in process, the breakdown in internal processes that led to a decision that led to the partial advertising. And again, Senator, you can talk about the tweets and the other social media that we pushed out, all of which took us back to a landing page on the Les Carline Writing Prize where we identified this as for emerging authors for their first major work or publication. That was the breakdown in the process. What I then took to council was advice that the judging panel wanted to expand this to all authors. And they said, no, we want this to be a prize for emerging, and that's this point of difference to other literary prizes in the country, Senator, is this is a chance for emerging authors for their first major work or publication on Australian military history. There are other prizes for established authors, and what they wanted to do was to preserve the uniqueness of this prize. So at that point it stopped. Council had considered twice whether or not they wanted this to be expanded to other authors beyond emerging authors, and twice they said no.
And you never once told the council that the War Memorial had gone out publicly with different criteria, had received nominations, had shortlisted the nominations, and had an independent judging panel unanimously both recommend the same work. You never told the council that their decision would be reversing all of that, did you? How could you not, as the CEO, whose responsibility is to fully brief the council, how could you not tell them that?
Senator, I sought advice on whether or not they wished to expand the prize to beyond an emerging author for their first major work or publication, and they didn't. So,
and are you sitting there saying that you let this entire discussion happen with the council, which has now led to this debacle, an embarrassing debacle for the War Memorial? You let this entire conversation happen with the council without actually identifying the problem that you'd seen pop up in front of you, which started the whole thing. Is that how you exercise your duties to the council?
Well, it is, Senator. I think the other thing to note in this, Senator, is that their duties to the council were they took a decision to create a prize for an emerging author for their first major work. That's the decision that they took in 2019 before I arrived at the War Memorial. But in honouring that decision, and also, Senator, in honouring all of those emerging writers who, in good faith, submitted their prizes for consideration under this prize, they didn't have a hope, as it turned out, again in the minds of the judging panel, against these major publishing houses who were publishing books. So the purpose of the prize was to create a unique and a growing interest in Australian military history.
And Ms Carlisle was nominated as a family member of the person for whom the award had been named. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
And we're seeking to honour the history and her family's history, wasn't
That's
it?
correct, Senator.
And this is what they said, and this is what they told you. For 4 years, the award has been open to all authors of military history and advertised as such without complaint. They told you this in March, by the way, 2025. I requested this change for 2 reasons. Opening the award to all military books gave us access to the best Australia had to offer. Les, in whose name the award is made, would not be concerned if the winner was a new or established author. It was always the writing that mattered to him. Every piece he wrote, every speech he delivered was crafted for the occasion. He used to say, the words are the only things the readers judge us by, which makes me think of the many hundreds of letters from grateful readers still crammed into boxes in his study. And a nod to our choice of winner, Les, a former editor of The Age and editor-in-chief of the Herald and Weekly Times, would understand the mental toughness and tenacity required of investigative reporters. That's what the judge told you, and that's why the judge was supporting Chris Masters. And it was her family's award. And you didn't even tell the council. How do you stand by that decision?
Senator, I stand by the decision, the 2 decisions of council for the purpose of the award. The purpose of the award. Now, just because the judges made a recommendation, they did make a recommendation to expand it.
Just because the independent judges made a
Senator, the independent judges don't work for the Australian War Memorial, and this is the policy of the Australian War Memorial, is set by council, and council have twice now said they wanted this prize to be for an emerging author for their first major work or publication. It is extremely well intentioned and from a very good place that Denise is making those recommendations, but council was asked questions around whether or not they wished to expand it, and they wanted the uniqueness of a prize for an emerging author. That's what they wanted to establish, that's why they established it, and that's what they've stuck with.
I've just had one final question, Chair.
Thank you.
On another point, how much gallery space will there be in the Australian War Memorial after the current redevelopment? And how much will be devoted to the Australian Frontier Wars?
Senator, the question, about 420 square metres is the replaced, what's called the 1914 galleries. Decisions around how that space is allocated to Frontier Wars versus the Imperial versus the Resistance element of it, I don't know yet, Senator. That will be part of the design process that ultimately will determine how much space is devoted precisely to Frontier Wars.
Honest History have done some analysis and they suggest that the floor space for Frontier Wars, even though there's a massive expansion for the War Memorial, is actually going to reduce after the expansion. Are they right or are they wrong?
The floor space devoted to what, sorry, Senator?
To the Frontier Wars.
No, Senator, quite the reverse. Prior to the development, the floor space devoted to the Frontier Wars consisted of one piece of artwork and an interpretive panel. I suspect that what will happen will be in the order of 200 times larger, as in 200 square metres or more devoted to Frontier Wars compared to what was there previously. So I don't accept their numbers. 200
square metres out of how many metres for the exhibition space?
Well, Senator, it goes back to the gallery master plan, but the total gallery space that's available by the end of the job will be,
what will that be?
15,000 square metres.
Sorry?
15,000 square metres.
15,000. So out of 15,000 square metres, you have decided that you would allocate 200 square metres to the Frontier Wars.
It could well be more, Senator. And also,
you just told me 200.
Well, I said it could be more, Senator. I said that the gallery master, that the team will decide what goes into the pre-1914 galleries and the space that's allocated. It could be 400. I don't know, and I won't be. But Senator, the point is, we had pre-colonial galleries, as they were called, prior to the development. And the gallery master plan always said that we would replace those with what we're now calling the 1914 or the pre-1914 galleries. That's the space that's available to us. But the suggestion is, Senator, that it's only gallery space where we tell these stories, and that's not right. We've done it in the most recent articles in wartime. We're having a national or an international conference on it. We'll have travelling exhibitions. So it's just not right to count purely floor space as the importance that we attach to that issue.
I'm going to put it on the record that for my party, the Greens, allocating barely 1% of the floor space to the Frontier Wars, if that's what ends up happening, consistent with what you've suggested may happening, would be gross disrespect to First Nations peoples, gross disrespect to the scale of the Frontier Wars that covered this continent and the appalling loss of life to First Nations peoples from the Frontier Wars. For the record, I want it said that 200 square metres, barely 1% of the space, is gross disrespect to the struggle First Nations peoples had.
That's your position, Senator, and I would say that we will work with the appropriate people, the galleries, the curators, our First Nations peoples, to ensure that the stories that we tell, by the way, in the concert with other cultural institutions, Senator, it's important that we tell the story, and we're on the record as committing to more broadly and more deeply tell this story. But we're also on the record through our chairman, Kim Beazley, to give our first Australians the dignity of resistance. That's what we're determined to do. But in terms of floor space, just by way of comparison, the Hall of Valour and the 102 Victoria Crosses that were awarded over the past century is 150 square metres, just in terms of space.
Well,
I can work up one way of getting some space back.
We are breaking for lunch now at 1 p.m. Thank you, Senators. Mr Anderson, thank you very much for you and your team. You are free to go, and we'll have the Department of Defence back here at 1:45 p.m. Was there something you needed to add?
I did put it at the bottom of my opening statement, Senator. I'm just conscious that every night at the Australian War Memorial we honour those who have served, those still serving, and the families who love and support them. I'm very conscious in this place, in the first week of December, you're also a long way from your family and friends, and I just want to thank you for your service.
Thank you very much, and once again...
We've got a few friends in the building.
More than a few, but no, thank you very much, and appreciate all the work that you and your team does, and certainly if people have time over the summer, encourage you to go and head down and visit the memorial. On that note, we're now going to break, Senators, and we'll suspend and be back here at 1:45. Thank you. All right, welcome back everyone. Good afternoon. Full house at the moment, so it must be the exciting part of the day. Now, I'd like to welcome Mr Greg Moriarty, AO, Secretary of the Department of Defence, and Admiral David Johnson, ACRN, Chief of the Australian Defence Force, and all the officers that are here today. Now, gentlemen, do either of you have an opening statement that you'd like to make? Mr Moriarty, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Chair, Senators. I'll just provide a very short update on some key defence developments since we last appeared 2 months ago. So, Chair, the government launched the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator on 1 November, meeting a key milestone in the delivery of Australia's conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines. This new statutory agency is responsible for the effective regulatory oversight of Australia's naval nuclear propulsion capabilities, providing independent assurance that the highest standards of nuclear safety and radiological protection are upheld. The agency has launched with over 70 staff and will expand over the coming years. November also marked the 1-year anniversary of the Australian Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Plan. There have been a number of milestones achieved over the last year, including the opening of an office dedicated to the $850 million missile manufacturing partnership with Kongsberg. This factory will be the second in the world to produce the Joint Strike Missile and Naval Strike Missile. The government has also signed a joint statement of intent with the United States and Lockheed Martin for the co-development and production of guided weapons. This statement of intent is a shared commitment to the development of a resilient and interoperable sovereign capability. We continue to maintain a high tempo of engagements in the region through key multilateral forums. In October, the Deputy Prime Minister travelled to Chile for the 2025 South Pacific Defence Ministers meeting. This forum brought together 10 nations to discuss Pacific-led responses to regional security challenges. This included discussion on the first year of operations of the Pacific Response Group and steps to improve our ability to collectively respond to disasters. The government hosted the 31st Australia-Papua New Guinea Ministerial Forum on 20 October. This forum marked an important step in advancing our shared goals and initiatives following the historic signing of the Mutual Defence Treaty. The Deputy Prime Minister and his counterpart committed to establishing a bilateral task force to oversee the development of a recruitment pathway to enable citizens of Papua New Guinea to join the Australian Defence Force. This work is underway and we will continue to work closely with Papua New Guinea to implement the treaty. The Deputy Prime Minister also attended the ASEAN Defence Ministers Meeting Plus, where he had a series of bilateral and multilateral engagements. This includes a multilateral meeting with Japan, the Philippines and the United States, reaffirming joint efforts on deterrence and operational readiness. Defence is continuing to develop new capabilities and strengthen our international and industry partnerships. On Monday this week, the government announced a significant step towards ensuring the delivery of defence capabilities, skills and workforce through the creation of a Defence Delivery Agency. Design and development of the new agency, along with other reforms, will be undertaken by a whole-of-government task force over the coming months. I thank the committee for your time, and I think I'll pass to the CDF with your indulgence, Chair.
Thank you very much. And just to double check, you're happy to table that for us, Mr Moriarty? Thank you. Admiral.
Good afternoon, Chair and Senators. Admiral David Johnston, the Chief of the Defence Force. Yesterday marked the first anniversary of the Australian Government's response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. The Minister for Defence Personnel addressed the National Press Club to update Australians on the work we are doing to implement the Royal Commission's recommendations. I reinforce that the implementation of the Royal Commission recommendations is a defence priority. We are taking action alongside the Department of Veteran Affairs and other government departments and agencies to urgently progress this work. Our ongoing reforms to culture, systems and processes aim to ensure the safety and well-being of our people. The committee is likely aware of the class action filed in the Federal Court of Australia against the Commonwealth of Australia in relation to allegations of contraventions of the Sex Discrimination Act. I am constrained in what I can say about the class action. This is now a matter before the court, and I respect the legal process that has commenced. I can reinforce that Defence acknowledges and respects the legal rights of its members to take part in this matter or to take steps to exercise any other legal rights. All Defence personnel have a right to be respected and deserve to have a safe and positive workplace experience. There is no place for sexual violence in Defence. We will continue striving to eliminate sexual violence from our workforce. I also want to comment on Australia's maritime security environment. Australia maintains a high situational awareness across our immediate region and routinely monitors maritime and air traffic in Australia's near approaches. As the Deputy Prime Minister said on Monday, Defence is currently monitoring a People Liberation Army Chinese Naval Task Group, which has been operating in the Philippine Sea. We are aware the task group is composed of 4 ships, a Yushen-class landing helicopter assault, a Renhai-class cruiser, a Jianghai-class frigate, and a Fuji-class replenishment vessel. An Australian P8 observed the task group on the evening of 2nd December in the Philippine Sea, approximately 500 nautical miles north of Palau. I have previously stated that we have seen a greater PLA Navy presence in our immediate region in recent years, and we do expect to see future PLAN extended area deployments. We will continue to monitor this task group as we learn more about its direction, its purpose and intent. Finally, I would like to finish by acknowledging those who have contributed to all of Defence's work this year. The efforts of Defence's people continue to inspire us. Serving our country requires many of our people to work when others are enjoying a summer break. I express my deep gratitude to all of those who will be on duty, both here in Australia and overseas. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Admiral. Now, Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much. Secretary Admiral, good afternoon. Last estimates you spoke at length about the threat environment, including that we would continue to see assertive conduct from the Chinese PLA in our near waters. Is that still the case?
Yes, Senator.
Can you expand on your answer?
Well, the assessment that we provided in October was that the Chinese military capacity is growing. We see that across all of their arms of their service, their rocket service, in cyber and related areas. And as that capacity is growing, China is seeking to employ the military power that it has, its deployments into the region, the actions that it takes in the South China Sea, in other regions. So a pattern of China both growing in capacity and being prepared to use the military might that it has.
And what do you mean by the comment being prepared to use the military might?
I think we've seen China being more assertive in some of the actions that it has been performing in the Philippines, particularly with countries like the Philippines in the South China Sea, around some of the dual contested features or claims in that area where there has been a very substantial Chinese military presence.
I do want to ask you about the Chinese flotilla in the Philippine Sea. Does Defence think it is likely that this flotilla may make its way to our near waters?
It's possible. We have seen patterns of Chinese task group deployments of this nature from around where it is now proceed into the Western Pacific, sometimes proceed into the Southwest Pacific, sometimes come closer to Australia. So there is some historical patterns that they have had for ships of this nature being in the region. We will observe very closely what they're doing and have an understanding as the movements of those vessels become clearer.
So what can you tell this committee about your monitoring of these activities?
I could say I'm very confident in our capacity alongside our partners to monitor the movements of the task group and ensure that we have a good understanding of where it might be going, and as the task group proceeds for as long as it might, our ability to provide advice to the government around what we understand its activities to be.
And you refer to your partners. Which partners, to which are you referring?
Of course, it depends on where the ships go, but if they move into the Southwest Pacific, we would work with our Pacific partners in that area, the French and New Caledonia, PNG, so it very much depends on where the ships might proceed. Of course, we work closely with the United States at all times to bring the best of our capabilities together. So this is an example where working with partners collectively strengthens us and we cooperate very closely together.
What naval capability does Defence currently have to respond to such an exercise? And would Navy, for instance, monitor such activities from a safe distance? What could you describe the nature of the capability?
Senator, there's a series of hypotheticals in your question. What I offer is we have comprehensive surveillance capabilities. I am very confident that depending on where the task group goes, and certainly as it gets, if it were to get closer to Australia, in our ability to provide air-based surveillance, maritime-based surveillance where it's relevant, using other capabilities that are available to Defence to be able to do it. But it, of course, depends on what the task group does. If it remains well out in the Pacific, that's a different series of activities than if it proceeded elsewhere.
So this follows the flaring of a P8 in the South China Sea. Does Defence maintain a tally now of these issues that have occurred? This is at least the 7th in 3 years. How frequently has this now occurred all up?
Senator, just so I'm clear, are you talking about the task group?
No, I'm talking
activity?
about the flaring of a P8,
the P8
in the South
incident?
China Sea. So are you keeping a tally of how many such incidents?
We certainly... Yes, we observe each of those incidents. We seek to understand all of them as they occur, draw judgments from them, but we have a good historical record, yes, of what has occurred and when.
So can you just clarify how many incidents of that nature have occurred, and has every incident of this sort of provocative action been made public or published?
I have to take on notice, depending on how far back you might wish to go. This is the second of the incidents involving flares that have occurred this year. I think the earlier one was canvassed in early estimates. So the second occasion we have experienced flares released close to an Australian P8 maritime patrol aircraft in the current year.
And what about over the last 3 years? Do you have that figure?
I don't have that figure, but we could obtain it.
And were there any incidents that were not made public?
We have a protocol that is used particularly around the characterisation of unsafe behaviour that is part of the advice that we provide to government. Certainly all of the ones this year have been made public, to my recollection, similarly in the last few years, but I'd have to check to correlate that against the data that we have.
Thanks, Admiral. If you could just provide on notice all such incidents since 2020, that would be appreciated.
Since 2020, yes.
Thank you. How many ADF personnel were on the P8 which was flared recently?
I could talk to the general size of a P8 crew, and the Chief of Air Force might join me. Of course, it varies depending on the mission type. How many were explicitly on board that aircraft when it occurred on the 19th of October? Well, I'd have to, if you wanted the precise answer, Senator, I would get that answer. But Chief of Air Force could talk to how many are normally on an aircraft when it's performing a mission of this type.
Senator, good afternoon. Stephen Chappell, Chief of Air Force. Normally, again, it will depend on the mission being conducted, but normally you'll see a range between 12 and 16 on board the aircraft for most of their missions. I can't give you the number for that particular mission. I can describe their experiences and their qualifications and the way they conduct themselves in the face of some challenges, but I can't.
Perhaps you could provide further detail on notice would be much appreciated. The Defence Minister has described these types of activities as unprofessional. Can you just outline for the Hansard what is the risk of these activities?
So again, just
the flaring of the P8. Yes.
The Defence Minister described the incident that occurred on the 19th as unsafe and unprofessional.
Yes,
was the description that we use. We characterise an event that is unsafe if we believe that it can put the jeopardy, if the incident that occurs can place either the safety of the aircraft or its crew in this circumstance at some risk. Unprofessional is a description that may not relate to a safety-related matter, but in which we would characterise the nature of event as being short of military best practice and either contravene the law of the sea or an approach that we believe is important to the way a military force would conduct itself. But the unsafe designator is a judgment we form when we believe a platform, in that case the aircraft or its crew, may be placed at risk.
And so could you characterise this incident as being dangerous?
Yes, it was dangerous. By being unsafe, I think that's a reasonable comparison.
But the Defence Minister described it as unprofessional rather than stating it was dangerous.
But with the unsafe and unprofessional are the two common descriptors that we apply. We try to be consistent in the language that is being used for events of this nature so that it does allow us to be able to compare event from event or trend from trend.
Could you just in a bit more detail, Admiral, outline the nature of these activities insofar as the danger they presented to ADF personnel?
But on this particular occasion, on the 19th of October, Senator, the event that caused concern was the release by a Chinese fighter aircraft of flares from that fighter aircraft in close proximity to the P8 aircraft. Flares are used for a variety of purposes. From fighters, they can be used to signal a message. They are also decoy systems. So they typically are items that burn very hot when they are ejected from the aircraft in order to create a signature around that particular event. So our concern was the ejection of flares that are burning hot when released in close proximity to an aircraft had the potential to impact the airframe, potentially be ingested by the engine of the aircraft. So it posed a risk to the safety of the aircraft of that nature.
And to those on board?
Yes.
How close did those flares get to the aircraft?
We haven't characterised how close they are. Close enough that we considered it to be unsafe.
How would you characterise these activities in the context of strategic competition? I mean, are these obviously provocative, obviously dangerous, but are they intended to send a message? Are they a stunt? Are they an attack? How would you characterise the nature of these incidents?
So I think they are a demonstration, and if I could just talk particularly to the event on the 19th of October, because each event can vary in its circumstance, but it is a demonstration of capability by Chinese forces. It can be a message that they would prefer we weren't doing what we were lawfully doing on that occasion. So it's a warning trying to deter an activity that we are engaged in. I would not characterise it as an attack of that nature. It would not meet those types of thresholds.
It is fair to say that this is not the conduct we would expect to see of a security partner, though.
I wouldn't characterise China as a security partner.
Do you accept in any way the characterisation that this behaviour is comparable to how the ADF operates in the South China Sea?
I'd simply make the statement, Senator, we conduct our activities lawfully, consistent with international law, law of the sea. That has always been the case for where the ADF operates and the nature by which we conduct our missions.
Admiral, when you combine this with state-sponsored cyber attacks on our critical infrastructure, so I'm thinking the Iran-funded proxy attacks against Australia's Jewish community, for instance, would you characterise Australia in any way as being under attack?
Senator, you're asking me to draw a judgment that in part has legal consequences under laws of armed conflict and very precise definitions of what attack would be. I do not believe that, certainly for the activities like a P8 incident or our naval patrols in the area, that we would characterise them as being under attack. No.
And how would you characterise the PLA's treatment of Australian Defence Forces in the South China Sea?
So the bulk of our interactions, and we are regularly in the South China Sea, either exercising with international partners or transiting from port to port, the bulk of our interactions are unremarkable. They're conducted professionally. Our ships and aircraft and others proceed with the business that they have. There are only those small number of occasions, and the P8 incident that we're referring to on the 19th of October is one of them, where they draw particular concern from us.
Admiral, to what extent do you believe China, North Korea, Russia and Iran are cooperating? We've seen in recent weeks signs of deeper economic integration between Russia and China through gas infrastructure, Chinese FDI into Russian drone companies. Is this an alliance in anything but formal treaties?
Senator, I'll just keep my remarks just to the military cooperation Secretary Moriarty might wish to add, but we certainly see the military forces of a number of those countries more commonly training together. Of course, we're aware of DPRK, North Korean troops supporting the Russian effort on the western borders of Russia. Chinese and Russian forces train and operate together. So there is clearly a relationship between the militaries of them coming together both for training purposes and on a number of occasions for operational activity as well.
Is there cause to be concerned about an increase in the relationship between those countries from Australia's perspective?
I might offer the Secretary the chance to answer first.
Senator, yes, it is of concern. I think particularly the relationship between China and Russia has enabled the continuation of Russia's aggressive illegal campaign in Ukraine. I don't believe that Russia would have been able to conduct the type of operations and replenish and grow capability to the extent that it has if it wasn't for Chinese cooperation and in some ways the provision of material assistance. The North Korean provision of troops to fight in Ukraine is a really unpleasant and unwelcome development because that will, first of all, put more troops into combat against the Ukrainians, but it will also allow North Korea to develop greater combat experience and expertise, which those troops, or those of them that are left, will take back to North Korea, and that will improve the combat capability of the DPRK's armed forces, and that is, we believe, a direct threat to our partners, the South Koreans. So a number of these things are having a really unfortunate impact in the European theatre, but also contribute to a security deterioration in our region.
And how, Mr Moriarty, are you combating, and is our Australia as a country combating that increasing threat and the closer relationship between those China and Iran, Russia, North Korea?
Yeah. Well, certainly the government is quite active in terms of its diplomacy and the messaging that it is delivering in all of those countries, but to other partners as well, about that these are really unfortunate developments. And I think on a number of occasions, Australia's leaders have made very clear to China that the actions it's taking in support of Russia are very unfortunate, and we urge them to desist. With North Korea, it is much harder to convey messages, but I think the Australian government has still made it clear to the DPRK that it is incredibly destabilising to be committing troops to that particular conflict. And we've, the government's taken very strong action against Iran in recent months, and Iranian meddling in a number of theatres is certainly not helping the cause of international peace in any theatre. So I think that there is active Australian diplomacy going on in a number of ways to sort of really signify the Australian government's disapproval of the actions of a number of those states.
Mr Moriarty, do you think it is going to be necessary to increase the intensity of Australia's engagement and diplomacy against this combined force of these countries?
I think the government is responding flexibly to what it sees, and in this we are also relying very heavily from insights from Ukraine, our European partners there. We receive a lot of useful information from South Korea and Japan about the developments they see in relation to North Korea, and we do discuss with them the best types of approaches to diplomacy. So I think it's more a foreign policy, but from a defence perspective, I think we are trying to track these developments carefully, and we wish to be part of the global conversation. Certainly, the Deputy Prime Minister often touches on these issues in his international engagements.
So we went through this last time, and I'm going to wrap up very shortly. Defence does not really see a distinction between it being the most dangerous or the most challenging time since World War II. So that's a pretty stark strategic position to be in, of course, and a number of countries are now undertaking public information campaigns about the realities of their strategic environment. What does Defence do to raise public awareness of these threats with the public?
Well, Senator, it's very important that we support our ministers with the approach that is a whole-of-government approach. Quite often the diplomacy is led by the Prime Minister or the Foreign Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and others in the defence portfolio support that. And at officials level, we are active in international fora and with our partners and allies in swapping notes, trying to come to judgments about exactly what is happening, and where appropriate, supporting our ministers with their diplomacy and their messaging.
Has Defence put forward any proposals to government to raise public awareness of this threat environment?
certainly the Deputy Prime Minister is often talking about the strategic circumstances we find ourselves in. We often support the Deputy Prime Minister in terms of providing material that he may draw on in speeches. We're also working on the 2026 National Defence Strategy, which again we will put to government for its consideration, but that particular document, and there will be a public-facing version of that will also go to a number of the international challenges that we face, and that is, I think, those important policy pieces, national defence strategies, Indo-Pacific strategies, the statements from our Prime, I mean, they are really important in terms of framing the environment in which we work, and at the moment the department is very busy working on the National Defence Strategy, which should be released in next year.
I'm just wondering how Defence has historically communicated with the public in times of high strategic uncertainty.
We support our ministers and the government with the diplomatic approach and the public messaging approach that the government decides is appropriate, and I think that's how it's always been. Senator.
And this is just my last question for this block. The ANU's National Security College's Jennifer Parker has put forward the idea that Defence should address the public about these sorts of threats in a more fulsome way, much like is done in emergency management. Is there any reason that that's not happening to date, and is there any plans to embrace that sort of approach?
Senator, I would say that the department's responsibility and its obligation is to support our ministers. Our ministers will set the tone and the way in which they seek to engage, and I think it's appropriate that we back them in and provide absolute support. I don't believe it's appropriate for the department to come to a view about its own messaging. I think it's really appropriate for the department to work closely with our ministers to align with the government's messaging.
Thanks very much, Mr Moriarty. Thanks, Admiral. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Deputy Chair. Moriarty, back in 2015, the First Principles Review of Defence recommended a decentralisation of certain functions which were adopted of the government at the day, and I'll be talking this more broadly around the reforms that were announced on Monday by the DPM and Minister Conroy. The approach that the government announced on Monday looks to consolidate key capability development functions under the VCDF and delivery functions under a new agency. What do you see as the likely impacts of the consolidation approach that was compared to the more diffuse responsibility under the current model?
Well, thanks, Chair. I do believe that the reforms announced on Monday will help drive Defence to ensure that we have the appropriate structure, settings and priorities to meet the strategic threat and to accelerate capability and manage risk more effectively. So that consolidation, the consolidation that our ministers talked about and the formation of a defence delivery agency will ensure that there is a focused and integrated force which was set out in the 2024 National Defence Strategy and the Defence Strategic Review that was independently conducted by that. So in terms of the capability development work, that will be under the Vice Chief of the Defence Force, centralised under the Vice Chief of the Defence Force. He will be the accountable officer for developing that focused and integrated force proposals. And the consolidation of Defence's major delivery groups into a new agency, which will help, again, I think, harmonise a number of our acquisition and sustainment approaches. We've already done quite a lot on improving delivery, procurement reform. This will accelerate and I think help that. And that new agency's singular mission will improve accountabilities and performance of project delivery. I think that contestability between the delivery manager and the capability manager will be improved by this reform. So you need a respectful, professional contestability between the people who are thinking about the capabilities that the ADF needs for the future, and then the delivery managers who have the responsibility for managing the projects, managing the budget that delivers the projects, ensuring that change requests are dealt with appropriately and carefully. And I think that you'll get a better dynamic under the reforms that my ministers outlined earlier this week. So I think an additional point where I think it will assist, it'll help people involved in our capability delivery and procurement worlds to sort of provide for professionalisation. Within a delivery agency, there will, I think, be a stronger career stream, a stronger opportunity to develop project management, scheduling skills, costing skills. It'll be, I think, a stronger community of practice. And I think that will, over time, these things will build Defence's capability to deliver very significant programs.
And just remind me the timeline for this new agency.
So Chair, the Defence Delivery Agency will be established as an agency on 1 July 2027. But as an interim step, the three major delivery groups are coming together within Defence as the Defence Delivery Group no later than 1 July next year, 2026. So that's Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group, Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Group, and Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group. That delivery agency will report directly to ministers, and importantly, it's going to have control over its own budget, so it'll be really more independently able to work out how to fund those programs to meet contractual milestones and to deliver those acquisition and sustainment projects. But I think a delivery agency will again create a stronger harmonisation across different procurement practices that exist across some of the groups at the moment, and it'll I think just improve the ability of the overall organisation to sort of tackle some of these massive procurement challenges that we have. We're doing more and more complex procurements all the time. I think this is a sensible reform to try and build our skills in this regard. But do you want to say anything, Mr. Devil?
Yeah, Chris Devil, Deputy Secretary of Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. We've been undertaking procurement reform for some time. This will be an opportunity to accelerate that procurement reform. I think our strategic environment, and as noted in the Defence Strategic Review in 23 and the National Defence Strategy in 24, that we have to change the way we acquire and sustain our capability to be able to respond more rapidly to the geostrategic environment which we find ourselves. So that procurement reform, this will allow us to accelerate that activity. It'll also allow us to accelerate professionalisation. Bringing the three groups together initially in the middle of 26, in the 1st of July of 26, will allow us to look at professionalisation more holistically, bringing together those critical areas of project management, commercial, engineering and technical and material logistics, under a single banner and look at that professionalisation across the three groups more effectively. And that will allow us to accelerate away in terms of standardisation. I think this will also provide a greater opportunity for us to be able to work more consistently with industry and engage with industry more fulsomely across those three groups having been brought together. We've done a lot of work looking at industry engagement over the last couple of years, from the Defence Industry Development Strategy, which was issued in February of 2024, and under the Defence Industry Development Strategy in 2026, which will accompany both the National Defence Strategy and the Integrated Investment Plan. We're going to look at leveraging this arrangement, the DDG initially in the middle of next year, the DDA in the following year, 1st of July of 27, we'll look to do that. We are looking at engaging with industry. Since the announcement made on Monday, we did go to industry and give them some notice of some meetings that will be conducted on Thursday. The idea is that we had to go to our own staff first to make them aware of what these changes are, and we'll be briefing industry up as a first step on Thursday. And we have two, one 25 and one 30-minute session between 10 and 11 o'clock on Thursday to be able to engage with industry and start to garner their support as we work through the task force and the ongoing refinement of the DDA construct.
When you refer to industry, who are we talking about?
We've looked at two groups. As you can imagine, the industry base is very large. We're going to talk to the primes from 10 to 10:25 on Thursday, and then we're trying to get to a broader group. So we're looking at the industry associations, gathering them together, and also working with the state advocates. So we'll get that broad brush view and give them the first update. We will continue to engage with them as the task force further develops the DDA context, and this is the first of the engagements on Thursday to advise them.
Chair, I think the model, the fact that the government has been quite deliberate about this, establishing a task force that will do detailed design, we will have time to really deeply engage with industry, including AIDEN, the Australian Industry Group, over the coming months. A number of small to medium enterprises we know have already got ideas on what things that they would like to see done differently, but we will have a chance to talk to, I think, all the key stakeholders in the coming months as we do the detailed design work and how this agency works with them, but also in the future how the Vice Chief can engage with industry as he's working with the service chiefs and other capability managers to think about future capability needs. So a lot of that really requires very early engagement with industry as well. So we'll need to do it in a coordinated way, but the Vice Chief and the delivery agency are going to need to be reaching out to defence industry about future capability proposals as they come through the system.
Yeah, indeed. I guess a common critique of defence is that often the very large projects see delays and cost increases, and with the new independent agency and the appointment of the, as I see, the National Armaments Director will assist in ensuring that these projects hopefully remain on track and delivered on time. I guess that would be your expectation, Secretary. Did I also read right that apart from the director would be someone that would come from the private sector rather than within, I don't know, the ADF or the establishment?
Yeah,
is that the idea, to have someone with that expertise to ensure that projects do run on time and within budget?
Well, certainly that the skill set is very important, and my ministers have asked me to run a process, and certainly experience with significant capability and programs will be an important criteria, and we need to we need to recruit that person properly. But I think our minister's experience is that often it's that very early phase of a program, or before it even comes to government, where you need to be much more rigorous around your costings. But that also means the people who need and want the capability, they can often think, oh well, that's the capability I need, but they need to sit down before they even start writing the first capability proposal. They need to sit down with the people who are going to deliver it and say, is this actually a realistic pathway? Is it possible to do that in 2 years, or should we be projecting that will take 3? Is that possible for the budget that is allocated? So I think that again, if it's done professionally and with a real sense of partnership, that contestability, I think will get us better what we call gate 0 proposals. And often if you get that right, once you're into gate 1 and 2, it's not, it is far less likely that you will have a shift in cost or schedule if you've done that gate 0 work thoroughly.
Okay. Now, I'm just mindful of my own time, so I don't want to pull myself up, but now, as I understand it too, from the 2015 First Principles Review, it implemented a recommendation of then Abbott Government's 2014 Commission of Audit to abolish the former Defence Materiel Organisation. What happened to the defence workforce and internal expertise as a result of those changes? And my other supplementary question I'll also put to you now is, what were the implications of the increased reliance on contractors recommended in that First Principles Review?
Yeah, okay, thanks, Chair. Well, so the 2015 First Principles Review, I mean, prior to that, we had a predominantly in-house delivery workforce, Australian Public Service and Australian Defence Force members involved in that, and that a lot of those worked in what was then the Defence Materiel Organisation, and that aligned with previous works, the Kinnaird Review of 2003 and the Mortimer Review of 2008, which drove a strong in-house delivery workforce. The First Principles Review recommended a pivot to a decentralised model, including the downsizing of the capability development and delivery functions, and that aligned again with the Government of the Day's Commission of Audit recommendation that we concentrate on contract management rather than project management. But as a result, there was a significant downscaling in the workforce in what was the old DMO and other related parts, and so we increased in accordance with government policy, we increased our contractor and consultant workforce to do that because we'd been told to shrink the capability in-house. But I think what has been revealed over time is that we've become, and we're addressing this again in line with government policy, too contractor reliant. And so in some procurement projects, we've had up to 80% of the workforce has been contractor. Now, the government for a number of years has told us to rebalance back to public service, and we have reduced our contractor numbers by several thousand, but we're very keen to develop the in-house expertise to be able to sort of take this forward. So rebuilding the skilled Commonwealth workforce is a really important part of this reform. And we're going to do professionalisation, professional education, again, to try and build public sector expertise in these areas to sort of make sure that we have the people in-house. We produce very good people. A lot of them are are very attractive to the private sector and do leave when they are highly competent and highly capable, and that's like in some ways that's a very good thing. But we do need as well to have the capacity in-house. So building skills within the public service and our ADF colleagues is a really important part of this agenda. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I was previously in the DMO at the point of the first principles review. At that point in time, we had between 5,000 to 6,000 ADF and APS supporting what was the DMO and then became the CASG organisation. When I came back into Defence in the 2022 timeframe, CASG was made up effectively of 2,700 in that order of magnitude Australian public servants, just over 1,000 ADF and 2,400 above the line contractors. Over the recent years, and I think between the three delivery groups, we would have been closer to 3,000 contractors supporting those groups. Over the last couple of years, as part of the Commission of Audit, we've been reducing those numbers substantively and converting those positions back to Australian public servants in particular. The makeup of CASG now is some 2,950 public servants from 2,700. And we've reduced contracted resources down to about 1,800 based on the most recent data, and we're still sitting at about 1,000 ADF supporting that. So we've made significant inroads, and that's true across all of the groups, and I might throw to Air Marshal Leon Phillips and Mr Hanley to talk about their groups.
Just before you do that too, I just quickly, I know we talked about efficiencies, but are you expecting any job losses as a result of this? With the changes, we talk about streamlining.
Look, no, our ministers have been clear that this is not an exercise to reduce staff numbers. In fact, building ADF and APS capabilities sort of at the heart of it in some ways. So our ministers have said there's no expectation that there will be overall staff reductions with this reform.
Okay, sorry, yeah, Marshall, and then we'll move over.
Yes.
Senator Shoebridge, you'll have your time.
Certainly,
Senator.
Air Marshal Leon Phillips, Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance, just to re-echo some of Chris's points. Obviously a very important endeavour. I think when we looked at the numbers around our project complexities, if you go back 15 years, you know, we had about 27% of our projects were in the top two categories for complexity. Now that's about 60%. So what we're delivering is not only important, not only sort of higher technology, far more integrated and connected in this modern environment, and of course a couple of key signature initiatives, certainly that Mr Hanley and I run, in terms of uplifting our ability to domestically service and supply capability, and that's proven a complexity as well. Certainly buying guided weapons, the certification, the safety, the standards, you know, that's an extremely important activity. When we're starting to go and build them, that's another depth of complexity. So we are in need of, you know, talented people, making sure we use the workforce we've got effectively and productively, and then growing it so we can deliver on the National Defence Strategy.
All right, thanks very much. Now, I'm going to move the call along. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Chair. So let's just do a little review of history. In 2014, the first principles report was produced, and it was decided that having a separate procurement agency called Defence Material Organisation, or DMO, was creating waste, inefficiency and rework. It was creating excessive complexity, and the decision was to abandon the independent procurement agency in 2015 and then bring it all into Defence. About 18 months later, you become Secretary Moriarty. Maybe it's 2 years later you become Secretary. Now, after you've been Secretary for 8 years, we find that the thing you've been in charge of for procurement is creating waste, inefficiency and rework. It's not meeting procurement strategy. So now we're going to recreate an independent agency, which we've now rebranded it as the Defence Delivery Agency. That's the basic arc, isn't it? That's the history.
Well, I think
don't understand the question?
I think Senator Moriarty probably understands too well your intention in asking the question in that way. The Secretary
he's been in
and
charge, you're right.
officials
He
have
has been
set
in
out the
charge.
way that the history, they were asked questions about the history by the Chair. They've explained the history and the purpose of the reforms that are underway at the moment under the leadership of Ministers Miles and Conroy. But Secretary, you may wish to add.
Senator, it's certainly the case. The Strategic Defence Review and then the 2024 National Defence Strategy talked about the need to continually improve the acquisition and delivery program. My ministers have been very active in thinking through the challenges and the options for doing that, and we are really strongly supportive of the efforts that they are driving to look at structural change, procedural change, uplifting skills and things like that. I think that we have some excellent people in our delivery organisations. Most of our projects are on time and on budget, but some, clearly, as you have looked at, Senator, in the work that you've done here in this committee, there's a lot of room for us to improve on some of these programs. And I'm really looking forward to exploring, are there ways that we can improve the delivery?
So, to again talk about the history, the people who are in the DMO up to 2015, who were part of an organisation that was full of waste, inefficiency and rework, to quote the First Principles Review, then found themselves moved into CASG and other parts. Now that's creating waste, inefficiency and rework and not producing procurement outcomes. So now those people are going to move out into the Defence Delivery Agency. The same people are going to now move back into a rebranded Defence Delivery Agency. It is the same people, isn't it?
No, I think you'll find, sorry, Minister, I think you'll find, Senator, we lost quite a few people and we lost quite a bit of expertise at that time. This is about growing in-house expertise.
CASG was populated by people from DMO.
If I may
Wasn't
augment the answer provided by the Secretary, I think the government's view is that decision taken after Tony Abbott's 2014 Commission of Audit,
which Labor endorsed,
to so dramatically reduce the in-house capability in relation to procurement and to rely so heavily on an external workforce, did not yield the results that were promised. And we came to government with a very clear intention, Senator, of rebuilding the public sector capability because we were aware of the complexity and significance of the procurement activities that would be necessary to acquire the capabilities that we assess that we need. So there is a difference between the past approach by previous governments and the approach we are taking, and the announcements in recent days in relation to the new agency reflects that.
Minister, you probably know, because you've looked at it, that one of the reasons that was given for getting rid of the DMO was because of the increasing complexity in procurement. That was the reason, one of the reasons given in 2015. It's now the reason you're giving for reinventing
It was a different government. It was very different government, Senator Shoebridge. You can do many things in this forum, but I think suggesting, if it is what you are seeking to do, any continuity between the Abbott government and the Albanese government is a mistake and a mischaracterisation of history.
There's nothing between Labor and the Coalition on defence. You both just keep putting the same inedible food in the same microwave and pretending it's fresh.
I simply cannot agree with that assertion, Senator. We have come to government with an intention of
to return to
dealing
2015.
with a situation which we did not think was acceptable. So many projects running over time. The Minister has been very clear that, both ministers in fact, Minister Miles and Conroy, have both made it clear that they think there is room to improve here. They've made substantial improvements over the period we've been in office already, and officials here have been part of delivering a range of important capabilities. This is the next step.
Mr Deeble, you were in the DMO, right?
Yes.
Then you've gone into CASG, right?
I came back to CASG.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah. Let's do the whole thing. We started with CASG, got rid of CASG, created DMO. You went to DMO. You're in CASG now, and your career path will see you go back into the Defence Delivery Group. Is that right?
Senator, I think...
You're Exhibit A, aren't you?
DMO was the precursor to CASG, so I think the way you characterise that was incorrect. And we're going back, the DMO was the start, that changed in the 2015 timeframe under the FPR, and now we're talking about the change to the DDA.
Normally, Secretary, in normal...
Senator, if I could just finish, because...
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd finished.
Because you did ask me about my role. I've been through the CNAD review in 2003, the Mortimer review in 2008, which reinforced CNAD and the way in which the DMO was doing business. I don't think your characterisation of the FPR is actually correct, and that was a line ball call at the time as to whether the DMO stayed or there was a more diversified view of that, with capability managers playing a greater role. I don't think it's fair to say that those people that were in the DMO were not professional or doing the right work. Excuse me. And I equally don't believe it's fair to characterise those people that are currently in CASG, in NSSG or GUIO as being inept too. This is very complex work, and the complexity has increased incrementally over time.
Secretary, the Minister has come out and said that there will be no job cuts. I think, to quote him, those people who are working in these groups today will be those who give rise to the creation of the Defence Delivery Group, and it will be the same number of people. Is that right, what the Minister says?
That's what the Minister said.
So same people with different business cards and maybe a different email address? That's going to be some of the changes. How much is this going to cost? How much is it going to cost?
Well, whatever the costs of doing an internal department reorganisation, Senator, are met within departmental resources, as has always been the case.
So this will be money that comes from procurement. It'll have to be found coming from procurement or other parts of the defence budget. You must have the Minister described this as the biggest reorganisation of defence in 50 years. I think he might have forgotten that he's just replacing what happened in 2015, but he's described it as the biggest reorganisation in 50 years. So how much will it cost? We're here in Senate estimates. It's about money. How much will it cost?
Well, there will be a task force that will look at the detailed design and structure, and that they will work through the costs and will do it in a methodical way.
Sorry, so you haven't got a costing? You made this big announcement, you don't even know how much it'll cost? You're now going to create a task force? Is that what's going to happen? You make the announcement, you don't know how much it's going to cost, and you're now going to create a task force to see if you can make it happen. Is that where we're at?
Senator Shoebridge, any cost updates would be provided in the ordinary way through the budget process.
Well, how much is this going to cost? The Minister announced it a few days ago and you don't have a costing.
I've just indicated to you that in this, as in most other things we speak about in this committee, updates are provided to the budget regularly, and you can expect to see those.
I'm asking, Minister, about the cost of an announcement that was made on Monday. How much will it cost?
I'm indicating to you that, as the Secretary has already indicated, that there is some detailed design work that will be undertaken, and over successive budget cycles, any cost implications would be reflected there.
Well, who's on this task force?
Senator, the government's decided that it would be led by a Deputy Secretary level person from one of the central agencies, and I think my ministers will make an appropriate announcement about that shortly.
So when you say a Deputy Secretary from one of the agencies, do you mean of GUIO or CASB?
No, from either the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, the Treasury or the Department of Finance.
Right. Now, while procurement, you haven't been getting new ships, you haven't been getting new equipment, you have been increasing the number of one-star ranked generals, admirals, brigadiers and the like, haven't you, in the last 12 months? How much have the crop of one-star uniformed officers increased by in the last 12 months? And where does it currently sit at?
Admiral David Johnston, is your question specifically within the acquisition process?
No, across the force.
And your question was, what is the change in the last 24 months?
Well, between the last annual report and this annual report.
I've got calendar year figures, but not financial year figures. The overall headcount for star rank positions, which includes 1 stars through to 3 stars in 2023, is 248, and it is the same in the 1st of January 2025. On the 18th of January 2025, I expect it is 234. That's the position count, just so I'm clear.
Well, according to the annual reports, the 23-24 annual report, the number of 1-star generals, brigadiers, colonels, admirals increased by 4 between those 2 annual reports. We've now got like 200 of them. The number of SES level senior staff, the equivalent of 1 star and above in the public service, has also increased in the last between annual report 23-24 and 24-25. The number of chiefs keeps increasing. The number of amount of gold braid keeps increasing, but the number of people actually delivering the work stays pretty flat. How is it that in a force that is already has global record levels, apart from maybe, tiny little defence forces, how is it that you keep getting more 1-star and above generals and the like? Why did you decide to recruit more of them?
So, Senator, my evidence on positions indicated there's not a change in the positions, but we have, but you will also recognise, I'm sure pleasingly, that the size of the ADF is growing. We've indicated the consequence of recruitment and retention mean that we are getting better. But I am very conscious of the size of the star rank positions. We have introduced a process that has us reviewing every one of those positions over a cyclic basis to determine the work value associated with them, the military expertise required of them, the rank level associated with them. So we are running through all of the positions to determine what the appropriate rank level is. We've applied a similar criteria for new positions when they may be considered to ensure they're the subject of a test. But as you have heard through previous testimony, the growth in numbers is attributed to a number of reasons. The requirement to introduce the space and cyber domain associated with the nature of operational activity and capacity that we have had to build into those areas. The stand-up of sovereign manufacturing, particularly around guided weapons, and our approach to having to uplift our ability to reorient and bring guided weapons production into Australia. Australian Submarine Agency, an activity we have not ever done previously, which requires clearly significant capacity and expertise to lift it. So the environment in which we are operating is not and has not been static, and we have had to respond to make sure that the capacity to address those changes and the expertise that is needed to them is made available.
So, Secretary, can you explain to me what the difference between the Defence Delivery Agency that you're proposing after this task force to put in place in 2026, what the structural difference between that will be and the former DMO? both of which were conceived as external procurement agencies that report directly to the Minister to get around the problem of reporting through the log jams and special interests inside Defence. What's the difference between the Defence Delivery Agency proposed for 2026 and the DMO circa 2014-15?
So, Senator, the new Defence Delivery Agency will have much stronger autonomy over its own budget. So its ability to decide how to fund and to oversee the contracts and to do all of that work. The old DMO did not have as much autonomy around the funding lines as what the new delivery agency will have. It'll also be directly accountable to the ministers for delivering capability, whereas I think the old DMO was sort of like it was an organisation, but still was in the department and had reporting accountabilities as well to the Secretary and the CDF. And also the Defence Delivery Agency is going to have a stronger mandate to build the skilled Commonwealth workforce and to develop project management and commercial expertise.
So to be clear,
just finish this one, please.
To be clear, one of the benefits that's been touted for this new Defence Delivery Agency is that it'll cut you and the CDF out of the chain. You will be cut out of the chain. That's one of the benefits. Is that right? The two of you get cut out.
Senator, what we're saying is that the organisation will be part of the defence portfolio, but the role will be much stronger in terms of setting the capabilities. Once government has taken a cabinet decision on this is how a project will be delivered, that will go to the Defence Delivery.
You know, it's rare for senior bureaucrats to come and say, well, one of the main benefits of this reorganisation is that I'll be cut out of the decision making. I'll be cut out of the reporting problems. Because what you might read from that is that you and the CDF have been part of the problem. That's why you're being cut out. Is that right or is that wrong?
I would suggest that's wrong, Senator.
Of course you would. Of course you would.
All right, okay. We'll leave it there. Now, Mr Diebold, you've been trying to get my attention about something?
One point of clarification. I note that the comment was that we're not delivering on capability. The combination of the three delivery groups currently has 97 second pass programs underway, 121 sustainment products being supported. In the 24-25 timeframe, we spent $20,797 million supporting that, and this year we're going to be spending close to $22 billion doing those works. So I think the activity is still continuing and we're still delivering on those outcomes.
All right, appreciate that. Now, I know I've got a long list of senators who want questions, so Senator Pocock, I'll come to you, and then Senator Whitten, and then Senator Payman, just so that people know the flow. Okay?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your time. I'm keen to talk a bit about procurement. We've talked in the past about the potential for expos to actually connect Australian SMEs with procurement officials. And I was keen for a bit of an update on where that's up to. I note that a bunch of businesses actually organised their own one at the bus depot markets early in the year last year, and they plan to do another one. Great event, a lot of really amazing SMEs, and I thank Defence for sending procurement officials, but I do note that there were sort of no senior officials attending, and just interested in what's happening in this space. It seems to be something that is fairly routine in other countries, but not here.
Senator, thanks for your question. We engage regularly with industry, so the Aiden does an expo in Parliament House on a regular basis. There are a number of senior defence people that speak at that Aiden conference. There is an expo that night which I attend on an annual basis. There are a number of other events working with AIG and other groups that we do on a regular basis. We support ADM and other areas. I think it is true to say, though, there are a number of other opportunities that we provide. So Team Defence Australia does some significant work with small to medium enterprise, supporting exposés throughout the globe at major expositions. That team is delivering very significant outcomes, and I can provide that detail. Happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. That'd
to
be
give
good.
you how many we support.
And particularly, can you give me the SME breakdown? You mentioned the thing at Parliament House. What percentage of them are SMEs?
Team Defence Australia is effectively supporting SMEs only, so by definition...
Earlier, before that, you talked about some of the things you're doing, an expo at Parliament House and a few other things. If you could break that down too.
I can break down those engagements for you. There are a range of other things we do to support small to medium enterprise, the Global Supply Chain Program, the Australian Industry Capability Program and others. Happy to describe those for you as well and how that engages with small to medium enterprise.
Okay, thank you. I'm keen to ask about the ANAO's maximising Australian industry participation through defence contracting report. And reading it, it's a report that is nothing short of damning. Some very serious deficiencies identified, and I understand that you agreed to all 9 recommendations of the report. So I'd like to go through and get an update, particularly in light of the newly announced Defence Delivery Agency that Senator Shoebridge was just asking about. The ANAO concludes at page 8 of the report that, I'll quote, Defence has not maximised Australian industry participation through the administration of its contracts. Why has Defence failed to deliver the core requirements to maximise Australian industry participation, and how will these new reforms and the Defence Delivery Agency actually fix this?
So Senator M. Marshall Leon Phillips, Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance. I'll just give you a bit of a vignette. I remember that the audit in question, it did look at our naval strike missile procurement, and I remember it made a comment that we didn't have an AIC plan specifically. Having said that, the contract itself did have AIC requirements in it. And then since then, we've had strong evidence that we are getting a lot of local content within our naval strike missile buy. For instance, the whole launcher system that's been now produced in our country. A lot of SMEs, particularly in South Australia, are contributing to that supply chain, and that system will go on our air warfare destroyers and our frigates. Our Anzac-class ships, but then importantly, we've got exports coming out of that. So we're seeing real signs where we genuinely have, put AIC content in for a specific program that was mentioned.
Mr. Phillips, sorry to interrupt. I guess I understand that there are some great examples of where this is happening, but if you look on a broader level, as the ANAO has done, they're saying that you're failing in that area. So are the ANAO wrong and you're remedying this, or what's happening here?
So, Senator, I'm responsible for the policy associated with Australian industry capability.
Sure.
We did agree to all of the recommendations for good reason, that we had failed to continue to monitor the AIC plans of companies that had won contracts. We are looking at changing that, so the work we're doing under the Defence Industry Development Strategy will lay out a new approach to how we consider Australian industry capability, and we continue to build small to medium enterprise into those aspects. We have a number of other programs like ASCA, which are playing heavily into small to medium enterprise, especially for innovation as we're moving forward. We are just about to release an internal policy document, which is about the policy associated with industry participation and engagement, and that will lay out how we want and provide guidance to everybody in Defence as to how we should be engaging and considering small to medium enterprise in that context. I note that there is also new CPRs around small to medium enterprise, a definition from the Department of Finance, which we will be looking at in the context of our sovereign defence industry base, sovereign defence industry policy, and how we will better discriminate and provide strategies to support small to medium enterprise in that regard.
When's that strategy due to be finalised?
The Defence Industry Development Strategy will be issued with the National Defence Strategy and the Integrated Investment Plan in 26, at the start of 26,
Okay.
just prior to the release,
Sure.
I believe at this point in time, the release of the budget in May.
Sure. And in terms of the CPRs, I mean, Defence has a long history of ignoring the CPRs and sort of doing your own thing. So I'm interested how you're going to look at those SME-related CPRs. You know, we've talked a number of times around your, frankly, laughable definition of a sovereign Australian business, which is in stark contrast to the new definition that the Department of Finance has come up with. So what's happening there, and when's the timeline of making a decision on whether to adopt SME targets in line with the CPRs?
Senator, I wouldn't necessarily characterise that we don't apply the CPRs. We do.
How do you apply them?
We apply them as per the CPRs.
And so
now, do we get that right all the time?
Talk me through retained economic benefit. How are you applying that?
How are we applying the CPRs? As we normally would for any contract. The areas that we've got to be able to strengthen is the value for money argument, and especially as we look at the economic value of Australian industry outcomes within that context. I don't think it would be true to say that the definition from finance doesn't dovetail with how we consider the sovereign defence industry base, the sovereign defence industry policy. It provides us with a better way of being able to identify Australian industry within that framework.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let me take you to the definition in the CPRs on the Department of Finance website. An Australian business is a business including any parent company that has 50% or more Australian ownership. It's principally traded on an Australian equities market and is an Australian resident for tax purposes. Does that align with your definition?
It fits within the sovereign defence industry base and the sovereign defence industry priorities. The sovereign defence industry base uses the ABN to discriminate.
But an ABN is anyone can get an ABN.
Yes, I understand that. But it also talks about the industry base within Australia that supports and provides services to defence or to our allies. And I think that what the Australian industry...
Any company, any global company based in any country that has an ABN and supplies any of our allies is an Australian company.
Senator Pocock, sorry, I may make a contribution here and then I'll return, I'll encourage Mr Deeble to continue answering, but we have been through this issue many times before in the committee. The government strategy is very clear about industrial capability. And as I've spoken about before here with you in response to your questions, when we're thinking about building Australian capability, we are thinking about capabilities that can be deployed here to our purposes. That means the business acumen, the intellectual property, the workforce, the physical assets and capabilities that assist us to do the things that we need to do in terms of defence capability. Now, as we have discussed here previously, we do not seek to establish autarkic arrangements that exclude international capital, international capability from that. But we are interested in building our capability in each of those four areas. And I recognise that your preference is to assert that only an entirely owned Australian entity is capable of contributing to our industrial capability. That's not the view of the government. It is a difference in position. Well, Senator, I struggle to understand how else to interpret the questions you've been putting to the officials.
All right. Look, I'm mindful of time.
Can I have my last question?
You may.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just quick.
I mean, it's my view that when an Australian company can provide the same service or product, we should probably go with the Aussie company and build true sovereign capability rather than giving it to a prime who then maybe subcontracts it to a Australian SME, sometimes hoovers up their IP, skims the cream off the top and pays them less than what they otherwise would be paid. But yeah, that aside, if you look at, I think it's ABS data, the total value of defence procurements in 22-23 was recorded at 38.7 billion, and 10.6 billion is estimated by the ABS as the Australian defence industry's contribution to the broader Australian economy in the same year. So we're not seeing development of sovereign capability. We're not seeing development of sovereign defence industry. We're not seeing retained economic benefit. How on earth can we spend 38.7 billion on procurement and the whole Australian defence industry's contribution to the broader Australian economy be just over 10 billion? Surely we've got to do better than this. We've got to back Australian companies and actually build some sovereign capability.
Senator, we have a number of different mechanisms of supporting Australian industry. The Australian industry definition from the Department of Finance, it can be nested within the sovereign defence industry base and the sovereign defence industry priorities. I would just note, as I have said in Senate estimates previously, that the role of primes in bringing the cutting-edge technology that has spent years in development overseas to Australia, our ability to adapt it and evolve it in country, will involve small to medium enterprise. In the order of 70% of the work undertaken by small to medium enterprise is done by working with those large primes. That's a critical part of supporting that industry base. Through mechanisms like ASCA, we are working with innovative companies, and I think when you get the opportunity to talk about ASCA, you can see the great work that we've done in that regard. We are supporting export opportunities. Australian demand is not necessarily enough to make for long-term sustainable, viable industry outcomes. So we're now supporting export to a far greater extent than we have before. And expos, providing expos through Team Defence Australia, supporting small to medium enterprise, getting leverage into industrial supply chains of those primes from overseas is a critical part of that. And I can provide you the data, and I'm happy to take that on notice as to what that would be.
But Mr. Deeble, just because 70% of a SME's business is through a prime doesn't mean that that's the way they want it. What I hear is that they would much prefer that Defence actually found ways to split up some of these procurements and go direct to an SME who can deliver for you, rather than just going the easy route, which we know isn't the safer route. Knock on the prime's door, say, hey, we've got this multi-billion-dollar project, you handle it, you skim the cream off the top, you take your 10% and then you hand it over to the SME, who's then doing all their work for the prime. And so I think that is the difference in what I hear at estimates and what I hear from SMEs. Yes, there's work out there, but they would much prefer to be working and selling straight to the Australian government, to the
Senator, I
ADF.
can't agree with your characterisation of all of the primes in the way in which they do business. I'm sorry, I can't accept that.
Well, I'm not talking about all the primes.
All right, we do need to wrap up. I'll come back to senators. Now, Senator Whitten, you've been patient. You have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by acknowledging my respect and appreciation and admiration for all the brave men and women in uniform. Thank you for what you do. I've tabled document 41 from a Freedom of Information LEX 80629. The Freedom of Information relates to the marine survey of Geograph Bay that will cover 12,000 square kilometres to obtain information regarding the placement of wind turbines and electrical cables in both state and Commonwealth waters in the Indian Ocean. And I'll just read from, I believe this is the your response from that. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the proposed Action EPBC 2025, I can't read the number, sorry, marine survey of the Bunbury Continental Shelf WA. Defence is concerned that neither the Referral or the Offshore Energy Infrastructure Act 2021, the OEI Act, consultations with respect to the proposed Bunbury offshore renewables area include any mention of the Department of Defence as a stakeholder. The declared area overlaps almost entirely with a portion of the Western Australia Exercise Area, the WAXA. If the proposal progresses, this will require consultation with Defence stakeholders to ensure both operational impacts and marine environmental impacts are managed. So, is the Department aware of
the many offshore wind turbine proposals off the Western Australian coastline, including Geograph Bay, Rottnest, Lancelin, Geraldton and Kalbarri?
Senator, good afternoon. My name is Celia Perkins. I'm the First Assistant Secretary, Security and Estate, and within my part of Defence, we do engage and manage environmental approvals and programs. I'm just looking at the document you've tabled, if that's okay.
That's fine, no problem.
I might get your question again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, I'm sorry, can I ask what the question was again?
I just asked, are you aware of the many offshore wind turbine proposals off the Western Australian coastline, including Geograph Bay, Rottnest, Lancelin, Geraldton and Kalbarri?
Thank you, Senator. Yes.
Are you aware that they'll be probably foreign owned and controlled?
Senator, I think I'd characterise our knowledge and understanding in this way. We've been working very closely with colleagues across government and primarily in the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water in implementing the government's energy plan. And I think what the paper you've tabled demonstrates is that that engagement is frank and thorough and includes very close engagement, in this case, making the point of important defence interests as those various projects are developed, and Defence has had a very key role in the planning across government to understand the projects proposed and the intersection with Defence interests and needs, and we've been working very collaboratively to table with DEQ what our needs are and how they can be managed in planning for those projects.
I would argue that the document suggests that it wasn't close engagement and that you were given 2 weeks to put forward a response and weren't included as a stakeholder.
I think what the communication indicates, though, is the capacity at quite a junior level of staff work we were able to insert ourselves. So as that work's been happening around the country, I would characterise that as an oversight. It's very regular for us to be involved in being consulted on these surveys, and my experience has been that our feedback is taken on board as the projects are developed very routinely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see it as a pretty big oversight that you were, anyway. Has anyone in the department studied the effects of wind turbines on marine vessel radar?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. I'll just read a couple of points from some other studies out of the US. A study from the United States National Academy of Sciences and commissioned by the US Department of the Interior concluded that wind turbine interference decreases the effectiveness of marine vessel radar mounted on all vessel classes, and the sizes of anticipated marine wind farms across the US outer continental shelf will exacerbate this situation. Wind turbines reduce the effectiveness of both magnetron-based and Doppler-based or pulse marine vessel radar. No standard approach to active radar deployment for operation in a wind farm environment is available. Marine vessel radar will lose efficacy in a wind farm environment, and corresponding impact on navigation performance requires in-depth testing and evaluation. So that's out of the US. And air surveillance radar, a study was commissioned by the US Department of the Interior, and it shows that air surveillance radar of airports and used by the US Department of War for long-range air surveillance is compromised by the wind farms, and concludes, in addition to the detection degradation, there will be many false targets visible in the vicinity of Empire Wind, as well as false targets which appear over the entire wind farm. This can allow aircraft to hide within these false targets, making detection of an aircraft difficult while over the wind farm. Do you have any comments on that?
Senator, what I would comment without having seen that research myself, is that the nature of the engagement and consultation we've been doing on planning for wind farms and other planned projects, it goes to reflecting Defence's particular needs. So typically that would include us consulting closely with the Army, Navy and Air Force on their capability needs, looking at siting in terms of where we operate and exercise, and then working with the relevant parts of government to guide siting choices to limit the impact on defence operations. So what I would mean by that is if we have an exercise area that would be inconsistent with our needs, and we would work with the relevant parts of government to site away from our exercise areas or where we operate.
Are you aware that Sweden has stopped 13 offshore wind projects in the Baltic Sea because of the radar interference, specifically the reduction in missile detection and submarine detection?
No, I wasn't aware of that, Senator.
Okay. So, given this project's proximity to assets on the West Coast, where there will be a submarine base and there's obviously surface vessel activity, does anybody see a potential problem?
I could only repeat, Senator, that our engagement would be to reflect back to the planners of these projects what our operational needs are, and to help make siting choices that don't compromise our operational needs.
Last minute, Senator. 1 more minute.
Yeah, no, that will do for the time. Yeah, thank you.
We'll be here a bit later on anyway if you need more time. Now, Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Look, my questions are also related to WA. The WA government has announced that it will move port operations from Fremantle to Kwinana through the Westport project, right next to the proposed AUKUS submarine base. An article in The Australian in August said ships servicing the new facility dubbed Westport will navigate the same single channel Australian, US and UK nuclear submarines will use to enter and exit the naval base. I'm curious to understand, did the WA government consult the Department of Defence before making this decision?
Thank you, Senator Celia Perkins. We engage with the WA government frequently and regularly on all of the planning issues about all of the development in the Coburn Sound. I might just ask my colleague Mr Sauer if he can speak specifically to that statement, but certainly in the planning for the Westport development and the work we're doing at Hatchmayer Stirling, we work and engage very, very closely on that planning.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Mr Pat Sowry, First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure. Yes, the department has been aware of the developments of Westport. The WA government's been quite open with its the release of its West Coast trade strategy down that portion of the coast. So we've been quite aware of the Westport development, and we engage routinely with Westport itself through interdepartmental committees across the Commonwealth and the state.
Has the department raised any concerns with the WA government around this particular project?
The development of Westport?
Yes.
Largely not concerns per se on that development, but more about deconfliction of, I guess, the coordination of what we intend to do in the region and the mega projects or the larger projects that the WA government is also planning, because there are opportunities for coordinating the use of certain skills that might need to be brought in, supply chains, etc., so that we can collectively reduce the costs and the cost burden across our collective projects.
And just a point of clarification, in the previous question, did the WA government consult the department before making the announcement?
Of which announcement?
The announcement that they'll move port operations from Fremantle to Kwinana.
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Did the department assess the possible complications of the Westport project with regards to the AUKUS base?
Which base are you talking about, Senator? Because we've got Henderson as one development, and we've got HMAS Stirling as the other.
So HMAS, or rather, would there be any issues with either of those two bases, knowing that you'd be moving the port from Fremantle to Kwinana?
Just in relation to HMAS Stirling, that's been in position for many years now, but no particular concerns per se. But Mr Hanley can address the Henderson.
Yes, please.
Hi, Senator. Mr David Hanley, Deputy Secretary, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. Yes, we are definitely engaged with WA Government on and around the timing of the announcement for Westport. We have a similar sized activity going on at Henderson, and we want to make sure that we deconflict where there are some potential schedule conflictions relative to things like dredging. And so as recent as last week, we are working on a integrated schedule to make sure activities that occur relative to the development of the Henderson precinct are aligned with the development schedule for Westport.
And has the and does the department know whether the WA government has considered these issues you've raised, or perhaps concerns of dredging?
Most certainly, Senator, yes. And it's part of a routine engagement we have with them to make sure that the development plans for both sites are coherent and very collaborative to make sure we get those deconflictions right.
Have the governments of the United States or United Kingdom raised any concerns about the Westport project?
No, not directly, not to my knowledge.
Can you take that on notice?
Sure, yes, Senator.
Does the department have contingencies in place in the event that the channel is blocked by commercial shipping or otherwise obstructed?
We don't have any concerns in that regard, Senator. It's more around the development of the site, so dredging, creation of hard standing. There's a large one required for Westport, there's a large one required for Henderson. So it's really around those deconflictions around the development or the construction of both sites, not in terms of the operation. They'll be designed in a way that those things are deconflicted in the design and layout.
Do you anticipate this co-location to jeopardise the operation of the AUKUS submarines?
No.
And will this co-location jeopardise the operation of commercial shipping?
No.
Just on another topic of main battle tanks purchased as part of Project Land 907 Phase 2, how many have been delivered to date?
Senator, Major General Richard Vagg, headland capability. All 75 main battle tanks have been delivered.
All 75. When is, and that delivery's completed?
That's correct,
done?
Senator.
Yep. Do we have a date of when that was completed by?
Senator, it's Major General Jason Blaine, Head of Land Systems. They were completed this year. I will need to come back to you with a date. They came to us in a series of tranches out of the United States and then were accepted into service in Australia. So I'll give you an answer on the final completion of all of those vehicles being accepted by the Australian Army in Australia.
Beautiful, thank you. What anti-drone capacity do these tanks have?
The tanks as they sit today don't have an anti-drone capacity.
Has the ADF updated its training protocols with regard to tanks given the rise in drone warfare?
Our counter-drone activities are all being conducted under Land 156 counter-small UAS. That program's not only delivering a range of sensors and effectors to counter drones, it's also informing how we train our soldiers, aviators and sailors to deal with drones.
Great. Is the purchase still on track to cost about $3.5 billion?
Senator, the total approved budget was $2.38 billion for this project.
Sorry, what was that?
$2.38 billion.
$2.8 billion.
2.38.
2.38. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So it's not 3.5 billion? No. Don't know where that got. Latest cost, 2.38 billion. Cool. And on notice, can you please provide a breakdown of the costs to this project all up? I know that would be quite a lot and I've only got a minute. Final question, what is the cost to construct one of these main battle tanks for the US?
Senator, I will come back to you with that. The tank cost per unit, we would call it.
Okay.
I can give you some input to that. Obviously, that budget I just mentioned to you is more than just the tanks themselves.
Of course.
It's also a lot of other systems and other capability around those tanks.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
No
Thanks,
worries. That's all right. Thank you, Senator. Now, I just realised we've got a contingent of WA senators here tonight, but we've been outnumbered, Deputy Chair. Now, Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair, and welcome to officials to this afternoon. I just want to revisit a line of questioning around budget and finance matters that I pursued at the last estimates and some responses that were provided to me through questions on notice. I can direct them directly through you, Mr Moriarty. Does the Chief Financial Officer or anyone need to come to the table? Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Good afternoon to you. Can I confirm that it's Defence's answer to this committee that defence spending as of the last budget was 2.03% of GDP?
Good afternoon, Senator. Stephen Groves, Acting Associate Secretary. I also have the Acting CFO with me. Yes, 2.03 sounds right.
Thanks very much. And not 2.8% or anything similar to that number?
The 2.03 is the traditional, as we discussed at the last estimates, the 2.03 is the traditional way that we've calculated GDP. I think last time we had a discussion about the alternative where we've aligned a calculation methodology similar to NATO, which was where the DPM, the Deputy Prime Minister, had quoted a 2.8% number.
Thank you very much for that.
And I think if
So,
I may add to that.
thank you.
If I may add to that answer,
Are you
please,
interrupting
Chair.
me, Minister?
No, I'm adding to the answer. I simply just wanted to say that at the last estimates we talked about the reason the DPM provided that information, which was to make the point that these percentage numbers can be calculated in different ways. What matters from the Australian Government's perspective is to define the capability that we require and then obtain the resources within budget to support those, and that's the approach we take to budgeting, Senator.
And the purpose of my line of questioning was to get some clarity around what makes up 2.03% as compared to what might be the components of 2.8%. So, and to confirm also that any claim greater than 2.03% could not be characterised as boosting the capability or sustainment of the ADF?
Certainly, I think in the response that we provided to the question on notice, Senator, we provided the additional components that were added to our traditional way of measuring percentage of GDP to align with the NATO methodology. It included particular aspects around superannuation entitlements and pensions. To go to your point, no, that obviously they would not be helpful around additional spending on acquisition or sustainment.
Thanks very much. Again, on notice, can I confirm that Defence does not, again, based on information that was provided on notice, can I confirm that Defence does not hedge against currency risk?
That's correct, Senator.
Why doesn't Defence do that?
Under the current budget rules, I'm pretty sure, well, actually I'm confident, no agency is able to hedge, including Defence. What happens with Defence instead is that our budget is adjusted at every Commonwealth budget update for foreign exchange movements. We receive either an increase to our funding or a decrease in our funding, depending on how that mix of foreign exchanges that exist within our sort of budget estimates, how they have moved at each budget round. So we in effect get supplemented each budget round for those movements. That rule emanates from the Department of Finance, and Defence is impacted in the same way that any other department would be impacted? Yes.
Thank you. Can I confirm also that Defence does not maintain a defence inflation index?
Not really. I think what we explained in the question on notice, Senator, was how the defence funding overall funding envelope is determined. It's based on predominantly historical factors, going right back to the 2009 white paper, in that there was growth factors applied to the funding growth of defence funding over time. Part of that was to offset inflationary impacts, and the other half was to recognise a growth in the Defence Force budget. That historical trend has continued, but it does vary when government makes discrete decisions, such as when the government increased defence funding for the National Defence Strategy 2024, or other decisions are made through a variety of decisions at each budget round, whether they're measures or estimates variations. So our funding does vary, but if your question's going to what's the embedded inflation factor, it goes right back to that time. That number was around a bit over 5%, and around half of it was inflation related and half of it was to represent growth in the defence budget.
Right, okay. And when you say inflation related as part of that 5%, you mean defence inflation rated? So inflation in defence costs or inflation as general economic costs?
It was a growth factor to our defence funding to, I guess, offset the impacts of inflation.
So why I'm curious is that as other nations are increasing their defence spending decisions, that would be putting cost pressures and introducing inflation into a whole range of defence-related activities.
Yep.
And Australia wouldn't be immune from those cost pressures when we're competing with other nations for similar assets, etc., etc. So how do you keep a tab on the fact that we are competing in a much more competitive market? Cost pressures are increasing, defence-related inflationary costs are rising. How is that accommodated?
It's accommodated, I guess, through we're constantly making prioritisation decisions. We don't track that individually. That would be very difficult. Obviously, the amount of equipment and services that we buy and their varying factors that increase their costs are varied and it would be quite difficult to track those. But I guess that's some of the challenges that we have across the defence portfolio in managing the defence budget, in that we are required, just like every other organisation in meeting its budget, to make those trade-off decisions, reprioritise to where we can maximise expenditure and live within the funding that government has provided us.
Are you seeing, okay, I understand that in terms of the formal budget process and, as you described it, discrete funding decisions. Are you seeing any defence-specific inflation?
Yes, we do a number of deep dives. Examples would be around our sustainment budget. We are currently getting a variety of, or a number of reviews being done right across our sustainment budget within the organisation. We've done our estate sustainment budget, we've done our ICT, we've recently completed a review of Navy sustainment. Air Force is just about finished and Army's not too far away. And yes, we're seeing a combination of factors are adding to that cost pressure that we're seeing. Some of it is inflation related. Some of it is the global demand that you're talking about. Quite a big component is workforce increases, both domestically and internationally, are flowing through to what we're purchasing. The fact that we, in some cases have sort of ageing platforms, they tend to have higher cost increases. So we are seeing a variety of pressures. And likewise, I would say that we see similar pressures around our acquisition budget as well. Steel prices going up, workforce costs going up. So yes, there is a lot, and I think as we see our NATO partners start to increase their percentage of spending, a percentage of GDP spending on defence, I expect that will also add additional pressure to the cost of goods that we buy internationally.
Thank you for that. On notice, could you just provide me a summary? So you mentioned you did a variety of reviews. One was coming from Army, one's been received for Air Force, one on Navy sustainment, one on ICT, one on the estate. Could you just provide on notice just a summary of what those reviews identified in regards to those defence-specific inflationary pressures?
Yes, Senator, we can provide a summary on that.
So just to recap, these sorts of issues are captured in the formal budgetary process of which Defence works with Finance, but then you are also doing your own specific work around these sorts of, doing your own level of awareness and familiarisation with these pressures as they relate specifically to Defence.
Yeah, it relates to how we're managing the internal budget, or the budget internally, I should say, Senator.
Thank you. Has Defence undergone any reforms on how it manages its budget since the AUKUS agreement was signed?
Look, there was a variety of budget reforms that were implemented in parallel to the National Defence Strategy 2024. They included a variety of changes to how we manage the integrated investment budget.
Oh, yes.
Things such as the government decided to, in regard to over-programming, it implemented caps so that Defence is not able to overprogram to a level above the caps that have been set by government.
You'll recall that there was very significant over-programming beyond...
Sorry, Senator McAllister, I didn't hear that. You were one starting again. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. You'll recall that under the previous government there was very significant over-programming within the IIP. One of the things that needed to be done in rebuilding the IIP was to address that.
I wasn't aware, but thank you for that. Mr Groves, if you could just identify for me what are those actually those budget reform initiatives, just their names in terms of, and the ones that have happened in parallel to the signing of the AUKUS.
Yep.
That would be helpful, thank you. So just thinking sort of more broadly, Defence operates and acquires sort of in the broader economic environment. Does Defence have a specific economic capability? Does it have a chief economist or a chief economic advisor sitting in the organisation that informs Defence on broader economic considerations or implications for how it operates and acquires and sustains? And
sometimes in our internal budget discussion, Senator, I feel like I have lots of economic advisors giving me advice.
A couple of laughs at the back
we no longer have
some more skilled than others.
Yes, we no longer have a chief economist within the department.
So you had one. So there was one.
There was. We did have one.
So everyone's now an economic. Everyone's now the chief economist.
Sorry?
Everyone's now the chief economist with little skill.
At times,
but once upon a time there was a chief economist with high level of skill.
So we did. I think that was
senators, but anyway.
Position changed a couple of years ago.
Okay. Whereabouts in the organisation did the chief economist?
It sat within our strategy, policy, and international area.
Did they bring an international economic perspective to discussions, or just a domestic?
A combination of both. I would say that I remember there was a lot of work done domestically with the Australian Bureau of Statistics around some work, but I'd really have to go back and test whether they did a lot of work. There was certainly monitoring of what was happening internationally, and I do remember receiving some reports from the chief economist, which provided some international sort of perspectives. But you're starting to test my memory a couple of years back, Senator.
Okay. Were they supported by a team, or did they operate sort of independent? Was it just one person?
I think there was a small team.
A small team.
Yeah.
One position, one key position.
We had one SES officer. I believe he would have had a small team. Mr. Jeffries is coming up to help me.
Were you one of the expert economists, Mr. Jeffrey?
Go on, Hugh.
Good afternoon, Senator. Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. So we did have a chief economist position. This was an experimental, I would say an experiment where we had a discussion with Treasury about the role potentially for a chief economist to provide advice and to help shape defence submissions on how defence budget expenditure contributes to economic outcomes domestically in the country and how we can better inform our cabinet submissions. In the end, I think we all decided that the position was not quite right, and that the sort of chief economist position was better. The advice being provided was better achieved through working more closely with central agencies. And we discussed this with Treasury, who initially seconded the officer to Defence, and so that person now that position now has no longer exists, and we have sought to return that SES position back to the Secretary. As the Chief Financial Officer said, the work that the Chief Economist engaged in principally was working with Defence Industry team on trying to determine a better statistical base for the impact and how we would assess the impact of Australian defence spending domestically in the economy. and that work was done in coordination closely with CASG.
It sounds like the chief economist, who was actually seconded from Treasury, that's correct characterisation?
That's right.
Had a rather narrow brief. It sounds like their job was just to assist, furnish, enhance, submissions going up to government about the economic impact of certain defence decisions domestically.
That's correct, Senator.
But we've heard in evidence today and over the last few months, the increasing interrelatedness between our strategic position, our economic relationships, etc., etc.
That's correct, Senator. I think we gave the role reasonably free rein to determine where the value could be best demonstrated. As I discussed, I think in an era of tight resources where SES positions need to be essential, we felt that there was not enough unique in that contribution that couldn't be obtained through closer engagement with our central agencies, particularly our central economic agencies, and we all came to the conclusion that
the job description would have improved that. So just one last question on this point. So you mentioned that the role or the position went back to the secretary. What does that mean?
The secretary manages the SES cap across the department.
Right.
And we are always looking for opportunities to return positions to the secretary such that he can better manage overall SES load across the department.
Okay. Mr. Moriarty, is there anything you'd like to add to that? Or?
We're not complaining.
No, Senator, it's sort of the Department of Foreign Affairs is doing a lot more work on sort of global economic impact of increasing strategic tensions. The Treasury is putting a lot more effort into the sort of security dimensions of economic policy. So I think that we felt that we were getting quite useful expertise and support from those other departments.
I suppose it's the contestability of advice that I'm more interested in. So having a chief economist in the Department of Defence would have a look at what Treasury and have a look at what Foreign Affairs might be saying from their particular lenses, but a chief economist sitting inside the Department of Defence might have a slightly different orientation or a different lens. So it's the contestability of that advice I'm more interested in. What was the salary range of the chief economist? Approximately.
Senator, the decision to appoint to create the position predated my arrival in the role, but from memory it was an SES Band 2 position.
All right, now I need to move the call along.
Okay, I just think in the context of a $50 billion budget, it's a pretty modest resourcing exercise. But thank you very much for your cooperation, and I look forward to getting the call during the evening.
You will indeed. Thanks, Chief Economist Senator Dean Smith. Now, Senator Shoebridge, I'll give you 10 minutes and then we'll break for afternoon tea.
Either to you, Secretary, or to you, Minister, the announcement today of beginning the process for terms of reference for an inquiry into the Defence Force's handling of sexual assaults is, I think, broadly welcome. And it's broadly welcome, and I want to put on the record my party's support for that process. But I note that most of it will be managed at this stage through PMC and not through Defence. Is that your understanding, Secretary?
Yes. So in relation to the inquiry itself, it is one of the it arises from the recommendations of the Royal Commission. The task force which is administering or overseeing implementation of the Royal Commission is in PMC. They had tasked the Human Rights Commission to develop these terms of reference. And as I understand it, the Human Rights Commission now intends to undertake further consultation with victim survivors on that terms of reference.
Now, Admiral Johnson, you mentioned the class action against Defence from largely women, not just women. who are challenging the way in which Defence has dealt with sexual assaults to date. You referenced that at the outset. Do you remember that? There have been a series of incredibly brave women who have been challenging Defence to this point. And I'll just put a quote from one of them, Dr. Nikki Coleman. Do you know Dr. Nikki Coleman? Former Defence chaplain?
Yes.
Who bravely went and gave evidence at the Royal Commission. This is what she has said. You need to wipe all the NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, she means, you had in the past, because that's harming a large number of women and men who were abused, particularly in the 80s and 90s. These were documents signed by very traumatised people in a very traumatic situation. Then says, it just goes to show the lengths Defence have gone to in the past to cover up abuse. If they're serious about tackling sexual abuse, they need to wipe those NDAs. Admiral Johnson, had you been aware that Nikki Coleman and so many other women have been making this call?
Sorry,
Are you aware that not just Dr. Coleman, but other women have been making this call to wipe the NDAs?
So I'll just ask our head counsel to describe the use of NDAs for you, particularly because the bulk of them are asked for by parties to the agreements that are reached.
Senator Francesca Rush, Chief Counsel. If I can elaborate on what CDF has mentioned, in the context of a lot of the sexual assault claims and other personnel-related claims, it is not our practice to use NDAs. It is usually only used through part of the process where there is mediation-type activities, and once the mediation process is at an end, the NDA is usually lifted, and we do not stop people trying to tell their stories.
Well, Minister, I'm going to ask you this. Will your government seek to make it very clear, by way of a public pronouncement, that under your government, Defence will not be permitted to enforce any historical NDAs contained in any settlements, payments or other agreements relating to sexual assault? Now, I know that's putting you in the spot right here, but if you can't make that commitment today, can you ask the Minister, can you ask your government to make that commitment as publicly and loudly as soon as possible?
I'll undertake to refer the issue to the Minister, noting the advice that's already been provided in relation to the current practice in putting non-disclosure agreements in place at all.
Because, of course, if a non-disclosure agreement has been entered into between two parties, one of whom was deeply traumatised, they may have wanted it at the time. The demand here is that Defence make a loud, clear, unambiguous commitment to never enforce an NDA against any current or former serving member where the NDA in any way relates to sexual assault against that current or former serving member. That's what's been asked of you, Admiral Johnson, and I'd ask you to take it on notice as well.
I'll take it on notice, Senator.
Do you understand why that kind of statement should not wait for an inquiry? That's a commitment you can make today or you could make tomorrow. You don't have to wait for an inquiry for that, do you?
Senator, I think my commitment is supporting victims, doing everything we can in a trauma-informed manner. I recognise non-disclosure agreements have caused concern and sometimes considerably to victims. The circumstances of those non-disclosure arrangements, of course, vary widely, particularly to meet the preferences for one of the parties at it. I think we would certainly offer to review each one of them on a case-by-case basis were any of the parties to raise it with us and ask for a reconsideration of the terms of the NDA.
Well, Admiral, the request here is not a case-by-case basis. The request is a class statement that Defence makes about all of them. And do you know how many NDAs there are in relation to Defence and sexual assault, sexual violence matters, Ms Rush?
Senator, we don't keep that number of records.
I'll just go to a fresh point. This is about the ghost shark. Who's Andrel and Ghost Shark? Secretary, the ghost shark contract has, I think it's a $1.7 billion contract, is that right?
I think that's around the right order, Cheryl.
Cheryl Lutz, First Assistant Secretary, Major Surface Combatants and Combat Systems. Yes, it is 1.7 billion.
How many ghost sharks is Australia getting for the $1.7 billion?
That is a classified number.
All right, you've said dozens. Mohammed, can you give any more, can you shed any more light for the Australian public than dozens?
Senator, Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy, no.
All right. How long has Anduril, who's the supplier, the contractor, been involved in the defence industry and providing defence equipment? How many years?
Senator, your question in terms of Australian support, of course, Anduril is a US-based company been involved in US defence-related work for some time.
Well, for how long has Anduril been providing equipment, defence equipment, anywhere on the planet?
Anduril first signed a research collaboration contract, which was under ASCA, in May 22.
All right. So 3 years in Australia, and in the US, roughly the same amount of time, been in existence for about 3 years?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't know.
Did you do, surely you did your due diligence to work out if it had a history of providing reliable equipment. Surely you had a look. You didn't just pick up a sort of freshly minted company with no history. Or did you?
Sorry, I wasn't involved in the research collaboration contract. That was ASCA, so if we can get someone from ASCA. Tanya.
I mean, you wouldn't have just had a sales pitch from a tech bro billionaire and entered into a $1.7 billion contract with experimental equipment, would you? You wouldn't have done that.
Senator, we would have gone through the value for money considerations, a view of the ability of the company to deliver what was being asked, but you asked me how long they've been working in the United States. I just don't know that answer.
So I have asked whether or not you fell for a sales pitch from a tech bro billionaire from the US who had no history of providing defence equipment. That's the actual question.
Senator Shoebridge, Tanya Munro, Chief Defence Scientist. We, Department of Defence, entered into the co-development arrangement with Anduril Australia, as mentioned, through Next Generation Technology grant funding in 2022. That marked the start of operations of Anduril Australia. However, Anduril US already existed and was already serving the US market.
For how long?
We can revert with that information. I don't have it to hand. However,
2017.
Thank you very much, Dave. However, they had purchased the company that made the Dive LD platform, a platform smaller than the Ghost Shark, designed to repair submarine cables. They didn't approach us with a pitch. They approached us with a proposition to co-develop a new technology, which gave us the opportunity to deploy Australian defence scientists with deep expertise in autonomous systems and submarines to that project.
Well, you see, Anduril's Ghost Shark uses the Lattice command and control software. That's the software it uses, correct?
Correct.
Now, that same command and control software is being tested in a series of Anduril drones in the United States. And just in the last week, there have been confirmed reports of that testing of that command and control software, resulting in multiple drones, in this case air drones, plummeting thousands of feet and destroying themselves in the desert. And when Tess asked about this, Anduril said, well, you know, we're testing the command and control Lattice software and things happen. Are you aware of the command and control software testing and the multiple crashes of Anduril's systems in the US
Senator, I don't think that's relevant to the Lattice command and control software. There's a base of the Lattice command and control software, then there'd be separate applications, different applications.
How do you know it's not relevant?
Senator, can you let me finish my answer, please? There'd be different applications for a drone application compared to what would be used in the Ghost Shark. So it is an unfair comparison to say that because it's just the Lattice command and control software, it's significant and a very complicated piece of software, and it's got a base software and multiple applications that would apply to different roles.
Well, Senator, if I can add.
Just quickly, because we were wrapping up there for morning afternoon tea.
Very quickly, we've put this capability through a rigorous set of sea trials here in Australia, in Australian waters, including alongside the regulator, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority. We built up a body of evidence around safe operation of this capability, and that has formed part of the advice to government to enable decision-making to procure this very capable and important capability.
Well, Androl's recently shared fresh video, I think, of its high-end hovering drone called Omen, again, crashing. And again, I think in this case, they actually admitted to it publicly, and they described it as developmental learnings. Vice Admiral Hammond, you know, the evidence we have here is that this testing of Androl's command and control software, the same one that's been used in Ghost Shark, is not relevant to the
Senator,
Ghost Shark. Have you?
It's not the same
Have
one,
you
Senator.
asked for reports? Have you gone to Androl and asked for reports and asked for a feedback on why the crashing of their drones using the same Lattice software in the US is not relevant to the Ghost Shark? Have you asked for that?
Senator, again, I think we've made the point. It's a different version of software, and it's being applied in an aerospace capability in the context of uncrewed aerial vehicles, not the uncrewed underwater vehicle.
Have you asked?
Have I specifically asked Androl
being the
Australia?
organisation which has a $50, $60 billion budget, has anyone asked?
Senator, my response to the question is simple. It is a different version of software.
How do you know?
I do not have a UAV program with Androl United States.
How do you know it's a different version of the Lattice command and control software?
Because one of them is designed to operate at slow speeds underwater over extended periods of time. The other one's designed to operate at speed thousands of feet above the ground. They're different propositions.
Hang on. Our software, Lattice software, the applications, the base system and the applications at a high level of TRL as proven by the testing. It is different to the applications that are being applied to the UAV, and I do not believe that is a fair comparison if you understand the structure of the software.
All right. Now, we've got 1 more minute, Senator Shoebridge, otherwise we're going to move on.
Well, have Ghost Sharks caught fire in testing?
No, they have not, Senator.
Have
and
they
they're currently undergoing. They've been through factory acceptance testing and about to go through sea acceptance testing.
All right.
For the first formal
we'll come
delivery.
back to this. We'll come back to the Sharks.
All right. Thank you. Now, we're going to break for afternoon tea. I think we all need a cup of tea after that. So we'll see you all back here in 10 minutes. All right, thanks everyone. Now, Senator Roberts. Yep, you have the call for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing again today. How many Australian Defence Force personnel are currently at any stage of ceasing continuous full-time service? That is, at any stage of separation or discharge from the ADF?
Senator Admiral David Johnston, I'd have to give you that number. The number who discharge in a year, pleasingly, has been coming down as our retention rates have improved quite significantly, but we still have people in their thousands discharging. A portion of them may move on to continuous full-time service. I'll check whether we think we have that statistic, but otherwise we'll take it on notice to get it to you.
Thank you.
No, I think we're taking it on notice.
Okay. Could you also show me the figures for the last 10 years on notice as well, please? I want to see how the trend is.
Would you mind just restating the question so I make sure we answer it thoroughly for you?
Certainly. How many Australian Defence Force personnel are currently at any stage of ceasing continuous full-time service, that is, at any stage of separation or discharge from the ADF? And how does this compare to figures for previous years, the last 10 years on notice?
So we can talk to the separation rates, Senator, the term continuous full-time service we apply to a particular category of service. But if your question more broadly is what is the rate of people leaving the ADF compared to previous years, we can provide that advice to you.
Yes.
Admiral Van Stralen may take that up.
Thank you, sir. Rear Admiral Letitia Van Stralen, Head of Military Personnel. Thanks, Senator. Each year we're looking at around about 4,300 separations. It does vary from year to year. As Chief of Defence Force mentioned...
Excuse me, what is the rate for this year?
For this year, it's approximately 4,300.
So the percentage, Senator Roberts, if I can help you with that, the percentage of separation rates at the 1st of October 2025 was 7.6% of the force. That's made up of 4.9% of that is voluntary, 0.5% of it is involuntary, and 2.1% of our people on a medical discharge.
Okay, and if we could have the figures on notice for the previous 10 years to compare. Okay.
The long-term average, just to give you a sense of it, my recollection, and we'll just make sure it's right, is about 9.5%. So it's quite substantially lower at the moment. That's a range of reasons, including the application of the continuation bonus that we have spoken to here in estimates before as a retention measure for our people.
Yep. I'd like to see the trend, so I'll look at the graph on that. MRH 90 Taipan. Army Aviation and Airworthiness certifications on the MRH 90 Taipan helicopter platform I'd like to discuss. Are John Fenwick or Tony Norton or David Lynch present today?
We have other specialists or experts in the topic. I do not think any of those three are present, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. When the Taipan helicopters were being operated, Army Aviation was required to be in compliance with Defence Aviation Safety regulations. Is that correct?
Senator, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, Chief of the Army, yes.
Thank you. Those regulations require aircraft changes to be assessed for airworthiness code compliance by a recognised test agency before release into service, correct?
There's a structured process that follows the policy that is in accordance with the direction from the Defence Aviation Authority. So that's the long answer. The short answer to your question is yes, Senator.
Thank you. The Army Aviation Test and Evaluation Section is the only Defence Aviation Safety Regulation recognised test agency within Army. Is that correct?
I believe so, Senator, yes.
Thank you. The Aviation Test and Evaluation Section assessed the top owl, that's a heads-up display, system as non-compliant with airworthiness codes. Is that correct?
Senator, I don't propose to go into the details of that because there are currently 3 ongoing investigations and inquiries into the 28 July 2023 MRH crash, which resulted in the death of 4 of our soldiers. There is the ongoing IGADF inquiry, the Comcare investigation, and the Queensland Coroner's inquiry as well.
Yes, I'd like to go to some of those inquiries. The Army Aviation Test and Evaluation Section reported that top owl airworthiness code defects would likely result in multiple deaths if used in poor weather conditions, such as the conditions on the night of 28th of July 2023, when an MRH-90 Taipan helicopter crew using top owl became disoriented and flew into the water in the Whitsundays, killing all on board. Correct?
No, Senator. That's not correct. Senator, as I've just indicated, there are 4 inquiries and investigations into the 28 July 2023 MRH crash, which resulted in the death of 4 soldiers. Only one of those, that is the Defence Safety, Flight Safety Bureau's air safety investigation, has been complete, and it concluded that the causal factor was spatial disorientation. There are a range of other factors that are covered, and 46 recommendations that ensued from that report. All 46 recommendations have been accepted by Defence. 25 of them pertain to the Army, and 5 have been completed. I expect 15 will have been completed by the end of this year, and that all will have been completed by July next year. There are still the 3 inquiries and investigations that I just provided in my last answer that are ongoing, and I don't propose to provide any more commentary because some of the matters that you're alluding to are parts or subject of those inquiries and investigations.
Senator Roberts, if I might just add to the Chief of Army, of course the tragic incident on the 28th of July and the loss of the 4 aviators continues to be deeply felt, and I would add my condolences to the family and friends who continue to struggle with the loss of their loved ones. It is vitally important that we learn the circumstances of that incident and understand it completely. As the Chief of Army has said, there are still 3 investigations occurring. As officials, we just cannot make comment about the particular circumstances or nature of equipment that may have or may not have contributed to it. It is in our interest that those investigations are fully enabled to conduct themselves without any suggestion of commentary being provided by defence officials or otherwise, in order that we do get to that point where we understand as best we can what occurred and make sure, and to the Chief of Army's point, where we are already acting on the outcomes for the 1 inquiry that has been provided to us, to do everything that we can to avoid accidents of this nature.
Thank you. With due respect, my question was a simple one. The Army Aviation Test and Evaluation Section reported that top owl airworthiness code defects would likely result in multiple deaths if used in poor weather conditions. That was all I asked.
I think the challenge here, Senator Roberts, as officials have just explained to you, is that the question you ask is unavoidably connected to contemplation of the broader circumstances around this tragic incident. The government considers that it is in the interests of families, in the interests of defence, in our national interest, that we truly get to the bottom of the circumstances and we understand what caused this accident. We respect the work of the inquiries that are underway, and I think officials are indicating to you that they are reluctant to make public comment about these matters because we respect the inquiries that are underway and we wish them to be able to do their work.
I understand that, Minister. My staff have talked with the families and they want this to be brought out into the open. They want it done. So once the system was assessed as being non-compliant with the airworthiness codes, the head of Army Aviation, John Fenwick, did not have the authority to release the unairworthy top owl system into service under the Defence Aviation Safety Regulations because they had not been cleared by a certified test agency, correct?
I think we'll take that question on notice, Senator, for the reasons that I've explained to you already.
Thank you. Nonetheless, John Fenwick did so. He released it with the aid of his Director of Operational Airworthiness, David Lynch, and the head of the Standards Branch, Tony Norton. These people fabricated, apparently, a series of documents to support service release using ad hoc processes not approved under the Defence Aviation Safety Regulation. The documents falsely claimed the system was reassessed as safe to use when no airworthiness code assessment had taken place. No such reassessment was authorised under the Defence Aviation Safety Regulation, and the system had not been assessed in poor weather conditions. And now, as the Minister just said, 4 men are dead because Defence bureaucrats failed to follow the rules and didn't listen to the pilots that said this would kill people. Did you hope these facts were going to be buried in the ground like the helicopters, or are you actually going to investigate how these helicopters were allowed to fly when they were declared unairworthy? Because this is a hell of an issue.
Senator, you've made a range of points, as I pointed out earlier, for investigations and inquiries. We acknowledge and feel deeply the loss of our 4 soldiers, and most particularly the interests and the grieving and the hurting of their families, but also their teammates and everybody who has been involved in the Army Aviation team over a number of years. The best thing we can do and are committed to do is to continue to transparently cooperate with all 4 inquiries and investigations. As I've just outlined, we are implementing the recommendations of the Air Safety Investigation Report, and you publicly naming and impugning and making accusations as to the conduct and providing your interpretation of cause and effect is unhelpful and harmful.
Well, I would argue that this crash could have been avoided. Could have been avoided. In fact, should have been avoided. And it's been the Army and the Defence Forces that have contributed to it for a variety of reasons. And the families want the truth in the open. Because,
absolutely,
and so do existing servicemen.
The families want the truth, as do I, and my commitment to them and to everyone who's been involved is we will continue to work transparently and cooperatively to ensure that their service and their memory is properly honoured and dignified, and that we avoid it happening in the future. Your accusations in this committee are unhelpful and harmful to those that you have chosen to mention.
Well, I
Senator,
acknowledge your comments. I acknowledge your comments. I just want to make this statement, that the families are certainly in our consideration. That's one of the reasons I'm pursuing this. But so are the many thousands of enlisted people in the Australian Defence Force right now, because they want the answers, because they are tired of the top brass avoiding key issues, and that's the main thing that's going on in the Australian Defence Force. That's my opinion. That's what I've heard from enlisted personnel in all 3 services.
Well, Senator, I can tell you, because I've spent a lot of time with all of our people, far more than you do, and I think I'm pretty well in touch with what they want and what they need.
All right.
And that is transparency.
The 3 independent investigations are the right place for each of the claims to be tested, for the evidence to be gathered, for judgments to be made. And I would just ask that we all allow that process to occur, and the conclusions that each of them will reach to be then able to be considered.
Admiral Johnson, this is fundamental to morale in the Australian Defence Forces, isn't it?
Confidence in the system and allowing us to learn from incidents that when occur and to be seen to be responding faithfully and thoroughly to them are critical to the confidence in the force, and that's what we all wish to happen here.
And confidence in the systems, in particular, is confidence in the top brass of the Australian Defence Forces. That's what's at stake in preventing these kinds of things happening again.
Senator, that is what the investigations will do their best to determine the cause, and that's what we should allow to occur.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Senator.
Chair.
Your time has expired. Thank you very much. Now, we'll move on to Senator Smith. You have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to continue my line of inquiry around budget and finance matters, just at a high level. A few last remaining questions. Thank you very much. In the 2024-2025 final budget outcome for defence, was there a $1.55 billion underspend?
Senator, I think that's what was reported, but that's actually a different number to... It encompasses a whole range of things that we don't include in our determination of what our final outcome was. As reported in our annual report, we measure our financial performance on a net cash basis, and for the 24-25 financial year, our final outcome was around a $400 million overspend, which was around 0.9%.
So what was that?
On page 218 of our annual report, Senator.
Right. Thank you.
The actual number was, our net cash result was $466 million, or 0.9% of our funding.
Great, thank you. So why is that different from the $1.55 billion in the 2024-25 final budget outcome, just for clarity?
I'll start off, but perhaps the acting Chief Finance Officer can help. I think, one, that's just the operating result.
Yep.
Our reporting that we've got in our annual report takes into account both our operating and capital results. So based on the funding that the government provides us, as we receive funding for both our operating expenditure and our capital expenditure. So we look across both aspects of that in what we report as our final outcome. I think the report that you're talking about by the Department of Finance is on a slightly different basis, focuses on operating, includes the outcomes of other agencies as well, which is a little bit broader than defence. So, yeah, I'd have to dig into that a lot further, Senator, but maybe the Acting Chief Finance Officer's got some more
you're
detail.
happy to dig into that a bit further, or you had to?
I would have to get some more information on that.
Senator Sam Volkert, Acting Chief Finance Officer. I'd direct you to, as this Acting Associate Secretary referred you to the Defence Portfolio or Defence Annual Report. That provides the best measure for how Defence has performed against the financial year.
Right.
I think one of the particular results I would draw your attention to, Senator Smith, is the outcomes in terms of capability acquisition, where after some period under the previous government where we saw where we did see underperformance in underspends in acquisition, we are now seeing Defence expend its allocations, and that's directly linked to the acceleration or acquisition of capabilities like the Black Hawks, the guided weapons, and funding for frigates, main battle tanks. It's a significant area of work for the agency that I would encourage you to examine a little more closely.
Senator, I was just reminded we did provide a more detailed response to a question on notice number 240 by Senator Cash on that underspend, and within that we spoke about that the final budget outcome reflects...
What underspend?
Sorry?
What underspend?
The underspend that you were referring to was reported.
That's right,
Yeah.
The $1.55 billion.
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
So that was just operating, but it's actually the financial, it's reporting on the financial results of the defence function across the Commonwealth. It includes defence, defence portfolio entities, other defence-related activities carried out by other Commonwealth entities, uses a slightly different methodology to Defence's net cash result, only includes operating expenditure. So there's a variety of factors that mean that that is a slightly different measurement methodology to what we report in our annual report.
Great, thank you very much. So the final budget outcome is measured against the budget, correct? The budget
yes.
that gets
Yep.
delivered on budget night.
Yep.
So thinking about the final budget outcome, which had a $1.55 billion underspend compared to the budget, what does that $1.55 billion underspend account for? What is included in that? What are the elements of that $1.55 billion underspend?
Well, as I just mentioned, I think it includes other agencies as a starting point. It's only looking at our operating expenditure, which is probably around 80% of our funding, 70 to 80% of our overall funding. I think in our net cash result, we reported that we had I believe, an operating underspend and a capital overspend, which then netted out to that $466 million result that I referenced.
Yep.
So, Senator, following on Mr Groves, so we had a $1.26 billion overspend in capital and a $791 million underspend in operating, which resulted in the $466 million deficit. So it's referred to in the financial statements.
So in layman's terms, what was Defence expected to do when the budget was announced, and what did Defence not do by the time we got to the final budget outcome?
Well, Defence as an organisation, I would say, is expected to live within the budget that it's provided, and what we've reported in our annual report was our result against the funding that the government provided to us. So that's the $466 million overspend.
Okay, I have to be honest, I'm not completely clear, but I'll go back and have a look at that information that you provided to Senator Crash's question. Has Defence been advised by Finance whether you'll be exempt from the announced 5% efficiency dividend?
No, we haven't received any advice. My understanding is that that process will still be looked at as part of the 26-27 Commonwealth budget process. I can confirm that Defence participated in that, which is part of a normal, I would consider it's a fairly normal process that happens through the budget process from time to time. And no, we haven't been communicated, or I haven't received anything on what the actual results were or what the next steps, but it will be a factor, I assume, that government will look at as part of finalising the 26-27 Commonwealth budget process.
When would you expect to be notified?
Well, I think leading up to the budget process, so I assume we'd have greater clarity by sort of February, March on what's happening, and that's also the timing that we will be working with government as well on our National Defence Strategy 2026 and the associated IIP rebuild that we're currently also working with government on, which will be a major contributor to what our funding levels are moving forward.
Has Defence reallocated any funding or delayed programs or cut services against what was budgeted for in 2025-26? Perhaps on notice?
I think there is a constant juggle that we are doing across the defence budget, as we discussed earlier, around how we manage those inflationary impacts, other cost pressures. So that would be across the many acquisition projects, the many sustainment products that we have, Senator. That's a very broad question.
It sounds like there might be a lot of juggling going on.
Well, to be honest, Senator, I think the government's quite direct about this, and we've talked about it in this committee many times. We do expect all agencies, including this one, to consider government's priorities and make room for those priorities. The rebuilding of the IIP when we came to government was necessary because there were a range of projects that were announced without funding. The IIP was on a trajectory to be over-programmed by 40%. It was necessary to actually make an honest account for what was possible within the envelope that had been provided, and we have stepped through that, rebuilding the IIP so as to align it with our strategic priorities. That work's ongoing, and at every budget and throughout the budget cycle, we continue to look for ways where we can ensure that the work that's being done in this department and in other agencies is aligned with the priorities of the government.
On notice, could you provide for me details of what were the top 6 reallocations of funding, the top programs that might have been delayed, or the most significant cuts to services against what was budgeted for 2025-2026? I appreciate that there may be a lot of work going on across the department, but I'm just sort of looking for,
we can
some elements that sort of point to scale of that juggling.
Yeah. The only thing I would add, Senator, is, and what we'd probably add to that is what the drivers of some of those variances were, because it's not necessarily, to use my language that I just used, it's not my juggling all the time that does it. It could be industry performance, it could be other factors that are driving unders and overspends in particular projects or sustainment products. One of our big challenges is we do buy a lot of equipment through the US system, the foreign military sales, which can be a bit variable on when those transactions end up, both from when do we budget for them, but also when the actual expenditure comes through as well. But we can have a look at that across our big acquisition projects.
That's a fair point, and that would enhance. So my final question is, can you explain why Defence has ceased the F-35 sustainment project?
I will welcome the Chief of Air Force to come up, but we have not stopped the F-35.
He's slowly making his way up.
Sustainment budget in any way. In
so
fact,
my use of the word ceased is incorrect.
No. I think there may be pressures that we have spoken about before that might be applying to the F-35 sustainment product, and I'll be corrected by the Chief of Air Force, but I would say there has been no reductions that I'm aware of in the F-35 budget. And in fact, both the Air Force and our sustainment budget overall has continued to increase in 25-26 financial year compared to last financial year.
Thank you.
Senator, good afternoon. Air Marshal Steve Chappell, Chief of Air Force. I will continue to optimise and manage the budget I have. There is no, I think your question was ceasing, or words that affect the F-35 sustainment. We're continuing to sustain the F-35. You may be referring to some media articles that were talking about repositioning some of the industry workforce. I might ask Chris Steeble to comment further, but broadly speaking, we were in an initial surge phase of the F-35, industry providing capability and capacity as we built capability and capacity of our maintenance workforces within as well. We're now more in a sustained phase, and that's the repositioning of some of that industry workforce. But Mr. Deeble might be able to add further.
Yeah, Chris Steeble, Deputy Secretary of Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. There was some news articles that referred to 68 positions for BAE in Williamtown being reduced. I can assure you that only 5 of those positions weren't redeployed. The rest of them have been redeployed. And in particular, from a BAE workforce perspective, there will be additional staff as we look to open up more mod lines, 12 maintenance bays next year, and we anticipate a growth of approximately 100 employees from mid-26 through to mid-2028. There was a reduction in scope pertaining to 22 positions for Lockheed Martin, and only 1 Lockheed Martin employee was not redeployed. So the workforce is still extant, and we've worked closely with both Lockheed Martin and with BAE to ensure those workforce have been redeployed where possible.
I'd make the point, Senator Smith, that the government has, of course, increased the defence budget beyond what it was when we came to government. There's an additional $10 billion or $10.6 billion over the forwards, $70 billion over the decade. These are substantial lifts in the budget, aligned with the decisions that have been taken and are set out in the National Defence Strategy and in the reprofiled IOP.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to understand the motivation for the redeployment. Mr Dibble, can you help me understand that? So were these redeployments a cost-saving exercise?
No, many of these redeployments were for a number of different reasons. In particular, there was 21 fly-in, fly-out people employed by BAE. They weren't BAE employees. They are at a high cost. We've actually worked very closely with Air Force in upskilling and increasing the number of maintenance personnel available to Air Force. So 21 of those employees were that high-cost contingency labour, and we wanted to reduce those costs because we had the Air Force capability. In other cases, they were short-term contracts that we had in place, and that we no longer required those as we moved into different maintenance phases.
And the decision to... The decision, who made the decision around the redeployments?
We work closely with some of these workforce, and in particular the technical workforce, are required to be able to support these aircraft. We negotiated those positions, and in particular with BAE, we looked at deploying those resources in the Williamtown environment. So currently BAE has some 340 people, I think, that support not only the Joint Strike Fighter program, but also lead-in fighter in that environment, and we looked at the best deployment of that. As we're looking at stepping up and increasing the capacity to maintain the Joint Strike Fighter, we made sure that those bodies were redeployed appropriately in that consideration. I'm happy to take that broader question on notice, and I can provide a more fulsome answer.
So, Chief of the Air Force, were you involved in making the decision around the redeployment? Was it your directive?
So, Senator, the way we operate our sustainment system is we have take an enterprise approach in each of our programs. So, for the F-35 program, you have effectively Air Force personnel, both in Air Force and also in CASG, working with our industry partners as a single air domain team. And so those decisions are taken at the right levels in that enterprise, or potentially higher between CASG and Air Force, to manage the generation delivery of air power and the sustainment budget in this particular case. So it's an enterprise team effort.
So at what level was this decision taken?
We worked that, Senator, at the SPO level, the System Program Office level, which is located at Williamtown. We have a very close relationship with both Lockheed Martin and BAE, and at that level, which may involve a one-star or a group captain equivalent, we're working this closely on a daily basis. We treat this as an enterprise, and in particular, we've got a company like BAE supporting both lead-in fighter and Joint Strike Fighter. We work with them around the deployment, the most effective and efficient deployment of those resources to deliver those outcomes.
So, sorry, Mr. Gill.
And we have a budget that we attempt to live within to maintain those resources.
Right. So, Chief of the Air Force wasn't involved in making the decision?
Senator, no, I was not personally involved. I wouldn't expect to be for, frankly, that type of decision. That is something I'd absolutely expect that my group captains, so a colonel equivalent in the at the wing, so the operational body, working with their counterpart in the SPO under CASG, and with the industry, would be making those decisions in order to ensure that we are achieving what it is we've been asked to achieve, which is to generate and deliver air power.
What has been the impact, if any, on flying hours?
So there's been no impact from that decision, Senator, on the flying hours for the F-35 fleet.
Has there been any impact from any other decisions on flying hours for the F-35?
Senator, so for flying hours, those are things that we manage and we forecast for the following financial year, and then we manage in financial year based on a range of factors, including training requirements any operational requirements and taskings, and a number of factors. So to try and pin a particular flying hour decision or change on a particular decision like this topic would be difficult to do, particularly given this is a fairly small change, frankly, in the overall team and the redeployment. I'm very confident at the moment that we are generating the flying hours we were expecting to generate from the F-35 Enterprise.
Right, so am I right to assume that flying hours are increasing?
So over the last number of years, flying hours have increased around 9 to 10% over the last 3 or 4 financial years.
Year on year or over that period?
I'll get some more specific figures for you in a second. I can just go back to my notes. Over the last financial year, we've effectively stabilised. But in year 22 to 23, we had an increase of 9.3% from the previous financial year. Financial year 23-24, we had an increase of another 5.4%. And then the last year, financial year 24-25, we've effectively stabilised at this stage, and we saw a 0.6% decrease. And what we're talking about there is a total of approximately 450-hour decrease over a total of almost 79,000 hours.
So there was year 24 to 25, there was a decrease of 4.6%.
0.6%. Yep.
0.6%.
Yep. So 450 roughly hours out of a total of 79,000.
But you had a 9.3% increase, then you had a 5.4% increase, and then you had a 0.6% increase.
0.6% decrease. So we're just stabilising
so now you're stabilising. So
Senator Smith, if I might just give you some context on that. So you might be aware we've been introducing the F-35 fleet over time in batches as they have been made available from the manufacturer and have relocated to Australia. We achieved the final operational capability, which is our major milestone, in the 7th of July this year. So you would expect there would be an increase in flying as the aircraft were coming into service.
Yep.
It may well level out now because we have the full fleet available.
Yep.
And over time, we will be able to better determine what flying rate of effort is necessary to maintain aircrew competency, where we may seek to make adjustments between live firing or use of simulators. So the change over time that you have observed is aligned to the introduction of the capability, which we achieved that important milestone mid-year.
Okay. Has there been any adverse impact? Can I make it my second last?
Sure.
Thank you. Has there been any adverse impact over other air platforms?
I'll give you a short answer to help you there, Senator. No. Page 361 of the annual report also contains the current flying hours as well for you.
Great, thank you very much. Then finally, Mr Groves, in your earlier evidence, you talked about over-programming.
Yes.
What is over-programming? Is it synonymous with underfunding?
No. It's a budget risk management tool that we use, in that we over-allocate our capital program on the assumption that generally we do see some slippage across projects, and noting that we're managing around 240 projects. So we might have, I think as an example, we might have a budget of $18 billion on our acquisition program. We will allocate $24 billion as an example of funding, with a view that we know that some of that work, for a variety of reasons, will slip and into a new financial year, or may have experienced some delays. So we're in effect sort of using that as a budget risk management tool to make sure that we come on and maximise, at the end of the year, we maximise what is the available budget.
So what's the relationship between over-programming and capability?
I think I would say, and I think there's probably a variety of views on this, but from my perspective, Over-programming allows us...
Because you wouldn't over-program for a capability you didn't need.
We tend to over-allocate at the overall defence budget level, not at a specific project, and certainly not around what the capability is that we're delivering. It's really around... it's a timing issue between financial years almost, in that we know that some projects, and some of those issues I spoke before about, in relation to foreign military sales and some delays overseas. That's sort of one of the things that we factor in determining what level of over-programming we're going to apply across the whole defence portfolio of projects, on the assumption that, yes, some of them may slip.
Okay. Senator Smith,
I think I'm out of time, Senator McAllister.
From the government's perspective...
That's my call.
Which from time to time you may wish to hear about, we consider that the trajectory that Defence was on for 40% over-programming was unacceptable and was a consequence of unfunded announcements made by the previous government. Of course, we accept, as Mr Groves has indicated to you, that some measure of over-programming can be of assistance in managing those year-to-year variations in profiling and expenditure, but to use it as the previous government did, as a way of hiding the fact that commitments were made without funding, was not a sensible way to manage the defence budget, and we have taken steps in rebuilding the IIP to bring it back to what we consider to be prudent measures, and ones which actually allow us to be clear about where our priorities lie and where it is that we wish Defence to focus its attention in acquiring capability.
Okay, all right. On that note, I think we're going to move things along. Senator Shoebridge, I'll give you the call.
Thanks, Chair. Admiral Johnson, I think we had discussion earlier about the number of 1-star and above top brass in the ADF, and I think you were giving me calendar figures from the end of 23 compared to the end of 24. Do you remember that?
I do, Senator, yes.
What were your numbers for that?
I was talking to positions. I've got the year 2023. I would have to confirm whether that's 1 Jan or 31 December. But in the 2023, Senator, of a position headcount of 248, and in 1st of January 2025, also 248 at the 18th of November 2025, so a discrete data point, 234.
All right, because you see, the clearest comparison and the clearest most recent year-on-year comparison I have comes from your annual reports, which show the end of financial year 23-24, and then exactly a year later, the end of financial year 24-25. That's the most recent year-on-year data point, even what you've put, and that shows the number of 1-star senior officers in Defence Force has increased from 238 to 243 in a year. And I want to be clear, Admiral, I've said this before and I'll say it again, the ratio of 1-star and above to the rest of the Defence Force in the Australian Defence Force is at obscenely high rates compared to the United States and the UK, and it got worse between those two financial reports. How do you justify that? You've already got roughly a ratio of twice as many 1-star and above officers to the rest of the Defence Force compared to the UK, and it got worse. How do you justify it?
Senator, this is a discussion that we have had a number of times, and I would perhaps offer again for you, of course, for those forces like the United States who have a very large footprint, particularly in land forces, but not limited to it, the ratio will always be different when you have multiple corps in your army, for example, and therefore at the base of your force a very large number.
Compared to the UK.
But what is consistent, though, between all of the countries are the need to ensure that in our ability across the 5 domains, we have capability development, that we build the operational practices, that our approach to the development of doctrine and concepts all having to be serviced. So there is a consistency in the work that is required across the delivery of military effect. I described to you a little earlier this afternoon, in our more recent times, increasing the size of the workforce to be able to address the Australian Submarine Agency requirements, guided weapons requirement as we are building that sovereign industrial capability. We've centralised some of the functions in order particularly to address the approaches that the Royal Commission has asked for us to build wellbeing agents or elements of wellbeing into our force. But I am, as you are, very focused on making sure that we have a sustainable basis for the number of star ranks compared to that foundation that we have. That's why I was describing to you the work that we have initiated to now review all of the star rank positions in a cycle over time, while we have introduced a work value assessment for new proposals to make sure they're evaluated for need in military competency, for the expertise of individuals, the type of skill sets or that might be required in order to manage that star rank number as healthily as we are able to.
It's not just we have so many of them, it's also that the pay rates for Australian senior officers are vastly more than, for example, the US comparison. How much are you paid?
Senator, my pay is not set by me.
How much though?
It is set by the Remuneration Tribunal. I don't intend to tell you my pay here, Senator, but you can look at the Defence Annual Report, which has a version of it. It is more than the salary basis. It factors in other elements like superannuation and components to it.
Admiral Johnson, I'm going to press for an answer.
Senator,
how much are you paid?
If the core point, Senator, is my pay is not determined by me, nor is the pay of any of the SES or star rank officers here. It is set externally. I would recognise and say I am well paid, but I don't do this position because of the pay, but because of the importance of the role and the opportunity to contribute to both the Defence Force and the nation.
Admiral Johnson, I'm going to press for an answer. How much are you paid? It's all public money.
Senator,
you're the head of the chief. You're the chief of the Defence Force.
Senator, I invite you to look at the Defence Annual Report, which has the rate of pay, including other allowances in it. It is there is a public statement.
Why won't you tell me how much you get paid?
Because the pay rate that I have is a portion of what is said publicly, and I'm giving you access or pointing out to you what the pay rate it is.
Is it because you are paid three times the rate that the chair of the Joint Chief of Defence is paid? Is that why you don't want to tell me your pay rate? Because you get paid, let me finish, you get paid $896,372 a year, and the Chief of Defence of the US, which is a slightly more complex job, gets paid in Australian dollars $343,000 a year. You get paid three times as much as your equivalent in the US. Is that why you didn't want to tell me?
No, Senator. I'm referring you to a public statement of what that pay is that is available to you and others, and I am also reminding you I do not set the pay for this
Minister,
position.
how does your government justify paying the Chief of the Australian Defence Force three times what the United States pays the Chief of the US Defence Force? How do you justify that?
Senator, I can't verify the comparator that you refer to. That's not knowledge I have in my possession. But as Admiral Johnston has already pointed out to you, the rates for personnel are set independently. That's actually true across the public service. I don't have anything further to add in relation to that.
Probably because you can't justify it, can you? You can't justify paying somebody who's the Chief of the Australian Defence Force, which is vastly smaller and vastly less complex than the United States Defence Force. You can't justify paying them three times as much, but that's what Admiral Johnston gets paid. Three times his equivalent in the United States. It's not justifiable.
That's your assertion, Senator. I'm indicating to you the way that this is organised and has been for some time in the Australian government context.
Secretary, it's not just the number of people with gold braid and stars. The equivalent in the public service also grew in that same comparison year to year. At the end of the financial year 2023-2024, the annual report said there were 192 people in your department on SES 1 and above. I checked the most recent annual report, and of course it's grown, like it does all the time. There's now 199 in the SES 1 and above. All getting, what, 400, 500? You, $880,000 a year. How do you justify that? What's the death stare about? Can you just answer the question?
Senator,
What's it about?
I'm trying to establish what the question was.
How do you justify adding to the already increasingly top-heavy number of SES personnel between those two financial years? How do you justify going from 192 to 199?
Okay. If you don't mind, Senator, I'll ask Deputy Secretary Grigg to talk about that.
So, Senator Justine Grigg, Deputy Secretary People, I can just clarify which table you're looking at, but without doing that necessarily. The difference between the two financial years that you're referring to was in terms of National Defence Strategy and Defence Strategic Review, in particular, the investment in Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Group, so the establishment of that group.
Is that the one we're now abolishing?
So that will form part of the new delivery agency.
It was to recruit an agency which you're now abolishing.
It will form part of the new agency. The National Naval Shipbuilding Capability and Enterprise. So
Has that been abolished as well?
So the new delivery agency will comprise CASG, as you know, guided weapons, and also naval shipbuilding. So those three will come together. We have...
Just stopping you there. So you grew the SES to create two agencies which you're now abolishing, and that's the justification.
Well, we're certainly not abolishing those.
Are they going to exist?
Work units. Those work units will be part of the Defence Delivery Organisation. There's vital work that needs to be continued to be delivered by those people. Our ministers have made clear that this reform is not a job-cutting exercise. I expect that all of those people will continue to have very demanding and important work to do while we lead up to set up the agency and beyond that.
Because
so there will be no
depresses me so much, I'm just going to move on. Could I go back to Andrew and the Ghost Shark? Secretary-in-Chief of Defence, in August 2025, Defence said that the full production rate of the Ghost Shark would come into effect by the end of the year. Has that happened? And just for completeness, you also said the first one would be operational in 2026. Is that still on track?
Sure, we have commenced the full production, so that has commenced in the contract from August 25, and the first Ghost Shark will be delivered in 2026.
And to be clear, the initial contract with Anduril was a $77 million limited tender contract. Was it a limited tender contract in 2022?
In 2022, I have to get the figures. It was a co-development contract, and the Commonwealth contribution, I understand, was 50 million. And
I'm sorry, I missed that. How much?
The Commonwealth contribution was 50 million, and Anduril contribution was 50 million. And then there was an early works deed in June 24. Commonwealth contribution was 20 million, and the Anduril contribution was at least 20 million.
So the initial contract was for 50 million of Commonwealth money in 2022?
And 50 million from Anduril.
Yep. And there was a further contract in June of 2024?
For facilities, yes.
For 20 million.
And again, Anduril contributed at least 20 million for that.
And then the $1.7 billion contract, when was that signed?
1.7 was signed in August 25, and that is for the full production.
Okay. Now, then Rear Admiral Peter Quinn was involved in the initial contract, is that right? He was head of naval capability, wasn't he?
He was head of naval capability, but he wasn't involved, my understanding, in the research collaboration contract.
Which contract? You're saying he wasn't involved in that $50 million contract?
That was the May 22 contract.
You're saying he wasn't involved in that contract?
I don't believe so, but someone can...
Well, there's been multiple reports in multiple platforms that he, in his capacity as head of naval capability, had a quite significant role in that 2022 contract. It's your evidence, though, that he didn't.
Okay, well, I might pass to Chief Defence Scientist.
Thank you. Tanya Munro, Chief Defence Scientist. Anduril approached Defence, they approached Navy in 2022 with a proposal for a co-development. Navy connected Anduril to DSTG, who then took the lead in developing that co-development project.
Peter Quinn took the lead?
No, DSTG took the lead.
Well, but that doesn't answer my question about Rear Admiral Peter Quinn's involvement in that contract in his capacity as head of naval capability. Was he involved in it, as multiple public reports have said is the case?
In all work that we do in order to develop potential military capability, we work closely with our services, and in Peter Quinn's role as head of Navy capability, we absolutely did have conversations with him at the time about the types of capability needed for Navy and whether this type of potential capability was a priority.
And he said it was, wasn't he? And he supported it and said you should get it. That's what happened, isn't it?
We worked closely together to ensure that any development work would be meeting Navy's needs.
And did he sign the contract?
No.
Did his team sign the contract?
As I said initially, the contract was co-signed between Anduril and DSTG for the Commonwealth of Australia.
And Peter Quinn, having supported the contract, been consulted with the contract, been part of that contract development as the head of naval capability, he then, I think, at the end of 2023, he left Navy, didn't he?
Senator Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy, I believe he left at the end of 22. There was a transition period. I understand that there are, I think the point of your question
Well, sorry, he
is
left
that,
at the end of 22. So very soon after the contract, he left at the end of 2022.
that was after several years in his role as the head of Navy capability over a number of, he completed a distinguished career of service. He was transitioned from the Navy. I think the point of your question is he then went on to be employed by Anduril.
Let's just do this so as we get the time frame right.
We need to move things along.
I will try and finish this quickly.
Can I just
the contract is May of 22.
Can I add, please? The first contract was for prototyping. It was not for full production contract. So it had to prove the product and it had to go through successive testing. And head of Navy capability, Peter Quinn, was not involved in any in determining that we would proceed to full production. So there was no certainty that it was going to continue.
Well, there was no certainty, but maybe he had a plan. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. So in May 2022, the initial contract, the first contract with Anduril is signed. At the end of 2022, which Rear Admiral Peter Quinn was involved in the way that Professor Munro has described. At the end of 2022, he leaves, and then 13 months later, which just happens to be 1 month more than the minimum time, he then gets a job with Anduril. Is that what happens? And then, having got a job with Anduril in June of 2024, in August of 2025, they get their extra in June of 2024, like 5 months later, they get their extra 20 million. And then in August of 2025, the big bunny comes in. It's a $1.7 billion contract. Most members of the public would look at that and say that stinks. They would say it's outrageous that somebody who was involved inside Defence in a senior position in the initial contract waits the 13 months out and then takes a job with that company that then gets a $1.7 billion contract. Most people outside looking at that would say that stinks. Do you have an explanation, Secretary?
Is there a question there?
There's no question.
How do you justify it?
I would say, Senator, that Rear Admiral Quinn has complied with all of the laws and the probity arrangements that are required by the Commonwealth and the Department.
What role does he currently have with Andrew in the $1.7 billion contract?
I will be coming back to you.
He has no role with Andrew. He no longer works for Andrew.
Thank you. We'll be moving the call along. Thanks. Now, Senator Whitten, you have the call.
I'd just like to follow up on my sovereign munition manufacturing questions I had at the last estimates, if that's okay. Thank you. I received some recent responses to my questions on notice. However, they didn't quite go to my original query on whether Australia was producing brass for its munition manufacturing and whether there was a plan to invest in manufacturing. Now, I know we do make some brass in Australia, but it's not to the quality or same type that is used in munitions. Do you have any specific detail on whether we are going to be pursuing that, if that's part of the plan?
Senator Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary, Goyo Manufacturing. In relation to the points that we discussed at the last hearing, we have gone back and looked at some of those supply chain related priorities, particularly for materials and inputs into the manufacturing process. Brass is not one that we have had an issue in sourcing or are aware of any quality issues. We have identified, as Mr Deeble spoke about earlier, as part of the sovereign defence industrial priorities, other materials that we're looking to increase domestic sourcing of, both from a resiliency standpoint and also to meet the increases in production that we're forecasting over coming years.
So there's no plan to bring brass on board?
I think we'll look at all inputs and materials to our manufacturing processes, particularly as the volumes are forecast to increase. But at the moment, brass isn't one of those areas that has been highlighted as a particular risk.
Okay. Could you please provide on notice a list of the components we import to make our small arms, particularly the 5.56, 7.62 and 50 cal?
Yeah, we can certainly provide that on notice. I would just highlight that those small calibre, small arms munitions have a high degree of local content in them because of the volumes in which we're producing them at Benalla.
That's fantastic. So if you could provide that on, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. So I know the OECD recommends 90 days of fuel reserves. Australia has critical low reserves of all types of fuel, 20 days of jet fuel, 24 days of diesel and 28 days of petrol. Does the ADF see this as a security concern?
Good afternoon, Senator. Major General Carla Watts, Commander, Joint Logistics. Yes, our fuel reserves remain an issue that we think deeply about and have invested time, effort and capability projects in ensuring that we can increase our fuel resilience.
How much influence does the ADF have over our fuel reserves, or is it a governmental decision?
Most certainly we receive guidance through government, through the Defence Strategic Review and our National Defence Strategy, as well as internal preparedness work, which helps set the preparedness levels for our fuel holdings.
So it's
I might add to that, if I may, please. Lieutenant General Susan Coyle, Chief of Joint Capabilities. We're also a co-lead on the National Fuel Council, The National Fuel Council was established back in August of 2023 in response to the Defence Strategic Review, and we also address national fuel security vulnerabilities, particularly where there are single points of failure or inadequate capacity through key international and domestic distribution routes. We will have a report to government early next year on the National Fuel Council outcomes, and that'll help also further inform fuel issues.
Do we have enough facility in Australia to store 90 days worth of fuels?
Senator, if I might just help, please. If some of your questions are around national stock holding levels, we're not the right authority to be able to answer that. What I would perhaps point out to you, through the work that was done in the National Defence Strategy 2024, fuel holdings was identified as a key issue for defence. The government put aside significant money, between $3.7 to $4.8 billion, to uplift the fuel holding capability, the distribution capability and storage, to particularly with an emphasis on enabling northern infrastructure where our primary operating locations would be. So while the defence fuel logistics system, of course, lives within the defence ecosystem, it is part of that broader national environment, which through mechanisms like the National Fuel Council, we can collaborate with and influence where the priorities might be.
And perhaps to augment that, Senator Whitten, Defence, as Admiral Johnston has made clear, is responsible for its own internal supply chain, but the broader responsibility for fuel security for nationally sits with the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, if that assists you.
But if the national quantity of fuels isn't there and there's a conflict, that I'm assuming that would impact the ADF?
I think, Senator, that of course we would first consume the fuel holdings that we had, and depending on the circumstances, whether there had been advanced assessments that enabled us to further lift up our holdings. But then it becomes a question of national prioritisation for government, states and territories around the appropriate use of national fuel holdings across whatever circumstances or priorities exist at the day.
So with the, I'm assuming the ADF has targets. Are you anywhere near your targets at the moment for your fuel holdings?
The targets are obviously classified because it does give you a sense of just what tempo of operations we might be able to achieve with the fuel levels that we have. But yes, we have targets, and we are uplifting the amount of fuel that we are holding through that investment structure that I indicated to you in terms of the priority of government infrastructure investments. Given Australia only refines around 21% of its own fuel, with Australian domestic crude only making up 10 to 20% of the feedstock, we're seeing a tightening of regulation around Australia's oil and gas industries with a lack of investment in the industries as a result. Does the ADF consider that the reliance on imported crude and the lack of refining capability a risk as well? I think supply chain security is very important, as it is the whole community, of course, not just limited to defence purposes. That is why we consult and cooperate very closely with the departments who lead that work to make sure there's an understanding of defence requirements and it is incorporated within the national position. It is also, though, while we look at alternate fuel sources, some of the work that we are doing around biofuels, looking at where electrification of our estate or systems might be possible. There is some wonderful work occurring, particularly in some of our remote sites where the ability to use solar power and systems helps reduce the amount of petroleum-based products and lift the surety that we have in the energy supplies to it. So our view is looking at both the elements like the national fuel holdings, but equally what alternate means can we have to build resilience into our energy consumption that enables our operational proficiency to be as strong as it can be.
but no electric tanks anytime soon.
Well, the Chief of Army might tell you we are doing experimental work with electric armoured personnel carriers, and particularly to be able to use some systems remotely. So we're looking quite broadly at where those opportunities might lie.
Okay. The GWEO plan explicitly states there is a proliferation of long-range ballistic missiles in our region, many of which would have strike ranges inside Australia borders. What does the ADF consider to be the priority in the defence against these weapons, and are we in the process of developing these defensive capabilities?
Senator, considerable work that was done in the National Defence Strategy 2024 looked at what we would characterise as the integrated air and missile defence challenge, which is what ballistic missiles and other forms of missiles, cruise missiles, hypersonic missiles, all become a component to it. And the Secretary mentioned early today that we are deep in the work of considering what might be required as part of the National Defence Strategy refresh that will be considered by government through the period that is ahead of us. I might invite the Vice Chief who oversees the capability program to give you an insight in some of that work now.
Thanks, EDF. Air Marshal Rob Chipman, Vice Chief of the Defence Force. What I would say is we're not coming off a zero base when it comes to integrated air and missile defence. We already have capabilities in service, land-based capabilities operated by Army. We have very capable maritime systems that have been accelerated over the last 12 months, and in particular a weapon called Standard Missile 6 that is very capable against incoming threats. And Air Force also has the capability to engage incoming missiles and one-way attack UAVs. So we already have some capability. There is a lot of opportunity for us to invest more, and that goes to the CDF's point that we have an opportunity to have that conversation with government in 2026. What I would say, though, is that it's not just about shooting down missiles. That's not the only way that we can defend ourselves effectively against this threat. We can make ourselves a difficult target through camouflage, manoeuvre, concealment. We can also make ourselves more resilient to attack so that we're able to bounce back and keep fighting through a missile or drone attack on our territory. So there are other ways that we can address the integrated air and missile defence problem. And in one way that is very effective, if we can get it right, is what we call left of launch. That is making sure that through cyber domains or other means that we prevent potential adversaries from ever launching.
Thank you. Last question. So the plan explicitly looks at the manufacturing of 155 artillery shells domestically. These are in high global demand, as we've seen in the Ukraine war, going through 3,000 to 6,000 rounds a day. We're planning to produce 15,000 rounds per annum, scaling up to 100,000 rounds by 2030. Is that correct? And if so, we can only produce about a month's supply in a year.
Air Marshal Leon Phillips, Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance. Your numbers are about right. That is true. That's what we're looking to do. We're in the middle of a re-tender process at the moment. I think we need to also be mindful of the sort of geography and the strategic challenge and the circumstances that we find ourselves in this part of the world. So I mean, this is our our first step at uplifting our sovereignty and the depth of manufacturing capability, and we'll continue to reassess through the NDS and the IIP, the relative investment of a range of capabilities.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much. I appreciate you.
That's all right. Now, Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just firstly ask about the Prime Minister's address at the National Press Club this year, where he said that where there is capability, we will fund it. So I just wanted to check Mr Moriarty or to the Minister, is it your evidence to this committee that there isn't a single capability gap in the ADF currently?
Senator, we're working through the Defence Strategic Review and then the National Defence Strategy of 24 identified a number of priority areas, including long-range strike in all domains, cyber, space capability. So we are looking at how, with government direction, we rebalance the investment from a general force to a focused force. So, of course, there are some areas where we need that investment. We've just talked about integrated air and missile defence as an area where we would, like to see future investment, but that needs to be balanced against all of the other priorities in the National Defence Strategy. So we're working through that at the moment, developing proposals which we are discussing with our ministers and then with Cabinet on what the National Defence Strategy 26 might look like, and then what the integrated investment plan that goes along with that would be to meet the sort of priorities. And there will always be rigorous prioritisation.
Thanks, Mr. Moriarty. I'm going to try. I've got lots of questions to punch through as quickly as I can. Can you confirm that ADF members seeking to attend the Indo-Pacific Maritime Exhibition that Defence sponsored and co-hosted needed to pay for their own tickets and travel?
Senator Henderson, that was a Navy event. Chief of Navy may have an answer to that, or we'll take it on notice and get it back to you.
Do you have any information about that,
No,
Admiral?
I don't. No.
How much did Defence spend on sponsorship and funding for Indo-Pac in total?
Senator Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy. To your first question, no, Defence members who attended Indo-Pac did not have to self-fund their own travel, etc.
Okay, thank you.
If they were attending in an official capacity, it was officially funded.
Did any attend in a non-official capacity and therefore were required to make their own, pay their own way?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Maybe you could just check on that and come back to us with any further information on notice.
So if they attended in an unofficial capacity, I would expect them to have funded themselves. I'm not sure we track that information though.
All right, well look, if you could possibly come back with any further information, I would be grateful. And just what about the total sponsorship and funding for Indo-Pac?
The only thing I'm aware of that we paid for was exhibition space that would be on the industry floor. There were more than 900 exhibitors at Indo-Pac. It is the largest defence industry event that the department participates in. I can take the exact figure on notice, but it was like tens of thousands of dollars for lease of the space, and that was principally to support things such as our Defence Force recruiting exhibit.
And no sponsorship or other expenditure?
We don't sponsor it. There is a fee involved in hosting these events, particularly the CPOWER conference. We had 58 international delegations. I had 35 of my counterparts visiting for the CPOWER conference, which runs concurrently with Indo-Pac 25. And I can take that on notice as well.
And what sort of costs are involved with that?
The accounting is still being finalised. This was only hosted last month, but the initial reports I have is the cost is the same as or slightly less than what it cost us to host an event 2 years ago. We've had a particular focus on maximising value for money.
And what is that cost?
I'll take that on notice. The books haven't been closed yet. So
No, I'm not asking for the information about acquittals. I'm asking just for what was budgeted, and if you've got a guide from 2 years ago, could you indicate what that cost was?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
You're not able to share?
It's ballpark about $1 million.
Right. All right, well, if you could provide the exact figure, that would be grateful. And what did that included? Hosting a number of...
It's hosting 58 international delegations, 35 of my counterparts. It's the the two-day CPOW conference and associated events around it.
Can I ask whether Defence imposed any cap on reservist days of service at all?
Senator, are we still in terms of the Indo-Pacific?
No, just separately in terms of a budgetary
question
issue.
From that, a cap on, so we have not changed our reserve service budget. What we have introduced are stronger measures depending on the number of days that have been done. This is in particular, I think what you're referring to is, because we have different forms of reserve service. Some are reservists coming on to do full-time work. Some reservists in different categories do what are called days. They are employed on a 24-hour basis or a multiple of them. What we have done is introduce stricter controls on the number of days when they exceed or approach 150 days of work. So no change to the budget, just a tighter management in order to preserve the integrity of part-time work, which it is by structure, and ensuring that it reflects a part-time nature.
And so just in terms of the stronger measures, what does that mean in practice?
So approval levels have been elevated to consider those who are approaching particularly closer to 150 days of part-time work, that the approval structure for that has been lifted. I believe Chief of Personnel, partly on my behalf, now scrutinises all of the individuals who may be getting close to that length of tenure.
So is that in order to manage the budget associated with reservist days?
No, it's to manage the intent of it, because it is part-time work, not full-time work. You can do the math. If you're doing 150 days, you're starting to get very close to a full-time employment environment. We have other means of being able to treat or provide options that are closer to full-time work. But service on days comes tax-free. It has a particular set of benefits with it, which are intended to align with short-term service.
Well, I'm just curious about, if it's not a budget management issue, there was a directive, September directive, to reduce or to better manage the reservist days. Maybe I...
So that's why I'm saying it's not a budget. We haven't changed the workforce budget. We are just changing to make sure the integrity of reserve service on days reflects the intention of that particular scheme of reserve service, so that it is well used, consistent with the principles of part-time service.
Look, I just want to table this document, and I'll just hand those to the... so this does indicate that there were caps, and I'll wait for you to have a look at the document, Admiral. So on page 2, reserve allocation, and then CIRCAT 3 and 5 aviators are capped to a maximum of 150 reserve days. The cap of 150 RSD is not to be exceeded unless approved in writing by a DCAF or DCAF. I mean, that looks like a budgetary directive. In fact, it's entitled Directive by the Chief of Air Force, 2025-26 Budget Management Measures. So how can you suggest that that's not a budget management measure?
So, Senator, what I was describing is the enterprise level approach that we have taken with the way within different parts of the services that reserve service may be managed, and the Chief of Air Force can talk to the directive. But what I'm indicating to you that in setting the overall reserve service use, we have not changed the macro level budget, nor have we, what we have done is just introduce means to make sure there are proper decision-making processes when significant amount of reserve service days are used.
Look, Admiral, with respect, this is a document we obtained under FOI. It's a directive by the Chief of Air Force. It's financial year 25-26 budget management measures. So it's very hard to understand how you can assert, Admiral, this is not a budget management measure when this is what the document is all about. So I would put to you that this is a budget management measure, and as part of trying to drive down your costs, you are capping reserve allocation days to a maximum of 150. So,
Senator.
So I would just ask you maybe to reconsider your position in that respect.
My position is very clear. We have not changed the reserve budget, the funding available to reservists. What we have imposed at my level
but you've stopped more funding being accrued. You've capped the number of days.
No, it means that more people can do reserve service because if an individual did 200 days reserve or two individuals did 100 each, they're still filling the same number of reserve days within the budget, but you've now got two people instead of one. So if we might let the Chief of Air Force talk to it. Of course we do manage the expenditure of reserve service, but that is different from a change to the headline budget figure that we have.
I wasn't suggesting that. I'm just saying that this is a budget management measure. By capping the number of days, then you are achieving a cap on what is being spent in terms of reserve payment to part-time reservists. But I'd welcome anything further.
But there are two parameters there. One is the number of days and the other is the number of people doing reserve day service.
Yes, so I understand that. So you're capping your expenditure though, you're not allowing that to grow. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, we are managing within the reserve budget allocation that we have, and that reserve budget allocation has not changed.
Senator, Air Marshal Stephen Chappell, Chief of Air Force. So the budget has not changed.
And what is the budget? Sorry, Air Marshal.
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that data with me here. This directive is my directive to Air Force in order to do a number of things. And yes, you're right, it is entitled budget management measures, and that was broadly what the directive is getting after. I would point out there are a couple of phrases in there. Optimise ways of working in paragraph 1, and then to the workforce plans on paragraph 10, support optimisation of available workforce. It does say budget challenges and streamline resources. So the wording of the directive, this is on me, in that I've effectively conflated two separate things in one directive and have not been clear enough about what I'm trying to achieve with both. So this effectively nests under CDF's direction and guidance on reserve days management for the purposes he described. I had put it out as a single directive, and in the process have not been as clear as I could have been in what I'm trying to achieve with each of these efforts.
Shouldn't, therefore, the reserve budget be growing? I mean, rather than, because if the budget is fixed, shouldn't it be growing to accommodate more people working part-time, but also just even to account for inflation?
Well, that is, so I'll manage the budget I am apportioned as part of Defence, and the broader budget management, again, I'd refer back to the department.
Senator, so the expenditure on the part-time workforce or reservists is a function of the overall course workforce budget. Our permanent workforce is growing. That's good. That means we are making sure we can fund that component. So I think the statement that you made of should the reserve workforce be growing, well, the permanent workforce is growing. Reserve workforce, which is highly valuable to us, its work is in part dependent on what the permanent workforce is doing and the particular roles that we have for the reserve. But it isn't a natural assumption to make that should the reserve workforce budget also be growing.
So are you aware that as of today, the ADF, Careers, Navy and Air Force Reserves websites provide a snapshot saying as a reservist you can choose to work a minimum of 20 days or up to 200 days a year. So this is not the case anymore following your directive, Air Marshal?
The directive on the number of days nests under CDF's direction and guidance to achieve the means he was just described.
So, Admiral, it's not the case anymore? So it's not 200 days, it's now 150 days?
Very limited circumstances where there was a compelling argument, an individual might be able to do 200 reserve service days if they were filling a critical role that we could not meet through other circumstances. It's possible. But the measure we have imposed here is generally bringing the number down to requiring additional scrutiny where any individual exceeds 150.
All right, so perhaps I can suggest that your website needs to be updated to make that consistent with the 150-day cap?
No. Well, it's not impossible for an individual to do more than 150.
Well, isn't it misleading to say that reservists can work up to 200 days a year if that is only available in very exceptional circumstances?
So it is possible to do. Of course, there are other means by which reservists can do. If they come on to full-time, what we call continuous full-time service, that would be in excess of 200 days. But Admiral Van Strata might wish to add.
So, but obviously recruitment is a huge issue in defence. And when you're trying to attract new Navy and Air Force reserves, isn't it critical that they are provided with accurate information in all respects?
We will make sure the information that is available accurately represents the circumstances that we're in.
Thank you so much. I just want to move quickly. Minister Miles said on Monday that the government was spending $70 billion over the next decade on defence. How much of that is in the forward estimates?
We'll have the Chief Finance Officer come back and join us, Senator.
Thank you. And I'm also wanting to ask about funding allocation to the Henderson precinct for anyone, if the Chief Financial Officer can address that as well.
Not named after you, obviously.
Not named after me, Chair, no.
Chief Economist.
Senator, $10.6 billion is over the forward estimates.
And could you give me year on year?
I'm sorry?
Year on year?
I don't know whether I've got that, Senator.
I think perhaps the distinction worth drawing, Senator Henderson, is that this refers to new and additional investment made by the government beyond the overall budget. So Mr Groves is likely have annual profiling for the total budget, but...
Do you have the annual profiling over the forward estimates, Mr Groves?
I may somewhere in this file.
All right, well, maybe if you could...
It doesn't come straight to mind.
All right, thank you. And then, so the remainder is in the outer years. If you could give us a profile over the medium term as well, we'd be grateful.
Yeah, the one component, so the $70 billion that the DPM spoke about, 10.6 is over the forwards. There's $57.6 billion, which is over the decade. To get to 70 included the $12 billion for the Henderson announcement, which you're about to talk to. Its profile has not been determined yet. It will be determined as part of the MyEFO process.
So can you explain how that adds up? 57.6
plus
10 billion
12.
plus 12, so just a small portion of that allocated to Henderson is in the next 10-year spend? Over the next 10 years?
I think the full $12 billion was quoted as being over the decade for Henderson, so 57.6 plus 12 gets you to this almost to the 70.
Okay. And so just to be clear, what is the funding allocated to the Henderson precinct in the financial years 25, 26?
As I said, Senator, there hasn't been a profile determined yet for Henderson. It is being worked through and it will be determined by government as part of the MyEFO process, which will be settled in December, I expect.
Do you have an amount over the forwards, though?
No.
Right. So you don't have year on year or all over the forwards. Okay.
I will for the 57.6. I've just got to find it, Senator.
All right. Well, maybe you
take
could
that
come
on
back
notice.
shortly. Would be terrific to get that shortly if you're able to do so. I just want to now move to some other questions. About the Defence Delivery Agency. Secretary, can I ask you what evidence you can provide that the Defence Delivery Agency will be able to recruit and retain professionals, particularly with engineering and complex project management skills, noting that Defence has failed to do so up until now? So I guess, there's a fair bit of concern, and we've heard already that this agency is perhaps more of a rebadge with no real reform.
Yep. Senator, certainly the government's intention is to create an organisation where it will be able to attract and to grow capability, particularly around cost analysis, project managers, schedulers, and those sort of professional skills. That is very clearly ministers.
I'm sorry to cut in, but I did ask what evidence you have. What is the evidence? You can have your wish list, Mr. Moriarty, but what's the evidence given the track record to date? Because there is deep concern that this is not representative of real reform, that you're not going to be able to attract these professionals with these complex defence industry skills and delivery skills, and that this is more of a rebadge.
Well, Senator, we don't accept that characterisation. You've made a lot. You said there is concern. It's concern being articulated by you, I think, at this point in time.
I don't think I'm the only person in the nation expressing that.
If I may finish, we talked about this a little bit this morning, earlier today, in response to questions from Senator Shoebridge. We came to government with a series of defence projects that were late or over budget. Ministers Miles and Conroy have been very clear that they wish to rebuild the capacity for Defence to manage complex projects after a sustained period of time where the Liberal government stripped public sector capability away as a consequence of the reforms implemented by Mr Abbott. We are taking the next step in that process. We're already seeing some successes, and I indicated to Senator Shoebridge that there are a range of capabilities that are now being delivered by some of the officials that you routinely ask questions about. This is the next step. We do think that having a consolidated capability for delivery will assist Defence in managing the large and complex projects that are necessary to meet our national security requirements.
Well, look, thank you for the pot shots, but I can just say, Minister, that in my own region, under your government, there was a massive cut to Land 400 Phase 3. In fact, it's in Mr Miles' own electorate. Let me just finish my point. So my question is, and this of course was after completely cancelling the Howitzer project and program that we reinstated, our government reinstated,
Senator,
and then that program was cut in half. And this is just in Mr Miles' own electorate. So what I'm asking for is, and I'll go back to you, Mr Moriarty, on the evidence, because there's a lot of people within defence industry who believe that DDA cannot realistically rebuild those skills internally, given the history. And so I'm just asking if you have any evidence to support the proposition that things are going to be radically different with this new structure.
Well, the government has announced its intent. Our job is to work with the independent task force that will set this organisation up on what will be the role of education and training, skill development, what are the in-house skills that we're going to seek to grow, and to come up with a plan which will need to go back to government to have government endorsed to see is the DDA going to be set up to deliver what the government is seeking it to do. And it's our very clear intention to make sure that all of that work is done very thoroughly in the coming months, so that when we take a final proposal to government for consideration, that there is a plan for the development of in-house capability. As we said, we've already done quite a bit in terms of procurement reform, training some of our program managers. We will need to do more of that, and within the context of an agency though, where developing these professional skills and having a career stream in these professions will be highly regarded skills.
Mr. Moriarty, Defence's use of external consultants under this government has been cut by more than 40% since 2022. So how does the department propose to fill these skills, particularly in engineering and project management, the big capability gap inside the new agency at stand-up?
Yeah.
Can I, Senator Justine Greig, Deputy Secretary People, can I just share a little bit of data that I think helps give some context to the question? So in working with the delivery partners over there, we have been already doing quite a bit of work in terms of recruitment. So talking about the public service workforce for a moment, both recruitment and skilling. So in terms of the project and program management job family, as we call them, we've actually increased by about 290 people in that job family in the last 12 months. In terms of our engineering and technical workforce, we've also seen an increase of just under 100. And this has been a very intentful effort to rebalance the workforce to those really key technical and program management roles. It's complemented with the work that Mr Deeble noted earlier in terms of we have established in its early days a Defence Learning Skilling Academy to complement what wider government's doing, but our first priorities have been in those more technical areas.
Okay.
So that there are some areas that we're building on.
Thank you. I know the Chair's putting me under a bit of pressure to move on, which I totally understand. A couple of quick final questions on the agency. The Minister says the DDA will have its own budget. Will that budget be separately identified as a separate budgeted program, or is it going to be a rebadging of the existing CASG funding?
No, some of the details are being worked through, Senator, but I believe it will be an appropriation to the agency for it to manage.
An additional appropriation or a transfer of funds? A rebadging of the existing CASG funding?
No, there'll be a number of budgets that come together, including shipbuilding and sustainment, guided weapons, explosive ordnance enterprise. So what we would do is bring the staff and the budgets together in the initial phase and then stand it up as an agency on 1 July 2027.
And do you have the forward, the allocation over the forwards for the new agency?
Not yet. Part of the process of understanding how the NDS and the IIP are developed for 2026, and in the lead up to the date of June 2027.
All right, well, look, I will have to share the call, so thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Now, Senator Whittaker, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions relating to the financial results in the 24-25 annual report. I know there were some questions about it earlier too. So I think in an answer to a previous question, you talked to that net $466 million figure. I'm hoping you can just give us a little bit more detail on those financial results. How does it compare to Defence's 24-25 budget, and where did that additional spend happen?
Senator, in my earlier evidence, I said, yes, there was a $466 million overspend. It was 0.9% variance.
Mm-hmm. And what was that additional spend, what was it spent on?
Predominantly, we saw towards the end of the financial year, there was an increase in a few areas. It was an increase in our acquisition budget. Some of that was driven by foreign military sales, information that was coming through from the US that drove up expenditure.
Mm-hmm.
And some of it was related to some our workforce costs as well, and that was offset by a bit of a underspend in our sustainment budget.
So a higher than expected spend on acquisition.
Correct.
And a slight underspend on sustainment.
Correct.
Is that right?
And
okay.
a slight overspend in workforce.
In the Defence annual report, it also says there has been less slippage than in previous years.
Yep.
Can you explain exactly what that term means? And
yes, Senator. We had an earlier discussion about over-programming with Senator
yes.
Smith.
Mm.
What we saw is that we were not able to achieve the level of over-programming that we had budgeted. Mm-hmm. So there was not as much slippage in some of the acquisition expenditure that we were expecting.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that was to do with what I said around the foreign military sales impacts, particularly that we saw come in late in June.
Okay.
Does that help?
It does, yes.
Okay.
And it leads me to another one of my questions, which was to over-programming. So there are some other parties who have policies on the defence budget, one of which relates to over-programming. So I'll quote, make defence procurement more efficient by increasing over-programming to 36%. Could you talk me through what that would mean?
Our current over-programming cap that government has agreed for us is 28% in the budget year. I'm not too sure who's quoting 36%. I would not recommend it. As we saw in 24-25, the 28% was too high. We actually feel that over time we want to have internal targets set below what the caps are, because we are seeing strength, I guess, in how our acquisition programs are delivering, and we're not seeing as much of that natural slippage in projects compared to what we've seen in previous years. So I'm not too sure where the 36% is coming from, but certainly as CFO it would be not my advice that we should be over-programming our budget to that level, because I think it will just result in more overspends.
So I guess in an attempt to summarise that answer, you don't believe that increasing over-programming would be more efficient?
I don't think increasing over-programming would help us meet our budget, which is what government expects us to do.
Okay, great, thank you. A couple of questions about some individual budgets year on year. So could you talk us through the actual expenditure on acquisition last year and how that compares to 23-24 and 22-23?
Yes, I can do that. So was that on acquisition?
Yeah, yes, that's right, on acquisition.
So in 24-25, our actual expenditure on acquisition was $18.2 billion, rounded. The previous year was $16.6 billion, rounded. And in 22-23, it was around $14 billion, rounded.
So that's about a 30% increase over the last 3 years-ish.
Yes, I'd have to do the math, Senator, but that looks about right.
And what was the actual expenditure on sustainment last year, and how does that compare to the 23-24 and 22-23 financial years?
Last year on sustainment, our actual result was $14.2 billion, rounded. 23-24 was $12.7 billion, and it was $10.5 billion in 22-23. Oh, sorry, actually, I'm sorry, Senator, I'll take all that back. I was reading the wrong table. Sorry, in 24-25, it was $17.1 billion.
Right, yeah.
In 23-24, it was $16.4 billion and $15.7 billion rounded in 22-23.
So on both acquisition and sustainment, spend on these measures have grown year on year?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I think that's the end of my questions, Chair.
Oh, happy days.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, now Senator Shoebridge, and you'll take us to dinner at 6:30.
All right. Thanks, Chair. I'm going to ask some questions about the US's SLCMNs, their sea-launched cruise missiles, which have nuclear capability. ABC Four Corners interviewed Decca Eveleth, who's from the CNA, which is a US government-funded research institute that looks at ballistic and cruise missiles. And he said in response to a question on whether or not nuclear-armed cruise missiles could be deployed in the Virginia-class submarines rotating through Australia now, his answer, and I stress he's a world-renowned expert on this, his answer was yes, absolutely. Is that Defence's understanding?
Senator, I think we're talking about a weapon that doesn't exist at the moment.
The US's
so it's not
nuclear-capable sea-launched cruise missiles that they have committed to deploying in the next 12 months. So, will they be? Have you had any communications with the United States government about whether or not their sea-launched cruise missiles, which are nuclear-capable, that they've green-lighted and are proposing to have deployable next 12 months, will they be on those nuclear submarines that are visiting or rotating through HMAS Sterling?
So I think we are talking about a weapon that doesn't exist, and you're inviting a comment about a weapon that may come into inventory at some time, into the United States inventory.
The United States has funded producing, and they're going to be deploying them next year. Do you know that?
Well, no, I think that's the statement that you have said, with their intent to
deploy them next year
over the course of the year.
Yes, and they're intended sea-launched cruise missiles with nuclear weapons on them. They're intending to put them on the Virginia-class submarines. You've heard them say that as well. If you haven't heard, you haven't been listening.
Yes, Senator, I'm aware of that particular weapon and the prospect that the United States is going to develop the capability.
Well, it had the capability before. It's returning to having the capability. It will produce them. They will be on Virginia-class submarines next year. That's the commitment that the United States has made. Will Australia permit US Virginia-class submarines with nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missiles on them? Will they be permitted into Australian waters, and will they be docking just a few kilometres off Perth?
Senator, if I could, I'll get more deep, but the Australian government's got a long-standing bipartisan policy on how to handle requests for nuclear-capable platforms that may visit Australia from time to time. The United States is very clear about the Australian government's treaty obligations and our policy on those weapons, and I don't see that the, you know, I think.
What is that bipartisan position? What is the bipartisan position?
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. So just on that program that you're referring to, again, I don't wish to speak for the United States, and I think questions on this program best directed to the US government. But my understanding is that it's still an experimental program. The decision, I'm aware of the program, of course, that they are looking to develop this capability. The platform, Senator, that they will use for this capability, is my understanding is that this is still very much a broader question, and that there is no, at this stage, confirmation that the Virginia-class submarine is the platform that the US Navy would intend to use for this capability. So the question, Senator, is at this stage still a very hypothetical one, as so we understand it. The Secretary has also set out, of course, we have treaty obligations and national policy requirements that would preclude us operating such a capability. And of course, the Secretary has also reiterated the long-standing position in relation to nuclear-capable assets.
Just to correct the record, the first Trump administration authorised the development of a sea-launched cruise missile with nuclear capability in 2018, and they've now passed into law in the 2024 National Defence Authorisation Act a requirement that the Navy develop an operationally capable sea-launched cruise missile with nuclear capability. It's in the US 2024 National Defence Authorisation Act. It's not academic, they pass it into law. So my question is, and I repeat it, will Australia permit nuclear-armed Virginia-class submarines into our waters, and will they be moored just a few kilometres off Fremantle? Who's going to answer it?
Senator Bernard Phillip, First Assistant Secretary, International Policy. Visits by United States strategic assets are consistent with our treaty obligations. Australia will continue to comply with our international obligations, and the United States understands and respects our obligations regarding nuclear weapons. The United States does not station nuclear weapons in Australia. Stationing of nuclear weapons in Australia is prohibited by the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty, to which Australia remains committed. There is no impediment under the Treaty of Rarotonga and the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons to the visit of dual-capable foreign platforms to Australia's territory or transiting Australia's airspace or waters.
So we're going to permit them to be sitting in, floating off Fremantle in US Virginia-class submarines. And is it still the position that the Australian government won't ask the US whether or not they're nuclear-armed submarines, just like we don't ask about the nuclear-armed B-52s? Is that still the position? Don't ask, don't tell.
We respect the United States position of neither confirming nor denying.
Mm-hmm. And for the people in Fremantle, they're not going to know whether or not a nuclear weapon is just bobbing in the water a few kilometres off Fremantle in a US Virginia-class submarines, because our government won't ask and the United States government won't tell. Is that the situation?
I think Mr Jeffries has given you some evidence already, Senator, that there are many hypotheticals embedded in that question that are not actually consistent with the information that you've previously been provided.
Ms Kelton, in questioning in estimates in February 2024, and I asked about the $5 billion being given by Australia to the US for AUKUS, said, when I asked about whether or not any of that would go towards weapon platforms and potential nuclear weapon delivery, the answer was non-nuclear weapons activities. So it's making it clear it's for conventionally armed submarine-related activities, asserting that none of the money from Australia would go to build nuclear-armed US submarines. That's not the case now, is it? Because the US has made it clear that the Virginia-class submarines and others that we're helping them build are likely to have nuclear arms on them.
Senator, I don't think that
have we revisited that?
I don't think that statement's correct. I think, as I just indicated in my previous answer, you are correct in saying that the US is developing this capability. It's my understanding that the platform for that capability is not yet determined and it's still experimental. And so the question of whether the Virginia-class submarine will be the platform for this capability is still something to be decided by the US government. Again, we don't want to mislead the committee. These questions are best directed to the US government and to the United States Navy, which is making this decision. But it's wrong to draw the conclusion, Senator, that the Virginia-class will be the platform from this capability, and therefore, by definition, such the presence of US Virginia-class submarines in Western Australia must be the basis for this capability.
Yeah, well, I didn't say by definition. I just said that the US has made the intention to place nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missiles on their Virginia-class submarines, and I don't know if that will be every, or most, or just some, but nor do you, I suppose.
Senator, I think that's the question that I'm asking you to just recognise that decision has not yet been made and may be a different platform altogether.
Could we just perhaps clarify the timeline? The Chief of Navy is just look at open source media suggesting the initial operational capability is planned for 2034. So I think you were referring to a decision on companies who may commence the development work, but the United States Navy timeline suggests that they will not achieve an initial operational capability before 2034.
Well, you see, the problem you all have with denying the reality of this program and denying that it's going to be applied to the Virginia-class submarine is that the United States Navy Vice Admiral Johnny Wolfe, good name for this, recently said this about the newly developed sea-launched cruise missile nuclear program. He said this: the program has been equally focused on the integration of sea-launched cruise missiles nuclear into the Virginia-class submarine. Now, he's right, isn't he? That the US's focus is on getting sea-launched cruise missiles with nuclear weapons into Virginia-class submarines, or do you think Vice Admiral Johnny Wolfe was wrong?
But the Australian government's policy is also well known and respected by our United States allies.
Well, when it comes to knowing whether or not US platforms are going to have nuclear weapons on them, is the Defence Minister right, Minister Miles right, when he said in an interview on ABC Radio on the 9th of August 2024, and this was about whether Australia would know if long-range US bombers deployed to Australia, largely at RAAF Tyndall, would be nuclear armed, the Deputy Prime Minister's final response was unequivocal. This is what he said: the short answer to the question is, we will know. Is Defence Minister Miles right when he says we will know?
I think it's difficult for officials to comment on your characterisation of a radio interview done, by the sounds of it, more than a year ago. I don't have that transcript in front of me, and neither do the officials at the table.
Will Australia know if US weapons platforms have nuclear weapons on them when they visit Australia? Secretary, does Australia know? Do we get told?
Mr Miles, comment. I have nothing to add to what the Deputy Prime Minister said.
Well, does Australia get told? He says the short answer is we will know.
Well,
will Australia know? Will Australia know? Does Australia get told when the US brings nuclear weapons into the country? Simple question. Do we get told or not, Secretary?
I think I have nothing further to add to what the Minister said.
What about answering the question? Does Australia get told when the US brings nuclear weapons into the country? Do we get told?
I'm not prepared to go into the details, but we understand when we're doing exercises and other activities with the United States, there is a proper exchange of information about the objectives and purpose of the activity.
Minister, it's not the only statement that's caused concern from the Deputy Prime Minister. The Deputy Prime Minister was asked recently about the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which is a long-standing commitment from the Labor Party to sign that treaty and to be a party to that treaty. I think, in fact, the now Prime Minister Albanese was heavily involved in bringing forward the resolution for the Labor Party to say that they would sign and be a party to the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons. But Mr Miles seems to be cutting the grass from under the Prime Minister, because he told the ABC very recently, when asked about would Australia sign it, he said, what's really clear is that the National Conference understands that this is a decision of government, a decision of Labor in government. The decision that Labor has made has been to follow the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And he, in giving that answer, he abandoned any commitment to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Is that where your government is? Abandoning that commitment?
I think if you wish to ask questions about treaty making, that is a question for DFAT.
I'm asking questions about the statement of the Defence Minister in Defence estimates.
Well, I don't have
Was the
anything...
Defence Minister right?
I don't have anything to add to Mr Miles's comments. He's made his public comments and I obviously am not here to interpret them, but on questions of policy you can of course ask about treaty making with DFAT tomorrow.
Right. Well, we're getting very close to dinner. I think we're going to break and we'll see everyone back here in 45 minutes.